Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of LPL action. I'm looking forward to it and I think you should be too. Sit back, relax, Sam will be here after Sam's gone out to get some milk. Yeah, so we're back on the old setup today by the way, so we shouldn't have any tech issues today, but it does mean I have slightly less capabilities, but that's fine, that's okay. We'll figure that out. We will figure that out as things go on. It does mean though we won't be getting any random blue screens this time. I seriously hope anyway. That would be, you know, that would be the goal. Yeah, Sam's going for milk. You know, I hope he comes back. In other news, I got trashed in my Uma Musume CM11 finals. Ugh, I ran into like 2 debuff teams. Yeah, it was a mess. I ain't showing that on stream. No one's getting evidence of me getting my ass beat like that. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go chill out for a couple of minutes and we'll be back for LPL. Would you accept good chatter? Oh my god, ASMR where streamer calls you good chat. Oh god, yeah, that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. LPL is back. Yes, LPL is back. Let's get it, folks. I'm really looking forward to this. That ought to be a stream reward now. So I really want to cultivate a community where they pay imaginary internet points to be called good chat. I don't know, that'd be quite funny. Okay, I gotta go quickly sort some stuff out. Like I said, I'll be right back. Well, hello everyone. I've not turned my camera on. That's great. I just like, wow, this would be a great way to... There we go, I think. Did I turn it on? I don't think I turned it on. What happened to my camera? What happened to it? Where is it? Where'd you go? Did I not turn it on? Should be on. Natty. Okay, well, hopefully my camera turns back on. Gosh. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. A compliment for Zeref and get hydrated. I actually did just get hydrated. That's a good one. I did do that. Yeah, sorry about system sounds, everyone. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Okay, so today we have some really big games. We have some really big games today. We have, we have BLG versus JDG, a matchup which is quickly becoming very, very important again to the LPL. And then we also have AL versus Top Esports. Now, Top Esports did not look good yesterday versus IG, or rather, there were bits which looked good, and then other bits, such as Jaculo, sadly, which are not looking so good on the other side. He needs some time to ramp up again. You know, I have a lot of faith in him. But it's not been an easy start to his return to the LPL off of a split away. So, BLG JDG first, both he's coming back from first stand. What the heck is... Oh, these are the April Fool's skins again. Yeah. What I need to do is... BLG Hate Watch. I can do that. And a compliment for Zeref as well. Okay, I need to get through them. Let's have a think. Zeref, I appreciate how you look out for everyone else in chat. You know, if you see someone... Yeah, I really appreciate how you look out for people through what I see from you in chat. You know, like... See someone talking about stuff, you engage with them, and you talk with them, and you give a gift sub if you see someone who's been missed by the mecha bombs. You know. Still not over the loss against G2. It's okay, just beat them. You'll feel better, you know? Just beat them. You know, that's the way to feel better about these things. Just feel better. Just feel better and beat them. Fun fact for Need for Power. Let me think about a fun fact. A lot of players' names in LPL where they... I will pause check as well. A lot of players' names in the LPL where they have numbers in their name. If you see them having numbers in their name, it's because that's their name on the Chinese keyboard, but in the English keyboard. So, if you, if you type out a Chinese character on the equivalent of the English keyboard, that's where the numbers come in. That's where a lot of number names come from in LPL. So things like 369, 957, things like that often have meanings because that's what their name would be if you typed it on a Chinese keyboard. Anyway, that tends to be it. Anyway, I hope that's a fun fact. Okay, I can't stay. No worries, Blade. No worries. Ryan 3. Okay, no. When it's someone like... So when it's someone like 1xN or... hang on, let me turn the... Yeah, this music's cooler. Well, BLG Bio folks are back from first stand. Our first stand champions. For now, the best team in the world are showcasing their stuff. You know, we get to see exactly what they're bringing back to the LPL. Did you just watch DNS throw that game? No, I didn't. I've actually just been hanging out with my dad, who's in town. We went out for coffee just now before the stream, so I've not watched a lot of LCK. I need to review a lot of LCK. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I want to review KT Gen G, and I want to review T1H Chile. And of course, JDG are also back from first stand as well, but they got knocked out by BLG cleanly. It was not close. Xiaoshu could not play versus Bin, really. And honestly, not many of them could play against their opposing numbers. It was a bit of a mess. It was a bit of a mess. You know, JDG had pretty strong bot lane, but in terms of laning phase, but it didn't really stretch beyond that. Yeah, JDG, they need to do some soul searching. You know, Tabe, when he was on the first stand desk, when he was invited onto the analyst desk, he was talking about how in their development, thank you for the follow, by the way, in their development, they initially tried to start fixing or trying to build jungle support synergy. But that hadn't really worked out in the way that they wanted to. So they, how do I hold? Can I hide this? No, I can't. Okay, whatever. Yeah, but they tried to, you know, at the start of this roster, they tried to build some jungle support synergy, and it wasn't really working. So they ended up going towards a more individual style where everyone else could kind of just flex their mechanical muscles, and that's what we know of them now. But it's interesting to hear Tabe confirm that on the first stand desk. But the problem is then, you know, if you run into a team which can kind of match you in individual brawn, then you don't have that depth and strength to win a lot of games beyond that point. which can be quite difficult. To work past. So for this series today, you know, JDG need to find a way to deal with this top lane matchup first and foremost. How the hell do you stop Bin from just running over things? What's your top 5 this split? ML, top 5 what? Top 5 teams or top 5 players? I guess that would be top 5 teams. Well, BLG, until further notice, are best. I think that they have a really, really good read on early jungle pathing, and they have some incredible laners right now. And I think their drafts are very good. I think they're the best drafting team. I think they're the best early jungle pathing team, and I think they have some of the best laners. They still have some late game team fighting issues and some late game macro issues. They can sometimes overextend, make some mistakes, and get punished for them. In terms of other top teams, though, well, legitimately, KT Rolster are there. KT Rolster might be, well, they're definitely top 3. BLG and, yeah, if there's no particular order, you've got BLG, KT, then after that it gets a little bit difficult. This is the match record. Of course, regular season, JDG beat BLG, and then BLG in the best of 5 slaughtered them. Who else would you put in the top 5, folks? Because I think that KT and BLG quite easily in there. I suppose you still have to put Genji. I think you do. Yeah, I think you do have to put them there. But then there are questions about, you know, what do you do with, oh, well, the music's still going, but that graphic's not moving anywhere. Let me just refresh it. I guess that's just, that graphic is just still there. G2, I mean, yeah, I mean, G2 have a really good read on drafts right now too on the whole, and their early game jungle pathing. I think G2, would they be top 5? I suppose they would be. You know, they beat Genji in a best of 5 cleanly, and BFX. Yeah, they probably are. You know what? Beating two LCK teams 3-0. Yeah, that means you're in top 5. Yeah, it does. So I think your top 5 are probably BLG, KT, Genji, G2, and then whoever ends up becoming the best of the rest of the LCK teams. I don't know who else I'd chuck in there right now. I don't think there's a second LPL team I'd put into top 5 right now. Although there might be a world in which AL... Well, yeah, I think you go a few weeks forwards and we'll see whether AL can recover to that point. T1, Xerath, I actually think have a lot of issues. I did a couple of VOD reviews of them now. And they have some soul searching to do until they can get to that point just yet. I think that some of their drafting is a little bit skew-F, and I think that their early game vision control and jungle pathing needs a lot of work. So T1 aren't there just yet, but we'll see whether they can get there in short order. And welcome everyone to Onivia's chat as well. If you want to join the conversation, I do have all of my chats open at the same time. I need to get a multi-chat function. I've been saying that a lot. I do need to get a multi-chat function. Just putting that in for Cloud, yeah. Oh, God.
欢迎来到赛前采访，为大家邀请到 BLG 的胜利选手 B， 欢迎斌哥跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上男斌，
和 JDG 也是非常熟悉的对手，觉得这场比赛的胜负手会在哪里呢？
我觉得也没有什么胜负手吧，我们只要正常发挥就可以拿下。
那这也是第2赛段全新的开始，希望给大家展现出怎样的一支 BLG， 有什么样的期待吗？
希望这次可以全胜金完麦赛吧。
好的，期待一下。同时为大家邀请到北京 JDG 的队长 Gala， 欢迎 Gala 跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 的 ADC Gala。
那其实今年已经和 BLG 交手非常多次了，对这场 BO 赛着重做了什么样的准备？觉得哪些部分需要多加注意呢？
我感觉 BLG 是一支前期进攻性和联动非常好的队伍，然后在前15分钟的话要非常注意了。
那也是全新的第2赛段，作为队长，对这个赛段有什么样的目标想和大家分享呢？
因为现在是常规赛嘛，然后第1赛段我们常规赛我们是第4名，然后就希望第2赛段可以打得更好。
好的，希望你们能够越战越勇 ，buff 加满。
The Warhorse interviews are back, baby. Wait, your streak broke? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, by the way, folks, I do try and make sure that I ping the Discord and I have like a clip or something like that on my story when I go live on Twitch. So if you miss a stream, within the next 24 hours, you can just like watch a clip, I believe, whether that's on story or Twitch story or whatever, and that should save your streak just for, yeah, but I do ping it. If you want to get updates on, get updates on when I'm streaming. Is this LPL? Yes, this is LPL. Yes, this is LPL. Yes, it is. And it'll be live in the next couple of minutes. So we'll be chilling out. I'll be casting it. Sam will be here in a second, and we'll get to see BLG versus JDG, both their first series back since first stand. I think that particularly BLG showed very good mastery over level 1 warding, level 1 first clears, and jungle pathing. You know, your first clear of the game. I think Shun is on incredible form. I think On is on incredible form. Yes, JDG and BLG is playing here. Hi Nymaera, I don't know what it's just me, but yesterday I've been trying to resubscribe and it keeps erroring. Oh, that's strange, Tonesco. I don't know why. I'm not sure why that would be, Tonesco. Yeah. But yeah, we have, these are the first games that these teams will have played since first stand. What I should do, I should really get a new overlay like LPL English has, where it has like a box within a box. I should really get one of those. That'd be really convenient. That would probably be a good thing to do. But yeah, I don't know what to do about that, Tonesco. Maybe try logging out and logging back in again? Maybe? Tends to be okay. Or check your ongoing subscriptions and see if there's like a resubscribe thing there. If you can check like your on like a subscription manager. Hey, Solar Puppy, good to see you as well. Did I miss anything else? I did get the compliment for Xerath. I did get hydrated. I think I've gotten through everything. If you need anything else, let me know. Also, folks, I am thinking of bringing back a fraud wall and doing a fraud wall for LPL or just anything else. Have you tried putting it in rice? Oh yeah, folks, don't put your phone in rice if it gets wet. Don't do that, because there is a chance that the rice expands and gets stuck in your phone, and then you just have like rice in your phone, and then it dries, and it's a problem. So just be careful with that, folks. Okay. Hey, Vesterungo, how's it going? Or Vesterung, rather. What did I think against KT versus Gen G? I can't remember if I said that already. I'm losing track of things already. Good job, me. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch the full games yet. I saw that BDD had a hell of a series. I think Cuz is on great form. Now. And that was a big difference, I think, from LCK Cup, where I think that Cuz is wasn't looking fantastic. I think we just have like an ever-running fraud wall monitors. I think I might do it digitally, because I don't know how... If things get out of hand, at least digitally, I can just keep putting things on. But yeah. I could do like a digital one and we could just have like a web page for it. Roast for Pinchulus, and you'd be going straight in fraud Pinchulus. Right, let me just check your let me just check your message history. Let's see what material you've given me to roast you. 999 messages, good. You go on one little tiny little vacation and streamer does what they want. Yeah. Wait. Hey Sam, how's it going? Did you find something? What did you find? Yay, Sam found milk.
Milk on this
Sam actually did get that. Hey Slay, good to see you. How you doing?
I did return from the store with milk, guys.
Sam did actually do that. I'm trying to find a roast for Pinchulus. I'm searching the comment history.
I think they're irrelevant enough not to need to
another one I miss is the sniper comps with Zoe Jace. Well, I hope the snipers don't miss you, Pinchulus.
What? I was gonna go with NPC commentary. Alex just goes, I hope you get a headshot. Like, why?
I bailed out of that like last second, if that helps. Okay, folks, let's get ourselves ready for game. We've, hey, Mecha, good to see you as well. Right, folks, let's get ready for our first games of BLG and JDG back from first stand. If you would like to be part of our community and see a little bit more of us, think about joining the Discord. Think about following it. I just did not type the... Was my one key broken as well now? And yeah, folks, we'd love to have you as part of our community as we cover the LPL. You know, Sam and I are the most experienced LPL casters in the game now, I think. Is there a new LPL entry? Yes, there is. Yeah, I think outside of Mazel, I think there's no one else who's cast nearly as many LPL games as Sam and I. And, you know, we keep doing it. We keep enjoying it. And, yeah, we look through your message history and votes. You haven't even spent the points yet, Montes. You got to spend the channel points. iPhone, more like rice phone, exactly. Fun fact.
观看
I can do a
2026 英雄
fun
联
fact. I
盟
can
职
do
业
it.
联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端掌上英雄联盟及
Sure,
英
that's
雄
fine,
联盟
Montes,
赛事
all
官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，
Is Nymaera here?
醒
Yeah,
水
I'm
好
here.
喝，
Yeah, I'm
当
here.
然站吧。
Hello.
傲风电竞椅连续6年
I'm
中
here.
国电竞
I am
椅
here.
销
I
量
just like to
第
have
一
the。intro full screen, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of got baited by this because I want you to see this full screen intro. It's really, really cool. Let me show you this full screen intro.
LPL 的观众已经期待着冠军很久了，希望会带着他们的期待。
先打一波先手，强能冲前命中，再加盛大登场呢，发现输出点好像远在天边啊！先定风采，先卡一下你的 AD，ADC 因为有一个 W，所以并不着急杀他，一个刀，3个，先下阿斌的青钢影，像就像利刃一样划破了。
Love Camille Bin. Oh, it's so special that game. BLG JDG, our first stand representatives. Welcome them to the stage, everyone.
让我们有请
BLG versus JDG, our finals rematch, our first stand rematch. Our two best teams in the LPL until further notice. Welcome in, everyone. It's my pleasure, and Sam's as well. Just getting some coffees ready to bring you more LPL. It's another split of watching these legendary players go at it again. Knight, the team captain at the front, Bin just behind him. Two of the very best players in the world right now. For my money, I think Bin is the best player in the world. I know that some people will argue, well, he didn't face Gen G, he didn't face XYZ. Bin has had 5 best of 5s in a row where I think he has looked like the best top player in the world. Now, if it were a few less, if there's just the 1, just the 2, perhaps you'd argue against it. But several of them came against JDG, who are no slouches themselves. A lot of people were saying, oh, it's only against Xiaoshu. I think Xiaoshu's a great player. I just think that Bin has his number. And he's got that matchup solved. JDG, if they're going to take anything today, it has to factor in whatever the hell they're going to do top lane. And of course, it always has to. We're in JDG's arena here in Beijing. JDG used to have BLG's number, though, in the regular season. JDG over the last few years have had good matchups versus BLG, make no mistake about it. But it feels like Bin has kicked up into another gear, and things have just not been the same since. Team captains, Bonfils, Knight, and Gala. I still need to think of a fun fact for Montes. For now, Montes, I'll just leave you with Thingaling. What the fuck? At least you asked you before sending that. Not everyone. Welcome back, everyone. How's it going? If you'd like to participate in chat to me, chat to Sam, and join us along our LPL journey, let us just go sit and chat, folks. We do pay attention to chat. We're currently live in 3 different places at once. I don't want to cover Shun's face there. I don't want to cover the players' faces at all, if at all. But yeah, welcome on Onivia's chat. Welcome on YouTube. Welcome on Twitch as well. Sam's gonna be here in just a second. We have the back up there. I do need to get a different scene for this. And thank you so much for the sub, Unity. Appreciate you. Cyrexite, appreciate you the follow as well. No worries, Montes, no worries. Yeah, yeah. Does that count, Montes? I don't know. You said check your message history, and I think for your sake, Montes, it's probably best that that doesn't happen. Still winding up those headshots? Very true, very true. Yeah, so in terms of this matchup today, I think this matchup goes nowhere if JDG cannot sort out the top lane. It cannot be the same as it was in the last 3 best of 5s. The last 3 best of 5s where Xiaoshu was just dumpstered by Bin. It wasn't close. We're getting pretty close to our pick and ban. Actually wondering if I put on some you know what, folks? I'm actually going to put on a larger ad break now if you'd like to not miss. I potentially missed the start of draft. I don't think we will do. But I'm going to do this just so we don't get any adverts in game. So if you don't want any adverts, please subscribe. Hopefully we're not going to miss anything here either. But yeah, we appreciate everyone, each and one of you. Oh my god, I've done it just as draft starts. I'm just the worst at timing this. Well, whatever. I'm so sorry. Subscribe if you want to see the start of draft. My bad. Let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it. Okay, Pantheon banned away, no surprise. Shun, I believe, is the best Pantheon player in the world. He's a very, very good player of that champion. Karma, very lane dominant. BLG not wanting to give that over. As a first pick, JDG are on first pick. Ashe banned away for Ashe Seraphine. Of course, JDG, a team which really focus on strong laning phase bot lane. One of the distressing things for JDG was the fact that actually when they were against Lion at first stand, they lost laning phase every game of that series. They lost every game of that series in the bot lane. Gala and Vampire, you know, pride themselves on that 2v2, and it didn't go easily for them. Jarvan. Boy, we've got some proper, like, Samba beats here. Yo, what? Pick and ban is feeling festive. Danny there, of course, stood behind BLG as well. I think Danny, you know, I've had questions about his coaching in the past. I think he's really showing some great creativity here for BLG, though. Stuff like the Onivia support. It's a very cool cosplay there, too. Wait, was that a Syndra one? I think that was a Syndra one. Rumble banned away now. There's still the Orianna, still Azir technically, although not as high priority as it was, given the pace of the game has increased so much. And Aurora there too. Aurora, obviously, a strong champion in the meta. Thanks for reminding us there, cosplay. Nocturne banned away instead of something like the Shinzao. What's the first pick now? Do you Lulu? If you Lulu, there's a chance of a Nautilus lane from Gala and Vampire, and they do really like to play for that 2v2, as we've been saying. They'd be very happy to lock that in. Anything else? The Orianna would, I think, be the easy one. Would they really take the Shinzao over that? I suppose they would. Knight, what do you have into an Orianna? Because Honky will very likely lock that in. No Nocturne, means there's no Nocturne Orianna. There's still something like the Rise. And they do lock the Orianna. The Shinzao, very powerful. Do you just see a Rise locked in for Honky now? Shinzao Rise. How powerful combination. Varus available too, of course. How can we forget about Varus? I suppose there are a couple of other lane dominant lanes, but the Varus still up there with the very best of them. The Shinzao is locked in for Jinjia. The best of the early dark junglers still left on the table. Get rid of those adverts. Be gone, queer adverts. Be gone. BLG thinking about their next move. Sivir into Varus isn't bad. There's no Karma to go alongside it. Does mean you can defend yourself against a lot of what Varus does. It's not a winning lane, but it is a stable lane. Sivir Bard gives you a lot of mid-game agency, mid to late game agency. Lots of ability to move around the map with the Magical Journey and then the On the Hunt as well. JDG, do they match bot lane now? Do they just lock in a Nautilus, Varus Nautilus? Be comfort for Vampire? No, you don't really want to go to Lulu. Lulu really doesn't love playing into something like the Orianna either. Galio would be fine here. It's good with the Shinzao. Decent lane matchup with the Orianna as well. Thank you so much, Sam. Let's go into that first draft. Appreciate you. Sam's been running background duty. And it's the Azir, not the Galio. So it is going to be the Azir Galio Honky, one of our more proficient, more comfortable Azir players. So to be honest, if you're going to see an Azir here in the LPL, we would prefer it to be someone like Honky, really.
I agree. I'll move the chair in after draft. Give us a bit more time without kerfuffling going on. I am always a fan of Shinzao Varus, just as a skirmishing core, but you've given up Orianna for it, and I know it's Knight's Orianna, who's just very good at the champion.
Hey, we appreciate you, Tarasco, as well. It's finally got the sub button working. And we go to a second round of bans. And the Fury banned away from Shun, of course. Tarzan had an excellent game of that just yesterday. The champion is still around. In terms of other things which can compete with the Shinzao, though, a lot of them have been banned, and particularly Sam. I think Shun is one of the best junglers in the world. That's no mistake about that, particularly about his early pathing. What do you have that can fight a Shinzao? Really, the Poppy is the last thing, and that should really be banned here, I think, by JDG.
I agree. You don't want to give that one up. The Nautilus ban to sort of prevent some of the false end engages. Also, Nautilus gets through Spell Shield quite well. I wonder whether actually we might see an Alistair ban with that in mind. It's not the most fun lane, but Varus can often tide engage support through lane.
The thing is, do they want to win lane hard or do they want better mid and late game? If they go for the Alistair, it's worse lane, better mid late game. They ban the Renekton instead, which now means they want an Ambassador. They want an Ambassador for the Orianna. That means that they can use it either in top lane or in jungle. They can do it in either one, technically. But yeah, BLG looking for an Ambassador now, unless JDG pick it themselves.
Wouldn't hate it.
It would be pretty good onto 2 immobile carries and a bard. I think any of them getting pinged by an Ambassador ult is dangerous. Obviously, you can spell shield it from the Sivir, but if Ambassador gets into melee range, it is a problem. So you go Cassante instead, try and play frontline for his own carries. Lulu locked in first, so Varus and Lulu...
lane dominance.
Not locked in, it is the Ambassador.
Okay,
but I was like, hang on a second, I mean, it's really good for attack speed carries, but of course the Varus, in this game against a Shockwave, you can't go on him. You cannot go on him.
Very risky,
versus Orianna, because every time you're in auto-attack range, Orianna...
Shockwaves you,
it puts you into particles, Sim. Okay, so you see the Ambassador there. You've banned out one of the best matchups into the Ambassador. Of course, Shashu, a very good player for the Ambassador too. Skarner has reared its Scorpion head again.
Why is Skarner so back? Have I just missed a patch note?
Yeah, some of his damage numbers went up, which is
Okay.
a big thing, which means that he can be played technically in jungle or in top lane. In this case, though, it looks like we might have ourselves a bit of a mother-in-law feud. Well, not anymore, really. This is what happens when you break up and your ex's mum takes issue with it, I suppose. Jason to Ambassador, we get to see.
Though in fairness, it's more the fact that they end up in variously different timelines, which does proclaim.
That one is like a little hard to do that. Sorry, I had to like survive on my own for several years in a post-apocalyptic wasteland with like a broken leg. Anyway, it's a thing. Last pick for Vampire. Actually, seeing the entire draft. Something like the Rakan. Now, in Korea, this would fly really well. If you're going towards something like the LPL, though,
Go on, Vampire.
he's thinking about pulling out the Onivia versus On. Personally, Sam, I don't love it. I don't love it because the Bard can tunnel over your wall. He's hovering against On. Of course, JDG have lost to the Onivia twice. They don't want to do that again. They lock in the Nico. Nico just kind of like an all-rounder in terms of engaging. It's quite hard to play into the Skarner who can drag you out of the play, though. Okay, all things said and done, JDG do have some snap engage. They do have the Varus, they do have the Nico, which can kind of pull out the rolls from nowhere, and of course the Ambassador too. BLG do have the Jace poke, which outranges pretty much everything else. Most importantly for me, though, is can Xiaoshu survive the Bin laning phase? Bin has been ungodly good. Biggest things I'm looking for here. How is the level 1 prep and the early jungle pathing prep? How is the laning? Because JDG could not survive against BLG's early game and their laning from Bin across their series at first stand. They have now gone 3 best of 5s back to back now that they have lost against BLG. They lost in finals, they lost in the upper bracket before that, and then at first stand they lost in the semi-finals after making it to their first international event since Worlds 2023. It has been a while. Welcome in, folks. If you're enjoying what you're hearing here, think about dropping a like, following our Discord, and just being part of the community. We love having you here. We love covering the LPL. It's our second day back for LPL Split 2 of 2026, and we love having you here with us to enjoy the games.
I have to say, I'm looking at these BLG lanes in particular as we head onto the Rift, and my days, Orianna Jace. Scary, scary stuff. I am musing about things as gyos are occurring. We'll have to follow up on that in a second or two. It's back. We have officially fried the crowd, mics. After BLG's victory, and of course it's JDG who are the second place team from the LPL, this stadium in Beijing, JDG's home arena, is rammed. It is filled to the rafters, and the voices on display there from our various audience members are in full flight.
Yeah, Gala using the T1 Varus skin there, an homage to Gumayushi, who he actually called the best AD carry. I can't remember if it was in the world or all time. Of course, Gala, a player who's been knocked out by Gumayushi something like, 3 times across his world's runs. So he obviously has a lot to say about that player in particular. And of course, one of the very best Varus players of all time as well. Perhaps
He might be the best Varus player,
Yeah.
you know? I know there's a lot of contests, but Guma's Varus in particular has been pretty superb over the years.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Varus was most powerful, has been most powerful in the last 3 years, since Guma's, rise to prominence, right? There was a point in 2017 around the Ardent Sensor meta, but Varus before and after that was really a mid laner. He was a mid laner. Funnily enough, I've been collating some statistics about the most played AD carries of all time, working up to making a video of who is the best competitive marksman of all time within League of Legends history. Varus is up there, very close to the top, and a lot of it has been because of these last 3 years of play where it feels like he is must play, either must pick, must ban. And players who you've seen in the modern era have all been very proficient at that. Bot lane push goes to Viper and on. The Nico not able to contest with the severe ricochet. And the Varus as well, the wave clear very early on, not necessarily their forte. Ginger clearing from bot. The top Skarner also doing the same, so neither of them pathing bot lane. I think basically both these teams have realized, look, in this game, with these teams, it is about Bin versus Xiaohu. Xiaohu must survive somehow against the onslaught of Bin. The Ambassador needs to be powerful, and if Bin gets ahead on the Jace, we've seen what he can do with this champion time and time again.
Yeah, and again, that's what makes me a little nervous, is the fact you've given up Ori Jace to the likes of BLG solo laners, who are probably the most dominant laners in the league, bar none, actually. If anyone has managed it before, it has been JDG, but they're on the Ambassador, the Azir, whose laning powers off and conditional on's made a roam mid.
Yeah, because Ginger was just looking at that top scuttle. On was roaming up quickly, and the thing about Xin Zhao versus Skarner is that Xin Zhao can beat the Skarner 1v1, but can't kill him quick enough to stop other people roaming. Is he really going for an early gank here? Shun, we've talked about him being a very good early pather.
There we go.
Xiaoxu needs to be very careful here.
Upheaval available. That boulder is giving the Skarner quite a lot of threat in the slows. The shield is now down. They can't quite get enough damage, and Xiaoxu has enough energy, enough cooldowns to dance around, and has enough healing too, importantly, to stay up at a decent clip of HP.
Yeah, he has, pots running in his door on shield. No Omnivamp from his ult just yet, that passive. Shun, what you can do with the Skarner, of course, you can look for the instant wall stun. So Xiaoxu was trying to position himself away from walls. That's good from him. It means that there's no easy play from that, just immediate E into the wall, into the big damage. Of course, Skarner has had some love taps to that in recent times. Bin still doing fine here. Slight CS lead. Xiaoxu not falling behind crazy amount. Not like Shun wasted that much time on the top side. They didn't have any camps available. Heal away from Vampire.
Back when Nico was a permaban, and she has been nerfed since then, really, you used to see a fair amount of the Bard into the Nico because Bard basically stuns Nico through her claim. She tries to run away, it's her big escape tool, you stun yourself on your own escape tool, which feels really sad, and the ricochet interrupts both!
No, that's a real sad point there, because look, Gala has teleport. He wants to get those quick resets, and you should, by all rights, get those ones for free. He has a slight CS lead, actually a decent one, It's going to be basically a full wave, but Viper does have the plate in bot side, whereas Gala's not managed to do the same on the other side. So Viper's dropped a bit of farm, but nothing crazy amount. That Hang On Knight might get a visit from Junjie here, but Shun is right over the wall, so no options there.
It's an unexpected visit, Alex. Didn't have tea ready. Can't
exactly.
entertain visitors like this.
Sure. It's like, you're a poor host, you're a poor guest to give me reason to be one. Shun walking into Junjie and not really caring. This is Skarner, by the way, folks.
Bonks people, teleport back into lane. On is also here alongside Vampire. It's a 3v3 suddenly in the mid lane as the mid laners turn back up and go, why is everyone here waiting? Honky has slid forward with the shifting sands. The shockwave pulls Vampire back. Now he's in danger. Shun will drive the Shins out of the wall. It's a multi-phase fight. Junja has to flash. So does Shun. They've killed off the Shins out. Honky and Vampire now on the retreat, and it all goes wrong for JDG in a very bizarre little fight in the mid lane.
There were a lot of errors made there on the side of JDG. I think it was a mistake of Honky to go in, and I think it was a mistake of Vampire and Ginger to not try and focus onto a single target. I think that both of them could have maybe led to a kill onto one person, make it a 1-for-1, or at least retreated safely. Honky, I suppose he was trying to get out of that initial shockwave. Honky didn't find himself an angle to get himself a really good aggressive play himself. We'll go back, watch into this. What was his XP coming into this? It's level 5. They're both waiting for that level 5. So Honky's trying to kill the minion. Did he think he was going to get level 6? I think Honky thought he'd get level 6, but because there were 3 people mid lane, the XP was shared so much, his ultimate didn't unlock. I think that's what happened, chat. I think Honky thought he'd have the ult, but misjudged it because both jungle and support were in his lane.
Great read there from my color caster. That's why they pay him the big exposure bucks, guys. I've clipped it.
Yeah.
We'll look at it a little bit later and go, wow, isn't Nymaera smart?
That's me. Yeah. Because I think, yeah, if he gets that level 6, he does sweep the Orianna into his jungle support. You do lose XP the more people are around you, though. And that's just one of those things where it could just be 1 XP point off. I think he literally would have got it the next minion. You can see that, of course, Knight got the level 6 off that wave, and that's why he thought he'd have the same. So presumably, he missed out on 1 minion earlier, or had 1 more minion leeched away from him. It might have even been the case of Skarner being too far away to leech from Orianna, but not the case for the Shinzo. Yeah, that ult is used. Ult for ult traded.
Apologies, you were having a really nice conversation there. I saw flashing things on my screen. Spinteless gets it. There you go.
Yes. I'm so smart and funny. Everyone, yeah. Ben has a huge CS lead on top lane, burgeoning, by the way. Even if this wave gets taken, it would be a 10 CS lead for him. I say huge CS lead. It's a good CS lead. It's what you expect from it. Xiaoshu trying to survive here. The big thing about something like an Ambessa, hang on, there might be a sweep back here. Knight does have flash.
Does he need to burn it? Over comes Vampire, but Shun is also here with an Impale available, so Knight just gets to walk it out. Is Shun now in danger? Gets hit by those Tangle Barbs, Junja around. And of course, Shun is not that tanky in the sense that he has got HP but no resists as yet.
Yeah, look, folks, we haven't seen Skarner in a little while. We might need to get used to, wow, there's a play. It's a Skarner, yeah.
Does allow for an invade onto the red buff of the Krugs, though?
It does. Although On is coming up, Skarner's making his way up towards that top side as well. Vampire's recalling in the top side jungle. We'll see this. Will he cancel his recall? No. So it looks like it'll be a Krug steal. He is cancelling his recall.
Oh, boy.
Still on top side. Shun healing off of the red buff. We might get a fight here. Of course, there's no sweep from Honkyu. Knight could make his way to the plate. No, he won't be, I don't think. Not with Skarner, the ability to traverse the walls so quickly. This might lead into a grub start, though.
Honky was in danger as the magical journey over the wall was looking for that cosmic binding. Can't quite find it. The grub start is indeed there. Shun has that Edge of X style to go driving through some walls.
I think Xiaoshu really wants to get involved in this too if possible. I think BLG don't want to chance it with Shin's at level 6 and then also Xiaoshu there too with flash ults available. Don't chance it. JDG get themselves those objectives. Good from them. That invade did lead them into those grubs. Good play from Junja and Vampire to get into the enemy side of the map and get something done.
What I'll say though is it does mean that BLG have been able to play through top lane in the way they often do. They like to play around Bin, like to play around those grubs, partly because again you've got Bin on this Jace, which can feel very, very strong in general. They've not been allowed to do that. It's only a small thing, but considering BLG often give up the early dragons to make those kind of gold acceleration plays, not bad from JDG to take a little bit of learning from first and try and apply it here in their first series back.
However, it is still worth noting BLG do still have that 1,000 gold lead. A lot of that is still through just raw CS lead in top lane. It's not like it's exploded, but we do know that Bin has been much better now at transferring those leads. That's been a big thing for him. Sweep coming back off cooldown for Honky. Don't really think there's a kill angle here. Knight last time just walked it off, didn't he? Kept his own shockwave available. Knight has a slim CS lead himself, laning well into Honky here. And it's the thing that we were talking about just before we went live on stream, is that one of our issues with JDG is that it feels like Honkyu had this initial blast in the LPL. It feels like players that hang on a second, there's actually a chance that Bin can all land here because a lot of the cooldowns are just used from Xiaoshu. Half the health gone immediately. Quickly returning back to that point. Honky, it feels like the novelty is worn off of him on the LPL. The laning habits he's had, whatever he was using to get ahead, isn't granting him the same advantages as it was in that start of last split. Bot lane pushing in. Gala retaining a good CS lead over Viper. Good for him. However, there's a cull for Viper, so he'll catch up in that department. A little bit behind on the bot lane role quest as Viper, so he'll, for a momentary amount of time, have a slightly larger lead put against him. Still be happy though, scaling up as we said. Really is the mid game where Viper and On will come to life, and it's a bit of a worry that JDG haven't been playing through dominant lane, bot lane to kind of crush the enemy team. That's actually how they've beaten BLG a number of times before. They've got like a minor lead there, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be that valuable. Oh, it's a Serpent's Fang first from him.
That. One of the big ways the Ambessa wins trades into Jace is through the big shield and the Repudiate, especially when Jace looks for the all-ins. That really stings, especially when you've got the Eclipse as well. Ambessa will shield kind of without choice as well. That's a big deal. I like that a lot in terms of Bin's options. Shockwave wide as Honkyu slides away. Not able to find the opportunistic pick with the ult. Get a chunk here onto this turret, and they do successfully do that. And BLG out of the laning. Up about 1,500 gold here, largely to be found in top lane and a little through mid as well. Heartsteel completed for Shun on the Skarner. If you're skirmishing a lot, fine. I actually think things like the Bandle Pipes, things like the Protoplasm Harness offer more value from a jungle. It's actually to make a play on a Bin. Flash on him from Xiaoshu as Vampire was there as a minion. Jumps in forward to try and get the kill, won't quite get it. And JDG pounce on the top lane with vengeance.
Yeah, there were 4 people. Actually, there's 4 people on the top side of the map. JDG very much forcing onto Bin. We're saying, look, JDG, if they're going to do anything in this series, they need to find a way to shut down Bin because he has been the best player in the world over the last month or so. Good play there. I think realistically someone was going to jump onto Bin. It just so happened to be Vampire there. They are, however, losing plates in mid lane and bot lane. So in terms of the overall gold value, I don't think it's actually going to be that different, if anything, actually. You're getting plates topside, but losing in 2 lanes on the other side, losing a wave of farm in bot side too, evens out what you're losing in top lane. What it does matter to is the top lane matchup, but overall, BLG do manage to even the score.
Trades out an 800 gold lead top for a 900 gold lead bot, basically. Switches the gold lead holders around a little.
Especially when Viper was behind 500 gold, I think at most in the early game.
That. Ooh,
yeah.
He's okay.
He's okay. For a certain definition of okay.
Yeah, there was a flash to the skies angle which was scaring me just slightly.
I think he uses that Q there as well, trying to make sure he gets that cannon. The problem is now, because he stayed around for that cannon, there's actually a chance of a recall being stopped. And if the recall gets stopped, then On can look for an ult here as well. Can he thread the shock blaster around the mini wave? Yeah, I think he'll just about get back there. We'll see.
No, he's cancelled it. Okay.
Anyone else coming topside? Yes, JDG coming to support. Junja here, Vampire here. On does have the magical journey. He'll be safe. And actually, Honky will get access to that wave.
They have set 4 members top again. They really want to make that play, but it'll mean that Knight interrupts Xiaoshu on the other side. At least Xiaoshu's back in the game off that play. Landed the ultimate, basically because Bin was hanging in a bush, didn't realize it was on a ward, and it meant that the full send was very cleanly executed by JDG. I think it was an important move, because I think otherwise Xiaoshu was out of this game. The Serpent's Fang alone was making that lane very challenging for the poor Ambessa.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. It's not like there's that many other shields to use. There is a little one from the Azir. Of course, Azir hates playing as poke champions. BLG open up the side lane tower the first of the game, though. Knight is the one to get that. Honky was going to force back by Bin. Now Knight has himself a significant lead. And BLG, this isn't something that we've seen as much from them since 2024 is when I would attribute this to, where it felt like the game could be in the balance against BLG, and then suddenly they find a way to break every single outer turret within the same couple of minutes, and then the Goldie would explode. You couldn't really fight back against them at that point. So JDG, be really careful at this point in the games. Vampire just about uses the shape splitter movement speed to get out of that ultimate from On.
That was very close. I think he was a pixel off having his tail trapped in that Tempered Fate, and things could have gotten very interesting. Bin still with a significant CS lead. Top is still up. Gold, of course, is just not the potentially game-losing acceleration that's happening. Junja with a good double camping. They have removed the S key exploit that was happening.
Oh, with the pets, yeah.
So you could get to that middle point of the wall, press S to bring the pet to you and to stop it there, and then move to the other side of the blue buff, and the pet will be able to attack both camps at once.
I miss that kind of micro, Sam. I think that having micro mastery like that is actually really important to a game's long-term health, because it gives you like a mechanical level to aspire to. I think that's really important, which is why I don't mind a champion like Riven being in the game, you know? In her own form, you know, someone that does require just very specific mechanics and high-level ones at that too. I know that some of it's a little bit overblown, but you know, nice to have that kind of thing. And stuff like Faker's Ambessa jungle clear.
Oh yeah,
that kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
I think it's actually quite important. Some vision control established by JDG in that enemy top side, and see that the control ward's cleared out by On there. JDG doing a good job of contesting with that. Vampire will not get the catch onto On over the wall.
Indeed, Bin does get jumped on a little bit there by Xiaoshu, gets a decent chunk. Bin trades back well, and we'll be happy enough with things as they stand. Herald is up and available. Might be started by one team or the other. Shun got the Heartsteel for a while. He's yet to find a proc of it, though, and again, it's one of the reasons why I'm not a massive fan of Heartsteel on jungle Skarner.
Sorry, I'm just still hung up on the... There's an objective able. It might be started by one team or the other. Yes, Sam, objectives do tend to be started by one team or the other.
Look, everyone is around topside. However, how often do we see Herald just sit there?
Sorry, it's just... Wow, there's an objective. yes, one of the teams might kill this at some point.
Okay.
Good heavens.
Wow, nice strike.
Wow, look at incredible prediction, Sam. There you go. Started by JDG. Teleport from Knight.
Okay.
There's a shockwave on the table. I think JDG really fancy themselves a good angle from Xiaoshu. They catch Gala.
Uh-oh, can they turn that into anything more? No, just gets to walk away. From the public execution has flashed away from Bin. On gets a stun onto Vampire, who's now ignited. Lots of CC onto Junja, though. And that Shinzao was left out to dry.
The Ambassador ult didn't land on the Jace. It was flashed away from by Bin. A good dodge from him. And we see the power of the Skarner. Shinzao is not good into Skarner. He just gets locked up, can't burst out the enemy jungler, and then his Thunderdome just doesn't matter. Shun deals with Junja, BLG, they get the Herald, the Smite was taken by Shun, and they still have the Dragon lead too. Most of the time when BLG get these kinds of early game leads, it's giving up a Dragon advantage. Not so in this game. BLG are 4k ahead.
Lord.
They have 2 Dragons, they have the Herald, and the Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, that's not a bad timer for them. BLG, Sam, this has looked pedestrian for them.
They've made it look simple, and that, for the record, is why I was talking about the Herald thing, was because it was a world where everyone was around where people just went, actually, no, I don't want this fight. Sounds like a bad idea, because it was for JDG.
Well, the thing is, though, I don't think it was a bad idea to fight now. I just think they didn't execute. No, Bin has flash, and Ambassador is not that easy to land on a full target like that. Junja loses all his HP, and Xiaoshu, if he'd saved his ult for the clump, maybe it would change. Perhaps not, because you have to deal with that Jace at some point. BLG, credit to them. This is a team we have endlessly criticized for their grouped-up team fights. That was a very good 5v5 objective contest.
And part of it is who's playing what, right? Like, on the Bard is such a menace in these scenarios. He can overplay his hand on Bard. We've seen it multiple times, but when he is on form, my days, is this player something special. Turret will fall. Drive now forwards by the side of this Herald. Shun backs out. Could be too frustrated about not getting a second charge off there, but the final outer turret falls, and now BLG playing with the likes of the Skarner, the Jace, the Bard, all with the outer turrets down, their ability to get into the enemy jungle and just pick people off very strong, and poor old Ambessa might be experiencing magical journey in Nextel Impact.
Yeah, he's got a flash, he's got an ult. He does have members coming towards him. How long can he buy time for?
Public execution is very wide, and it'll just be a public face plant instead. Slightly embarrassing, really. And Viper will throw out some ricochets. He is titanium, and gets the kill.
Sure, flash away from Shinja away from Sam. Sam, I'm aware. I'm aware, Sam. I'm aware. I'm trying to move on with life. These games, Honku. Yeah, Honku, far away, is taking down some bot lane plates as well. Dragon is up in a minute, as we were highlighting just before. BLG, Sam, they've won in every aspect of the game so far. I'm really worried for JDG, Sam, in terms of they wanted to play through, some potential dominant snowball from a Xiaoshu and Bessa trying to gank Bin early. I'm a little bit afraid that they couldn't do that much in the 2v2, which was typically where they were getting advantages versus BLG, at least in the very early game. They pick a dominant 2v2 and then Viper and On would struggle to get out onto the map. They didn't manage to lock them down this time. And real credit to Shun again. Shun, I think, is, if you want to learn about early pathing in the current meta, look at Shun. I think he's really, really mastered it more than almost anyone else out there in the world. And I remember, Sam, where there was a time where Shun couldn't play Skarner. He was a guy that in 2024, just before Worlds, they brought in Wei to do that.
He couldn't do it, yeah.
And Shun was really struggling after it kind of fell away from the Shinzao meta, from the other aggressive junglers. He's managed to pick up real mastery, and you can just see how much this player has grown. Come back to BLG, and I think he's so core to BLG's success, beyond, the fireworks of Bin and Knight.
Knight's nearly the Ludens, sorry, it's Shadowflame to follow the Ludens. Against, in this game, the pop from the Orianna, very, very strong indeed. Gala over the wall, potential for something as Vampire with the flash Pop Blossom, but will likely die for it. Immediately eviscerated. Junja throws down the Crescent Guard. Public execution lands, but onto no one very valuable. Xiaoshu tries to dance away, but the Drake count step is into a ditch. They pick up a few more kills, and BLG are making it look simple. Jing Dong Gaming routed in the bot lane.
BLG just take everything in their stride. Vampire looks for a big play, but there's no follow-up, and Xiaoshu comes too late to the party and ends up getting shown the door by the bouncers. BLG will get themselves their dragon. They're on soul point, 8k up. Sam, it's a very clean game, and after first stand, I no longer have those same reservations about this team that they'll just always throw those big leads like they were in bits of the split before. Vampire is going for a big wraparound play. He might try and shut down Bin, but to be honest, Sam, I feel like the damage is already done.
It's looking dire, and again, BLG, I feel like since a couple months ago, and Bin is about to get jumped on here, so I'm going to hold on this. They're
There's a
TPing
teleport
for
coming in
him.
from BLG.
He's
They're
level
going to
15.
Yeah, Bin uses the acceleration game. He has the form change as well. He's made a lot of distance. Vampire still
Oh, they
have
flashed
us.
for him. He just jumped on Gala and done 2/3. But he's gone. It's gone. Bin finally falls, but I think the damage is done. They've exhausted Honku and slid forwards, but the shifting sands turn into quicksand, and he's dragged under as well. Viper with the boomerang blade, and BLG just will not give up anyone for free.
Oh, much like their mid laner, JDG's team fight and macro is built on pillars of sand. There is no solid foundation here. BLG have eroded it under them. On's just playing support combat. Why not? Why not, man? Play it off
Blood
there.
song, baby.
Just do the damage you can. BLG will get the Baron, and that will be the death push. Xiaoshu has no option but to go to the other side of the map and get an objective bounty. Sam, BLG are looking incredible in this first game.
10,500 gold up. It is looking absolutely brutal. JDG get their first turret at 22 minutes in, and that will bring the gold lead momentarily below 10k, and immediately it shoots right back up again.
Yeah, JDG, I mean, I thought they were doing a pretty good job of getting wards down. You know, Vampire was actually getting wards into the enemy jungle, giving themselves information to play around it. And, you know, there were points in the past where I feel, well, not even the recent past, like long distant past, it's the recent past where BLG would sometimes sleepwalk their way into bad vision scenarios and throw a late game because they assume they're safe when they're not. Clearly, that's not the case at this point. I know it's just one game back, but then we've seen this after First Stand, where they demolished the finals. They demolished pretty much everyone. Oh, that's on BFX, the only team which kind of pushed them, I suppose, going to 5 games. That's not a bad disengage. Shin will flash away.
Indeed, they tried to shockwave combo with that. Goes a little awry. On now on a flank angle. Turret will still fall to this Sivir. But look, there's a Shintar, actually, I think it'll be the Nico in the form of the Shintar behind. They're going for a very deep flank here.
They are, but they're pretty split. I don't think they have the follow-up, do they?
Might actually get jumped on here. They are going to make that combo happen. Bin will likely fall in, but the Tempered Fate by so much time. Bin will now have an option. They get the stun onto the Shinzao. Bin running away. Vampire trying to do damage, but he can't get the kill quite yet. Xiaoshu tries to jump for it. Flash for the win, becomes lightning. Bin with the shields finally falls, but Judge will trade his life for his Viper. Begins to unleash onto Xiaoshu. Flash away from the hail of arrows, and again BLG don't give up anyone for free or easily, as On flashes over and allows Knight to get another kill onto the side of Gala, who falls as well, and Shun somehow ends up with a triple on this Skarner.
It's Wolfpack Gaming, Sam. You come for one of them, expect the pack to follow. BLG, you're right in saying they don't give anyone for free. JDG have looked for these long creative flanks, but they've not really had the follow-up in time or the damage behind it to make it stick. BLG, deathless in mid jungle, and Sam, no more than that, Sam. The only person to have died this game for BLG is Bin. JDG put so much pressure onto the man in the top lane, Giga Bin himself, but sadly they haven't quite realized the fact that everyone else is on great form too. Shun is probably going to die here to remove that.
Is he?
I think he probably is with
he?
everyone teleporting behind him.
Is Honky going to die with him? Well, there's the necessary Emperor's Divide. Does bring down Shun, but it was looking a little dicey there for a second or two.
Yeah, no, Shun goes down for his first death of the game, does end up being the first member outside of Bin. Die on BLG. I mean, JDG, it just had... I don't even think that a lot of the moves they've been looking for have been bad. I just think that BLG have been more ready for them than they were at earlier points in the year, and real credit to BLG. You know, whenever JDG have gone for one of these creative long flanks, they've taken it in their stride and said, okay, we've got the options for this. We have another teleport. We have another person who can come to the play. And JDG have not had the sting to really make the plays have the impact they need.
Who gets MVP this game? Because it's been an ensemble performance again.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I'm actually not sure. The jury's out right now. That's, like I said, ensemble performance. I think... I don't know, Sam. You know, I'm actually going to have to take some time to think about it, folks. If you have an idea for MVP in chat, you let us know, because honestly, it has been a group performance.
I think we've seen a lot of action around top lane, but I don't know whether Bin's MVP so much as he did a good job of waiting for people like On and Shun to turn and help turn things around.
Oh, stun onto Junja. Ult misses. Here comes Shun over the wall. He hits onto the Varus. Varus hates
Oh my god!
And he's just dead tonight.
That he is down for the count, very successfully done. The Crescent Guard comes up and On survives it! Oh dear, public execution, White Vampire will pop. Blossom himself, his pop goes the Weasel. That's the wrong nursery rhyme. As a command dissonance gets a triple for Knight's Oriana.
BLG, once again, just don't leave any openings. Bin doesn't even die this time. Sam, JDG, for all the focus they put onto it, can't make it work when it matters. JDG, they try something different. They focus on top lane instead of bot lane, but Sam, it is still the same result. BLG, great draft, great play, dominant game one.
They come back from first stand and will not bow. They will remain standing as the best team in the world, at least for game one of their LPL continual campaign. Absolute domination. It is not close.
Knight ends the game 10-0-8 on the Orianna. That is an absurd scoreline. Welcome back, everyone. If you're enjoying what you're hearing, you might be wondering who we are. If you're stopping in for the first time or the 100th time. If you're here for the 100th time, I really hope
You should
you're not
know at this point, yeah.
wondering who we are. My name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We're brothers. You might have seen us on the likes of the LPL official broadcast a couple of years ago before it was shut down, or the LEC. We've cast LEC playoffs and regular season and EMEA Masters, things like this. And now we cast the LPL because we love it here, folks. We love casting the LPL. We love bringing it to you. We hope that you're enjoying yourselves. But the reality of the situation is, folks, no one is paid to cover the LPL anymore because of the era of co-streaming shutting down things like official broadcasts. We've now become a co-stream, as is everyone else. Even the LPL English channel you see is a co-stream. That means whether it's for us or for them, we need your support to keep going. If you would like to see the LPL coverage which you continue to enjoy, folks like ourselves who cast literally thousands of LPL games, we need your support. If you'd like to drop a like, a comment, a subscribe, wherever that is, whether that's on Onivia, which we restream to, or onto our own channels here as well, including things like dropping by our Discord, potentially donating to our Ko-fi, it makes the difference. This actually keeps us in rent. This is our job. You, by watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, does make a difference to us, and we hope you're enjoying your time, and we appreciate the fact that you're spending part of your LPL journey with us.
Ways you can do that: subscribe on Twitch. There's a Ko-fi link, and also make sure you're following us on our various socials. I'm Initialized Cast on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Alex will be at Nymaera as well. Make sure you're following them on all those socials. All of those numbers help us get things like sponsors, which makes a massive difference to our ability to keep doing things as well.
You're good though?
I am indeed. I am indeed. Folks, how are we all doing? How are we feeling about the LPL so far on return?
Well,
we do read this chat.
Yeah, we do read that. Don't worry. We actually.
Duo is so good. That's very sweet. Thank you. We try.
But yeah, we've been casting together for since 2020 odd. This is the damage graph.
Lord, Knight.
You know, the more I look at it, I think probably the silent hero of this game was Knight. He was at every play. He shielded everyone that needed to. The damage was absurd. Knight ended up being deathless while still being involved in like 18 of the 21 kills, I want to say. He has. Knight has the highest kill participation in the game, the highest damage percentage in the game, and also didn't die. So
monster game. I
actually think Knight, despite the fact that he wasn't necessarily the focus of the camera, I think Knight is my MVP for this first game, although it is a close call between him and Shun, who I think on the Skarner went wild.
Yeah, and again, I think it's also fair to say that the early plays around mid lane, like we're watching one right now, that 3v3 skirmish where the junglers start fighting, the supporters start fighting, both mid laners are TPing back to their lane. This was a good turnaround play from JDG. It was a nice idea. The problem is, again, you have to full send 4 members here, and it still costs you so much just to get the single kill, and then the Herald fight goes completely wrong.
Yeah. The thing about this kind of game, because I think it's actually an important point when we talk about how hard it was to talk about MVP, where actually in the game we're thinking about, what was it, Shun or Bin. I think On had some great ultimates too. Viper actually did a great job of just providing constant damage output and remaining safe. Knight, of course, at the end of the game, we came through with those huge stats. BLG, if they do become the roster that was promised, should be a 5-threat team with the best players in each of their roles in the LPL at this moment.
HLE wishes.
Yeah, well, many a super team has tried that theory before, and of course there'll be arguments for, Tarzan in mid lane, or Tarzan in jungle rather, or Kyle in support last year was looking really good. AD carry, a notoriously stacked role, but of course Viper last year was the best AD carry in the world across the average of 2025. Look at first stand, you look at everything else he did for HLE in last year. We do need to return to that conversation because BLG, across most of last split, didn't quite deliver on the super team. There were too many holes in their gameplay. We thought that there were a couple of individual missteps, and we were left with questions. They ramped up since finals into first stand. Of course, they didn't face Gen G, but that burgeoning promise is still there. could BLG be the best possible LPL team we have on the table? The BLG team of 2024 promise with a change in coaching staff, potentially an upgrade in AD carry. That potentially could be that dream roster for the LPL that could actually win that world's title. Lots of questions still to be answered. They need to beat teams like T1, Gen.G when they're at peak form, but that is the promise this team has given.
I agree entirely. They look phenomenal. I will also say that it's worth reminding people that this is most of the roster that last year looked very fragile, to say the least. We saw Bin and Knight have very good individual moments, but massive flaws. I mean, they were getting caught out in side lanes. Bin was very up and down in terms of the level of form. We saw struggles in the jungle, and it took Shun coming back to find a way into a position of confidence. And I think there is something about the fact that you talk about super teams, and how many times have we seen super teams fail because the chemistry isn't right? Too many people needing resources, too many people with strong voices in the kitchen. You know what? I'm happy with that. I think his Bard was by far the most mechanically interesting champion on the Rift again. He's so annoying.
His early roams are really important. He did move around the entire map, and being deathless on a Bard makes a lot of difference. I personally would have voted for Knight. I think the huge kill participation, just the huge amounts of value brought to the team was crazy. But like we said, the thing about this kind of game, this is good for BLG, the fact that you can point to multiple people and say you're all very valid MVPs, and it's not just because, oh, well, no one really stood out. It's because everyone stood out in the right way. Right, Sam, I'm actually going to go on a quick break.
Go for it.
So you guys can chill out with Sam. We're going to go put on an ad break before we go into the ads. That's how they work. And we'll be back.
You know how you avoid ads, guys?
You can subscribe.
Subscribe, exactly. Look for jungle as well. One for the summoners went for mid. Interesting. So the BLG players themselves went mid. Interesting that everyone else, a lot of people were going for support. Honestly, I think On was very, very strong, and I do wonder whether a lot of those MVP votes go in before you've seen things like the damage share and stuff. But either way, I'm very happy with On. I thought he was mechanically very good this game. I'm not going to care too much. In fairness, Shun's also got a heck of a lot sharper on BLG than he was on JDG. Agreed. But again, the long and short of this basically is that yes, BLG are a super team, but it's a super team that fell apart last year, and the chemistry only really got resolved again recently, which has led to a serious increase in strength of the roster, consistency of the roster. Those pieces that were struggling to have a performance you could rely on very much isn't the case now, which is a big deal. And I think you look at an HLE, right, and you go, actually, just the identity of the team and who gets resources when, who gets played for when, who has like priority in terms of, I want to make this play, we're going to follow me on this, isn't quite there. Certainly not consistently when games are going a little bit awry. For BLG right now, it feels like anybody gets a lead, the team knows how to make that player look good. Do you think Viper is a better weak side AD carry than Elk? Yes. I do not trust Elk from a weak side perspective. Sometimes Elk will just pop off and play his way out of a hole because he'll take the gamble. He'll take the low percentage play and back himself to outplay it and get a massive comeback that way. And that can sometimes be a very, very strong way. Oh, look at this Elk, this Baron card, it's so pretty. However, my concern is that the Elk will, as often as not, throw that play as win it, whereas I can trust Viper to have a higher floor to the play. The other side, of course, is Elk, when he pops off, is one of the most explosive snowballers in the game. Like, there's a reason why we were saying, you know what, Elk looks like potentially the best AD carry in the world right now for parts of last split, because we were seeing some extraordinary carry performances. There is very few people who will take a whole damn arm if you give him an inch, and that's really, really strong. And I do think that actually Viper last split was relatively quiet. He was not the star of BLG for the majority of last split, which is a big deal. And especially when you've got a support player like On, who loves things like the Bard and loves being able to try and escape from lane to go make things happen, that leaves Viper in a 1v2 more often than not. I don't want to excuse the fact that Viper also had some mediocre showings, but hey. Morning, Qatari. How are we all doing? Yeah, doing well. Doing well. Happy Easter. By the by, I've got a chocolate egg to eat. He's risen and all that. Hey, bit of a fan segment. That's cool. Probably ought to turn the let me get this a bit smaller and turn the audio back on, so we may. Give me Spotify. Pause that. Over here, unmute.
闪闪发光的先锋赛奖杯，而且会在各个主场巡回展览。大家快快来和我们的奖杯一起打卡吧！当当 ，LPL， 加油！我们今天有特别的出场环节，我就等待在这里和我们的选手们击掌，很奇妙的体验。比赛加油！加油！加油！加油！ 好的，我们的 TES
Viper's been fine, but I don't think it's his fault when he can't perform. Yeah, there's some truth there, right?
不开心，加一个字。
Gala's kind of mildly perplexed expression is one of my favorite things.
你别不太开心。
Hi,
别
Sean.
不太开心。
Hi, Honky.
你别不太开心呢。好。
请你别不太开心呢。好。请你别不太开心呢。好的。
请你别不太开心呢。好的。
手高。
觉得能拿到这个奖杯还是非常荣幸，也希望他们能一直拿到奖杯。
我觉得斌
Go
哥
to the BLG fans. Good BLG have given the region a lot of pride again, haven't they?
等你们。
甲虎一枝花，看我吧，嘎啦吧。有什么想对观众朋友们说的吗？
我在北神树很想你。
大家都来看 BLG 比赛吧。
Oh. Let me get a quick photo for socials, actually. There we go. Oh, they've not got her muted currently, have they? That's fine. Again, lovely dress and hairstyle. All of the hosts are always very elegant in the LPL. I feel that's true of League of Legends in general, actually. Like, Shock's, Laura, and crew, Ginny, have always got, like, really, really well-crafted fits. Very, very impressed with them. I say this as someone who's, like, fashion experience is relatively limited. I'm just here in a long sleeve top, right? Like, my ability to coordinate an outfit is beginner at best, shall we say, compared to some of the experts I've worked with over the years. I need to make this do I have to run some more ads? No, I don't actually. However, I ought to refresh this so we can when the time comes. No, it's not that one. How do I let me just yeah. There we go. It's that one. I can't spell. Oh my days. Twitch. back onto stage. Should be coming into draft fairly shortly. Make this a touch smaller and move that up a little. Beep, beep, beep.
Cool.
Hello.
And I'm back as well, just in time. Cool. So, big things, of course. By the way, feel free to like.
I was.
Try and make sure it's aesthetically in the right place. What I might end up doing is like getting a scene where kind of like the LPL English one, where you kind of like the video goes into a smaller box, and we have a box in the corner.
It's they've got a very clean over.
They do. It's it was I believe it was done by Chris Sunger, who is student of the person that did our LGL stuff. Yeah,
there you go.
He used to do some stuff for us in LGL, at Friend and Foe Esports, and then it was Chris Edgeworth, our hookup there for graphics. He's a great guy, by the way. He's basically a graphics teacher who just moonlights says, yeah, I'll just do some stuff for esports people. Very cool,
lovely human as well.
And we're into Brackish, that's the guy. Let's get into draft number 2, Sam. Why don't we? BLG JDG game 2. Honestly, Sam, I think that JDG did an okay job of dealing with Bin in terms of play on the Rift. The problem was BLG were just too quick to answer on the map. They weren't flat-footed like they would have been, I think, at some other points in their history. I think that BLG are really in a point now where they are very, very threatening, where even if you have the quote-unquote right answer to deal with them, it feels like they are very quick on the ball to answer you at the same time. And now we get into the second draft. No surprise that the Rise and the Rumble are away. JDG are gonna be on first pick again, although the side choice has now changed.
Two of our more iconic coaches, well, Tabe, with his now very sharp suits, one of the masters of coaching in the world of League of Legends. Like this, of course, Daney, with his pin, with his gun, looking a little bit more casual and cool as ever. Slightly different styles and slightly different vibes for very different teams, really. I think Daney has done a fairly good job of getting BLG on task and being pretty creative with some of the drafts. I always worried about BLG's drafting post a certain point. These days, it feels like they've often gotten ways to get the most out of their players right now, which is feeling quite cool. Was relatively impressed with their drafting at first, and in particular, giving up the Karma a risk.
It is. Because if you give that over, you're expecting an Ezreal unless Viper takes it. You can't go for the Ashe Seraphine. You could go for Ezreal Seraphine or Corki Nami.
Misfortune Seraphine. I know the MF is kind of falling away a little bit again, really, but...
Yeah, you don't want to give the Ezreal Karma, I don't think. I think that's unforgivable. Viper is very good at this champion. Take that, and they take a Tom Catch. Now, this is weird.
And that was rapid lock
That was very, 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 very quick. Now, we're assuming that's going to support... there is a world where you go Watley and take its top lane.
Dusk and Dawn, Tom Kench top.
Oh, okay,
Go watch Watley streams.
Okay, they've completely locked out the draft. So, folks, unsurprisingly, well, because it's BLG, I wasn't going to question it.
No, I wasn't either.
I think most of the time in this meta, if you see a Tom Kench like speed locked in, you probably need to question it. Especially in a world where you're playing around, winning bot lane, dominant 2v2. That's not really what a Tom Kench does.
They've just... But guys, have you ever seen On and Watley in the same room at the same time? I haven't.
No. I have seen myself and On in the same room at the same time.
So
sadly, I'm not On.
I've been in the same room as Watley at the same time as well, so...
I've been in the same Discord calls at the same time, so... Unless I have a second account. That's a very cool cosplay, bro. That's the...
is that the...
Crystal Rose, I think it's the Crystal Rose Syndrome.
I wonder whether it was the like Broken Covenant Misfortune or whatever.
No, Broken Covenant's very different though, because that's the one with like the sleeves and the hood and stuff.
That's the Prestige variant. There's another one as well.
No, it's like the swirly hair.
Well, it could be Lunar Eclipse Leona. Also fair, Mabby.
That.
There's the Iron Halo-y thing, which is what
that could also be, because I was like, well, it doesn't have the face thingy for this. It probably is Leona then, actually. So I was like, wow, that looks like, okay, that makes more sense. It's probably that. Anyway, it's cool. Yeah. I was surprised to see that Tom Kench locked in, so I'm kind of glad it's not there. I'm not gonna lie, Sam. Tom Kench is one of my least favorite champions of all time, particularly when he was balanced around
Devour on W.
The thing about Tom Kench was he was one of the most unbalanceable messes of a champion of all time, one of the most unsatisfying champions to play against of all time, because his whole identity was, I'm stopping you doing the thing. as a just in a game's design philosophy, I don't like champions who kind of become like a zero-sum game of my job is to make you not do anything. It's one of the issues I have with Lulu. When Lulu is about denying things and just polymorphing you, and rather than buffing up a carry, that's when I don't like her. I like her aggressive, enchanting style. I don't like her denial thing. With Karma, again, Karma, I have some issues with in terms of when she was very strong at just shielding, it felt like, well, you don't get to do damage. But when she's actually a lane-dominant person, makes a lot of difference. Pantheon locked in, there we go. Not the Tahm Kench. That'll give them the global, and that means that they can potentially now look for someone like Annie or Galio, or something that can set up for the Pantheon in different ways.
Somewhere out there is an apoplectic cry of British rage as Norman No Arm Watley loses his mind at the lack of Tahm Kench play, but Nocturne locked in very rapidly here. JDG know how they want to play this game. We've got double globals now from the jungle, most likely. Yeah, globals from both sides, as you were saying. Now, you don't have the Orianna to go with it. It was used last game to great impact by Knight. Do you look for something like Aurora for long-range follow-up, Annie for engage, which can use the Fog of War? What do you do? Caitlyn Karma would, of course, be the follow-up to the Ezreal Karma. Now, the problem is Caitlyn Karma hates Pantheon. Hates it. So if you don't get enough done before level 6 from jungle, things get really nasty when Pantheon starts forcing you to retreat. Other side of this, though, of course, I've seen Pantheon's man drop and Caitlyn just puts a trap on the spear and then Pantheon immediately stuns himself.
That definitely can be a thing, but if you know it's coming in, sometimes you can't stand and fight in the same way.
Yeah.
Nah, now locked in. So now you've got double junglers with really powerful ability to visit volatile side lanes. And you've got a Gnar, which is very good in those kind of situations too. BLG will likely ban away Renekton, which is one of the better matchups. Well, it's a flippy matchup into the Gnar, but Xiaoshu is so good at Renekton, I think you just ban that. And then maybe you ban something like the Yorick or the Jax as well.
Yeah, which way, jungle man? Do you want to play towards the Gnar or this bot lane? Because again, this is going to be one of those tricky things. Because again, been an isolated matchup on the Gnar, has pretty regularly pulled ahead 2,000-3,000 gold. He's become a win condition, and I think a lot of us LPL enjoyers, from LPL English to Aragon to ourselves, have all basically said, look, if Bin is allowed the Gnar, you need a solid answer or it will lose you the game, especially if you've drafted to play to the other side of the map. If you're isolating top in a 1v1, that is a scary scenario.
Yeah, what JDG will be hoping is that the Caitlyn Karma do everything they want to in a 2v2 eventually, so they don't have to visit that if they get far enough ahead. Nautilus banned away from On. JDG, what else would they ban away from him? I mean, I don't know, what else could On use to survive through that laning phase? That'd be the difficulty for him, really. There's no Bard either, which Ezreal Bard would have been fine.
Yeah.
You don't really want to go for melee support.
Leona and just leave?
Well, this is the thing. You could go for Leona and Alistar, but I think against JDG, you lose too much in the laning phase, and I, again, personally don't like that.
Okay, so they've gotten rid of two of the carry pick options in top lane. Also work very well with a Nocturne because, again, you can go for those 2v1 outplays. The Vayne, the Kennen could have been problematic.
Sam, there is a very good call out. We might actually be in Onivia angle again.
You're so right.
This actually could be an Ezreal Onivia angle for the bot lane. It could also technically be something like the Seraphine as well, who's just very good in laning phase.
True.
In general, though, you typically like to have the synergy for the slow, but Onivia or Seraphine are calling out On's name, I think. And the Aurora is a safe blind pick for Knight to chuck in mid lane.
Other call, this is On. Things like the Elise can come back as well. He does love his very off-meta aggressive options too. And again, into the Caitlyn, he has liked those options to blow summoners at the level 2-3.
So, BLG blind picked their mid lane despite knowing the enemy bot lane matchup to give On the best possible chance to play a game-changing support. They're going to play something... they've given themselves the best ammunition to play for a strange On support with.
Honkyu's going to lock in his TF. The early laning phase has always been a bit hit and miss, but the team fighting TF has been very, very potent. Potential answer into the Gnar is the Yorick. It's fine. You don't have the most fun with the Cage always as an Gnar if your Hop is on cooldown. The Ghouls aren't that easy to deal with. It's an okay matchup. We've seen this played a fair number of times.
Yeah, we did call out that Yorick a little before. It's okay into... Yeah, the Gnar's okay into you, but it's not a winning matchup for the Gnar unless the Gnar gets very far ahead. Okay, On, what have you got? Is it going to be something a little different? The Shen support is a classic. He locks it in. I was wondering about the mages. Goes towards the Shen instead, and the reason why that is important is because you can block the gold card as well as the headshots from the Caitlyn. If you land taunts early on into the game, you can very much win the lane. If you miss the taunts, things go wrong. Folks, we're going to go put on a quick ad break to make sure we don't get ads during the game. If you would like to support us and also hear us talk about the draft, think about subscribing streaming now. Thanks for your support, and we'll get into that talk about the draft. Okay, so
please, chat, support the streamers.
On the whole, I think JDG walk away with a better draft this time. I think it is, you know, it's a good set of lanes. Caitlyn Karma, much more towards what JDG have won with before, where you have just permanent lane pressure. In some ways, I think that Gala and Vampire are somewhat propped up by drafts like this because they struggle without that lane dominance. But they're so good at playing this, I don't care. If they play towards this 2v2 lane dominance, we know that's the best of them. If that then allows Ginger a much easier early game, if it allows Honky a chance to have a bit of a breather and come online in mid game instead, that works for JDG very, very well. On the other side for BLG, a ton of individual agency, these are arguably all of their most comfortable champions. BLG, if they can win with this, it really starts to show how powerful their individual star power is.
Indeed it is. See whether it works out. We see what that JDG draft is supposed to do. It is cohesive, it's on theme. You have the Nocturne, the TF turn-up bot with that lane priority, and you mash some folks. Potentially later on you can do the same with the Yorick, but it's all about those kind of collapses into the side lane. On the side, of course, a lot of mobility from BLG to potentially outplay them. Aurora, Ezreal, not exactly low on their options to outplay. And when you've got your own double globals to respond, I think we're going to have some very exciting skirmishes to the If we go. Brace your eardrums, folks. It's loud in the stadium today.
Okay, some interesting stuff. Loud, is it?
BLG fans here in force. Slight, two people trying to do the Jing Dong chant at once. Got a little bit messy there for the JDG fans. Get it sorted, folks.
Yeah, but some interesting stuff's gone down from the early wards. You'll notice that JDG has a defensive ward on their bot side. That's really important because I think what Pantheon could have done is gone for Raptors into an early invade bot side, despite the fact that the Nocturne is typically very good into Pantheon. Vampire, a little bit dangerous there. Will be fine, just the damage from the taunts coming through. No minions actually lost by Viper and On.
Yeah, pulled him a Peacemaker just across the wave, not across players as well. Can afford to stand off to the side as the Ezreal. You don't want to get or give Caitlyn the value of the double hit of both minions and champions. Not exactly the most fun.
Yeah. Really looking at what these junglers are doing. They're on alternate paths, and they're not going the same way across the map. I actually think Vampire and Gala might have over-pushed here, because now they don't get the chance to kind of like crash in and keep Viper and On under turret for a very long time. They do have the Phaelites active. That does mean that Shun can't really enter River without being seen by any angle now. However, Viper and On will have the bounce back themselves now if they want to really fight for it. On, if he lands a taunt at this point, could actually be a real threat.
Could indeed. Again, you'll have the Nocturne around, so theoretically with things people not under tower, you might have a bit more threat. The Nocturne coming on down, not necessarily the strongest early gank because you have no mobility, so you need to get into melee range to actually threaten people.
And that's the thing, like Nocturne's good at fighting early junglers, because if you're fighting around the camp, then you don't need to jump on them because everyone's fighting around, you know, the Gromp or the blue buff or whatever. You're already in melee range. But if you're trying to walk into a lane, then yeah, you like all the best you've got is a flash fear. Ginger's camps have been protected, no route in from Shun. Both junglers going to get their full clear done. Nothing strange there, just ending up on opposite sides of the map.
It is Honky with the early shove mid. Interestingly, the TF being a bit obnoxious, not leading to all that much as it stands. Junglers, as you noted, finishing those first clears. A little bit of change on 2607 with the Mantra E, I believe, getting taken down.
It's the what it is. It's the shield for other people around the Mantra E target. So it's the secondary shields have been nerfed for Karma. So in terms of your laning phase and a lot of what you actually pick the champion for, still completely fine. Still as lane dominant as ever, and will likely still be a very high ban and pick priority within the modern meta.
Booyah ads will be removed. Shun gets that ward down onto the enemy camps as the respawns come on through. They'll have an idea that the Nocturne may well be around bot. Bot lane is just kind of much of a muchness. Viper with the teleport will come back to lane. It's going to be down 5 or so CS, but again, you're into Caitlyn Karma. In some ways, you expect to lose a minion or two. Viper is interrupted.
Yeah,
I feel like we saw that last game.
Bit of a greedy recall from him, but yeah, it was Viper that was stopping the recalls on the other side. The Morning Mist missed onto Bin, and the Dark Procession does too. Bin can actually walk at him with the increased attack speed now.
Can indeed, and those ghouls haven't aggroed him, so he can keep running. The ghouls only finally hit him now, and they're not touching him.
It's because the Morning Mist missed. The Morning Mist missed. Yeah, that's what gives you the aggro. It allows them to jump you. If you hit that E, the goop shot, it'll give you the aggro onto them. Honky, you know, trading well here, but Knight is, you know, happy to take a teleport. Still has himself know, even-ish CS. Honky does get the plate. Will have a slightly later recall, but okay for him in terms of laning phase.
Indeed he is. On Shadow dashes away. The wallop there. I think Shashu could be in danger here. He's not got a lot of mana. The Morning Mist, though, comes down, and that makes things a little bit scarier.
Yeah, the thing about the Yorick is that as soon as you start getting more points in that queue, the healing gets kind of nuts. You see the amount of damage that bins there. Another Q in would have been a big danger. Ginger on top side. Does he hit the Vision Plant? No, doesn't want to give himself away.
He is spotted, I think.
No, I don't think.
They pinged him on the way.
I'm not sure they did, because he wasn't spotted. They might have contextual information, but they don't. Oh, sorry, they saw him on the Raptors. My bad. They saw him walking over the Raptors, because they're seeing him in River there, and he walked over the Scuttle Shrine Vision, and there was no one in the other thing. 300 victories for Shun. Hit himself a huge milestone himself, of course. Play started on IG alongside Rookie. He was the niddly kindred guy, and he's kind of just evolved into being just a world-class top-tier jungler over time. You know, he was the home in a lot of ways. He was homegrown by BLG. BLG is where I think he really found his legs outside of just being a mechanical carry jungler. He became just a very good skirmisher, 3v3 bot side player, and then at first stand, I think he has earned himself the right to call himself perhaps best in the world. He destroyed Skumon in finals, which is something which
very rare.
Which was very rare for him. I think he's one of the best players in the world himself. Shun, a player which everyone should be learning from right now.
And again, it feels like both of our first stand finalists come back from that feeling pretty locked in. G2 had a very convincing series at the LEC. And BLG looking to return the favor against JDG, which again should be no small feat. That's one of our best teams. It was our second place team from the first split.
Then trying to potentially take down the Maiden there. Not entirely sure I'll be able to. Gets it down to about half HP. Of course, regens a little bit over time. Shun has flash. If they go for this fight, On could actually go for a taunt into Shun doing some funniness. Dragon started by JDG.
Worth noting, Junja has got the Paranoia. That makes this quite scary to get the level 6 or the 6-minute Scuttle Crab for level 6. Means that fight would be a potentially ill-advised one. Paranoia, very strong when you're already in a fight.
Yeah, see JDG, they're the ones with the early gold lead. This time, they managed to protect their jungle camps. It's been a much better early game, particularly because the bot lane actually drafted a dominant bot lane matchup. You know, they tried with the Varus Nico, but it wasn't, you know, a straight-up winning matchup. This is how BLG, or rather JDG, have found themselves advantages. Largely in the past, it has been through just give the strongest possible TV2 to Gala Vampire. They'll lock the enemy bot lane and lane and make it into more of an individual versus individual game. You know, rather than about these kind of like fast skirmishes, which BLG are very, very good at. Make it about, you know, just being locked in lane, and then JDG will try and scale up later.
Ace in the hole comes on forward, chunks Viper out, will pop the pot to try and undo some of that damage, but the poke will continue until morale completely disintegrates. It's not there to improve, it's there to be crushed underfoot. Worth noting as well that generally speaking, level 6s are now on the board. That's important because the globals will be online. I'm looking at Grand Starfall, I'm looking at Paranoia, I'm looking at Destiny/Gate as big tools that I suspect when you start getting pulled, as things like Grubs will spawn in 40 seconds.
Yeah, has he been there? Very well, just using the hyper movement speed to make sure that Xiaoxu doesn't get the easiest time with the Dark Procession and other things like that. Steel caps for both of them, so move speed and anti-auto attack damage, the name of the game. Shim, as you're saying, just a little bit behind in terms of the XP to Ginger. Not a crazy amount, but enough to make a difference with those level breakpoints. We'll hit the same amount of XP now, just about 10 seconds behind on the clear. Honky was pushing in towards mid lane to get that one play. I think Honky, Knight rather, just didn't want to give like an easy jump in towards mid lane to Junja. Of course, his Aurora, perhaps the best in the world too. Very, very good on that champion of finding those burst angles. Behind on Honky on that plate, and of course the TF passive, the gold lead's not crazy, just because it's just Prince money, doesn't it? Just be afraid of the Nox in here, might come topside.
Just burned his ult and his Mega, so he's now in a lot of danger. I think he's going to flash and try and run away with this now. A Destiny Gate coming. Bin has flashed, no way out. Shun is here with the Grand Circle with Shen. Stand united. Not enough to keep the Gnar alive, and now Shun's in danger. Knight's roamed up, but I don't think he'll be able to find all that much value, and JDG find the first pick successfully. And Knight now in danger himself, has to go between worlds. Does break the tether on the Karma and gets out safely, but JDG pounce and pounce well.
Yeah, they use some good ultimates there. Honky does blow the flash looking for Knight, not successful in doing that. Bin, that was an overstay. He used the flash and the hop. No way out. Well, the Mega was down and he used the hop and then had to use the flash after. On couldn't survive long enough. Perhaps if he'd ulted immediately, he could have made it to the play, but I don't think BLG were quite expecting that, which is a little worrying actually, given how many globals you are playing against. He just used the Mega, just had the hop. Did actually have a good fear tether break. I didn't think he'd be able to do that, but of course there's another global coming in. Knight was roaming up the river. I just think the communication was just a little bit off there from BLG. I think maybe they could have brought everyone to play and got themselves a kill, but the Shenop's a little bit late. I'm not sure Bin quite understood quite how much threat he was under.
Yeah, he was getting shoved up because at the time, Knight had just roamed down in mid lane, Shun was on the grubs and just taken a grub, so he was basically earning priority for the grubs taking thing. Look, I've got people in the river, this should be fine, and that is certainly, you know, they didn't basically respect the global pressure that came on forwards, despite actually having people in the river close by, just not close enough.
No, those globals are on cooldown. On quite low HP, does have flash taunt potential, can stop the gold card with the Spirit's Refuge. In fact, might have to use that here. Look, everyone's standing on the card there. Chooses not to use the Spirit's Refuge at that point, but you can see how much value On can bring specifically against Honkyu.
Then gets a decent chunk there onto Xiaoshu, but Xiaoshu just resummons the maiden, who goes...
Is that what your maidens do?
Well, no maidens.
No maidens.
I think specifically this maiden goes...
Oh, God, no.
But you can see it doing it. That's what the giant panda do that. Well, that's the sound effect. That's what it does.
I didn't want to hear the League of Legends grapefruit method sound. I didn't want to hear that.
I've forgotten about that horrific video.
Yeah. Knight has that ultimate coming back up again in mid lane. Honkyu is going to be about 20-30 seconds behind that, quite long, and of course doesn't have any cooldown reduction. Again, every time we see him on screen, they're actually individually doing very well against Xiaoshu here. Does have this slight CS lead, and of course, the big difference maker between JDG and BLG across the best of fives they've played in the last month or so has been this top lane matchup, really. There's been other things too, in terms of, you know, Shun, I think, having a better read on the meta than Ginger. And I think the draft's being better from BLG on the whole than JDG, although, again, not quite a hard and fast fact. But really, that top lane matchup is the one which felt like it led to the most victories for BLG.
JDG with the early advantage right now. A lot of that is from the Twisted Fate, and again, part of that will be the stacked deck passive, which just gives you double the gold you normally would. So it's more to be like 500 to 600 gold lead, but it meant that things like Roa come in very early, and TF with utility just gets increasingly obnoxious.
And I will say that, hang on, there's a potential jump. Nah, not really. He's got flash and he's got E. Ginger was just hanging around with it. They've got good vision control to allow him to walk wherever he wants. Smites early on the dragon. Shun is over here. The second smite will come in about 10 seconds from Ginger. Shun, no flash to force the fight. On is here with a ghost. It's a ghosty Shen.
Sunder Sky and the TP behind. This makes things interesting. Whoa, okay, they're going real deep for this, trying to find the stun. Can't quite find it. The gold card lands as the weirding was a little wide. Out comes the exhaust. The paranoia down bin here. But it's going to give Yorick a free time on that top lane turret. Dragon, though, will be taken by BLG and prevent the full stack.
Yeah, so the dragon's taken by BLG, which I think is important because JDG would have really liked to get, of course, early pressure here. On does not have flash. He gets rooted. He should be able to taunt over the wall. He'll be safe.
Do it quite. He's trying to stick around. I wonder whether he wants to fight for this scuttle crab. No, he goes over the wall. And that'll be make that 3 plates in the top lane. Gala also gets 1 bottom. That ends up extending the gold lead for JDG. BLG commit quite a lot of resources to prevent the dragon stack, and it comes at the cost of 500 to 600 gold.
This is a much more JDG comfort style comp, but they have that dominant 2v2. Bin does have that level 11. Charging up the Mega Gnar, actually. Potential kill angle here. Well, maybe not kill, but it's going to be a lot of damage onto him.
Of course, worth noting, Xiaoshu no TP, would have to come back to lane normally. The thing is that bot lane 2v2 pressure has not been broken. No summon has burned at all, really, through the laning phase, and that means Gala and Vampire should quite happily pick this up. But wait, now they're going topside, on there with the Stand United. Shun with the Grand Starfall, and Xiaoshu is forced to flash, but does escape. Double globals burned for no avail.
Yeah, JDG continuing to pushing in the 2v2. This is a real problem. You know, this Caitlyn Karma, I was worried about BLG giving that Karma over because it's so lane dominant. There are enough champions which can cause issues with it. Viper, yeah, Knight is coming down. Gets a good jump to their W's proc. They're going for the big fight.
And Nocturne isn't here. Gala with the 90 caliber net away, but they can keep chunking for more. Gala forced to flash. Vampire slowed down by the weirding. Viper can look for some more damage. Breaks the tether, means he can't chase for more damage. So JDG burn heal, burn flash, but don't burn any lives.
Yeah, Ginger does have Hex Plate. Bin just running out of Mega, but not quite at the time where they can jump on him successfully. Shun was also topside, didn't have ult to throw there. Burning the flash off Caitlyn is important. That's something they can return to. Has the Hex Optics first item and a BF sword now too, so Gala's starting to come online well and truly. Honky does have that gold card on, didn't quite have the sword at his feet, ready to get the Spirit's Refuge down. Anyone else in the area to help him? Nah.
BLG's going to take a fair amount of damage, but it means the TF is busy fighting, so Jun just had to burn the paranoia. I think he could be in a little bit of danger here. He's forced to flash, and now Bin is following after.
They are. Jun, hang on, Jun's going to go over the wall, and they have enough damage. Junja goes down. On ends up just making sure Hongyu can't go anywhere. He had to teleport himself, locks down enough for the map, and it's a kill onto the Nocturne. What was he doing there?
I guess he was trying to shield Xiaoxu, but reminder, Xiaoxu has no flash. They could well be in danger.
Yeah, they're looking for a dive here. TF is on bot side. They're going to try and just split the map, just try and get something done elsewhere. Teleport coming in from Hongyu. Now, Knight doesn't have ult. They do have the Spirit's Refuge to stop the gold card.
Oh. Flash away, and that could have been quite scary. The Spirit's Refuge is indeed stopping the gold card on dashes away. Xiaoxu is down. They don't have the stuns quite yet. Bin is trapped into the turret, but doesn't have the turret aggro. Now, Hongyu potentially in danger, does get that gold card down, but they just don't have the damage quite yet. And Shun gets to walk away on 70 HP.
Oh my gosh, that was close run stuff. BLG managed to break open the pressure which JDG had over the last while. Please don't die to random wildcards. Shun, please just walk away. Probably shouldn't have been walking up as far there. JDG, a couple of minutes ago, we're talking about having them a significant lead. They managed to get some extra gold there, but they've managed to be dragged back a little by BLG. The more they manage to blow JDG's big globals like Teleports, Twisted Fatal, Paranoia, on plays which they start, the far better it is. The worst thing that can happen for BLG and the best thing for JDG is that JDG choose the rate of plays. They're the ones with a lot of ability. Hang on a second, looking for the kill.
Gold card, stunned Knight under the turret, will take a third turret shot and is forced to back away.
Yeah, Hongyu does have ults. I was wondering, yeah. Good gold card there from Hongyu. Of course, has the Rod of Ages stacking up as well. You know, the gold lead on TF looks nice, right? I don't actually think this is the thing with TF. TF with a gold lead isn't the kind of person which carries a game by himself. The gold lead allows him to get more utility, as you were saying, and it becomes very annoying, but Hongyu himself, you can see that, is not going to have a fun time against the Aurora all the time. It's just not that easy a matchup for him to just kind of walk away with. You can see right there, Knight actually had kill threats onto him, despite the fact that the gold lead on the bottom of the screen would tell you that Hongyu is very far ahead.
And again, he does have the Lich Bane now, so actually just raw item value of Aurora and the Lich Bane is very strong. It means that actually the burst gets a lot stronger. We saw the gold cards weren't really that threatening in terms of the damage, just for the utility. The Lich Bane starts to change that a fair bit. You start doing more 20 to 30% of people's HP bar, and that becomes quite scary when, say, a Caitlyn follows that up with a trap combo, especially as she's not miles off something like an Infinity Edge, especially at this kind of gold lead.
So we saw this in T1 versus KT when you have overloaded amounts of globals. That you need to fight for the vision to stop the next play happening. Gold card coming in, but it won't stop the stun.
It will not. The weirding is there. On's behind, and Hongyu flash, shadow dash on top of him, and he will fall. Nice pickoff.
It's sadly a classic for Hongyu in the slightly negative direction. Death for him in the side lane. It's not been his specialty as a pro player. Good damage from Gala and Vampire onto the tower. Viper's kind of just been left alone on wave clear duty. Stacking up to us to his items is Viper, but it does allow On to rotate around. Here comes the Shen ultimate. Ultimate traded for ultimate as Ginger pops the Paranoia.
Where is that? The Paranoia's going nowhere. We should allow them to get mid lane tier 1 for JDG, but again, with the Herald coming on down, I think BLG should be able to return the favor on that. Gala doesn't stick around to take that turret. I wonder whether he might.
He will do because of the grubs and the and the cannon. So it's like he knew what he was doing just enough to get out safely. Of course, the first time that the Caitlyn oversteps, especially with the flash just still being on cooldown, I believe that would have made a big difference. Knight did get that kill in topside, does get the tower as well. And yes, again, Hongyu, good gold lead on the scoreboard. Knight is getting towards the point where he's 2 items as well. And I think, honestly, I'm more afraid of a 2-item Aurora, especially when the Caitlyn is a lot of the damage for JDG. Aurora will one-shot the Caitlyn at this kind of break point now.
Also, I hate to point out, but Shun just picked up his second item, has barely bothered with boots, just saying, I want damage and I want it now. Sunder Sky, Black Cleaver, you stack Black Cleaver incredibly fast as a Pantheon. Very easy to get those stacks on, and you do that, plus a Gnar or an Ezreal, and someone will likely just get popped.
So both teams double globals. Of course, the Shen, very important there too. Very long cooldown from the Shen is the problem there. Viper
might be the longest base cooldown ability in the game, alongside Onivia passive.
It's, well, there's a lot which are 5 minutes because there's like Zac passive is 5 minutes too. There's a lot which are like that. In terms of, well, basic ability is different from ultimate too. Because in terms of basic ability, you've got stuff like the Mel Shield, which is big thing from that. Is on contesting visual very deep in here. But yeah, it's definitely one of the longest cooldowns in the game. He's got disco summons right now as well, tutorial ones. Where is that going? It's going behind them, going on to Viper right now.
Exhaust means that Honky just doesn't do all that much damage. He's slowed down. Remember, it still has not got that flash and will get jumped on and goes down. That is not a great gate into the backline.
Nice teleported in. Where's his ultimate going? Does he jump onto Vampire? Maybe looks for the kill there. No, doesn't want to use the cooldown. Going for the rest of the team instead. They've managed to keep Nocturne and the Yorick under the turret. Is anyone else coming for this? They have the Battle Herald to ride into battle.
Death! It's a red day, a spear day, and the bot lane rises and Junja goes down. Unfortunately, they are no man, and these Nazgul under this turret, spawned by Xiaoshu. Wait, maybe I spoke a little too soon. Gets shoved into the wall, and some vengeance for the death of On will be swiftly coming for the side of BLG. A last auto from Binch, and Stuart Flash, shield fall onto Gala, who's forced to back away as well. Vampire dies to a Comet Spear, and BLG pick up another.
JDG could not afford to let BLG choose their confrontations, and that's exactly what happens. Perhaps it was a bit like the Riders of Rohirrim. They lose one. Grand Keem Theonden dies in glorious battle. I shall now... I can't remember what he says when he dies, but I think now when I go to the halls of my ancestors, I shall not be seen as anything less than their equals. On wonderful play from him, just walking him into the enemy jungle, and BLG the ones which pull the trigger first. They've been so decisive about how they ride into battle, and I love how they're using the Battle Herald here. It allows them to kind of just disregard the battlements of the tower and just say, right, we're just going in, we'll tank the tower aggro with the Herald at first, and it allows them to take the turret itself, even though they didn't have the wave there. It allows them to redetermine the battle lines.
Gondor called for aid, and BLG did indeed answer.
Where were you? Where were you when the mid turret fell? Questions upon questions. Really well played from Shun there. I thought that realistically the fight should have been over. Gala should have been powerful enough. This is the problem with a Caitlyn. Oh, they're just fighting again. Sam, of course they are.
The control wards elect. Gondor calls for aid. The Shen's in danger. Where is the defense from BLG? Oh. They lose their Shen, alas. Donathor will fall. The last steward of Gondor.
No. Oh, dear God, no. Dragon up in less than 2 minutes. JDG.
Aragon. It's all
Shut up, Sam. Shut up. Knight jumping forwards. Doesn't land the combo. Honk Q has the gold card loaded up. They do land the gold card onto him. Did use... I believe that was is that a QSS onto him? I think I saw
Grim of Viper tongue is saying
hang
vile
on, Sam.
things.
Knight's going down to very low HP here.
Shoot his backside as well. That was pretty scary. You're absolutely right with the Grand Starfall. Sorry,
we'll recover ourselves slightly here. They're trying to get that CC chain in. Does Shin have another E? Not sure he does. They have a lot of damage here. Wildcards land into Viper as well. JDG, they're the ones which managed to play around continual gold cards, and they do get something for their trouble now, despite BLG really determining the pace of the game for the last 5 minutes.
Been very, very messy all over that enemy jungle. Aberson's having some fun with it, and has kind of led to the point where JDG's gold lead has shrunk significantly. Nice pickup from Honky there, who had kind of had a rough last couple minutes. That was an important pick off there. Gets the shutdown. That's all great news. I'm also looking at Infinity Edge on Gala. This is all important because check your time at the top left of your screen. 40 seconds until this dragon. Sole point for JDG. They really want this dragon, or I think they're going to run into potentially a scaling issue in some ways, right?
Again, I know that they have the extra dragon. They do have the gold lead at the top of the board. My worry is that so much of that gold lead is from that TF. 3-item TF is important, but I don't think it's the same as having a Yorick with a huge gold lead, or a Caitlyn with an even larger gold lead. Someone that can more easily kind of just blast someone and take them out of the picture. Not that TF doesn't use gold, as we've been saying, but it is one of those problems where that passive can kind of inflate that a little. BLG have control of the area of the map they want to fight in, and most of that, well, I say that, most of that big cooldowns in terms of the Aurora ult and Nara ult are up. They don't have the Grand Starfall, which could be a problem.
Could be there. That's the gold card. Knight in danger. Rocket belts away. Takes a lot of damage. That puts On into a horrible spot. The pick comp potentially finds a pick. Dragon taken all the while, though. There's the gate on the other side. On will likely fall. Flash away. On going down. Wait, he's not dead? No way, they didn't finish him off. He got to walk out the back of the pit. Will still lead to Shun's death. That's the jungler down. 23 minutes into the game. Has been nearly at Mega, but is still being run at. The weirding comes on down. Needs to back away, but with the jungler down and the health bars low, JDG maybe consider Baron.
Yeah, they can do, I suppose, but double teleports from the solo lanes with Meganar down still. I don't think they can. Hang on. Viper was actually at the potential of killing Ginger over the wall. JDG, really good use of that gold card. Personally, hang on, it doesn't get stealed there. I thought that On should have been in better position to use that Spirit's Refuge. I think the realistic reason why that went... Hang on, they've got... I mean, where's he going for? They're going towards the Yorick, and Shashi's out of position now. They've got the Shen.
Oh boy, globals are down, and now BLG can make their own global play. On gets that one nicely done. And remember, BLG still got that dragon at the back of that place. For all they lost Shun, JDG don't get to convert that into very much, and they still end up in the end trading 1 kill for 1.
It really reminds me of BLG of 2024, where they just always have the next global, the next ability to push that button. It's Tabe style League of Legends, and again, they do it again with the Pantheon.
Gala has to flash and cleanse away, does get out, but the Caitlyn is now down critical summoners.
Yeah, so they end up losing their own Pantheon flash. They end up using a lot of their own globals in this phase of play, but they have opened up the map. Once again, JDG, that gold lead is not really that impactful now. They haven't broken open the map. They don't have themselves a soul points to play around in the next 3 minutes. It wouldn't be soul for them the next dragon they take. Of course, if JDG pick off someone squishy again and they get that gold card on target, then yes, they can go into that Baron as you were talking about before, but they couldn't quite get themselves that critical damage. BLG were caught flat-footed a little bit around the dragon, but it didn't lead towards a game-breaking advantage in the way that JDG would have very, very much hoped for.
In at 2.5 items is increasingly scary himself. The recurve, but in inventory, my assumption is Wit's End to give him some tenacity. Doesn't have the Merc treads this game, especially because actually there's even the TF is auto-attack focused, so the steel cap value is very high. I don't blame him for going that route, but it does mean he wants to find some tenacity in other parts of the item roster, and Wit's End would do just fine in that scenario.
What JDG are really looking for is someone out of position where they don't have a Shen on them as well. The big thing about that play around the dragon was Knight and On were stood together, but On wasn't quite close enough to use the Spirit's Refuge onto the gold card, which is where the kill threat and the ensuing play came from. So there needs to be a bit better coordination from BLG to stop the gold card having such high value, but of course on the other side, JDG, they're going to be looking for those moments of misposition. See, okay, well, I mean, to be honest, you can't. Not everyone can be stood by the Shen at all times, and On needs to have the sword in the right position too. It's the biggest thing about support Shen. It's much less about the sword pull through for the damage and like a top lane Shen is, but more about that positioning for where that dodge field of the Spirit's Refuge can be.
Gold lead, under 1,000 gold, and that, I think, is a bit problematic. Paranoid just got popped. Teleport's also flying. They're trying to jump onto one member. So much damage, and they pick up Viper. Now, unfortunately for Shun, he's also in danger. Has got a GA. He's just bought it, and it's immediately broken.
No one can get here in time to save him. JDG were looking for the gaps in the defense, and it comes from Viper. Bin now looking for a 1v1 to try and get something out of the map, but he can't get that. Now I think Baron is on the table for JDG.
Huge pickoff. How was Viper left alone in mid lane like that? He thought he was safe. He was not.
No, not at all. Knight is also down the teleport. Used it on bot side. They might try and go towards Xiaoshu, but Vampire's here.
Does indeed. Bin has to back away. They've got a Shen up, but can't turn it into anything more. On would like a Shadow Dash. Baron is going down. BLG can't contest. They're trying to get at least this tier 2.
Yeah, they are. They get onto Vampire, but he self-cleanses. JDG, they're starting to pick up some momentum now. If they get that Baron, things can change very, very quickly. Using the Shen ult and not really getting that much for it is a big win for JDG.
It really is. We'll get a replay here, I suspect, of Viper getting caught in a moment or two, but that is JDG's way back in. It was feeling like their picks were growing a little inconsistent. That was a big one.
Yeah, Viper, big mistake from him. It didn't get the full context of it. I didn't really see exactly what happened to allow that. Now, JDG don't have the waves in a great position, and BLG do have Pantheon ult, but they don't have Aurora teleport. They don't have the Shen ultimate. They can't just throw all the globals and try and stop JDG on the push. Now, what BLG might do is what I like to call the G2 2019, which is, okay, you give the Baron over, but then actually you're in position to punish them as soon as they start trying to set up for that multi-man push. Wait for them to over-push and look for that big play. Can Knight get into the play? Doesn't have that Shadow Flame yet. Would love to have that third item. Knight, Honky on the other side has the Shirelles. He is very, very strong on this TF, as we've been saying. And this kind of utility is at the point now with the Shirelles, the gold card, the fire cannon, where it's very hard for BLG to avoid the first gold card unless On is really on points.
Trap set up, gold cards available, vision control large there for JDG. BLG will need to find a way into the pit, and I don't think that's going to be simple.
Yeah, gold card Denied by the Spirits Fresh. He'd been into the backline. He has Mega now. He's in position to get a big one.
Oh, that's very scary. Grand Starfall with his immediate Dark Protection Dragon taken by the Nocturne. Soul point for JDG. They've blown up Shun. Looking for the Mega Gnar. Can't quite find it. His bin is hopping around, but only gets it now. It's not fantastic. Has to flash away. The Aurora's dead to Gala, who's flashing for last couple autos. Triple to the Caitlyn. And the Sheriff of Piltover is looking for absolutely every member of BLG. They fumble the team fight, and JDG win it all.
JDG hold their battle lines and use the Twisted Fate to just keep raining down CC. Honkyu's late game TF comes to battle again, and despite BLG having some great plays in mid game, a few too many mistakes against the globals of JDG lead to JDG evening the score in the series.
They make this a fantastic affair. BLG convincing in game 1, but couldn't find the picks in game 2 to bring us to a clean series. JDG will not go down without a fight in their home arena. They ensure we go the full distance.
BLG, maybe they would have thought, wow, almost gets the one shot there, but not quite. Nexus goes down. BLG make a couple of mistakes, get caught out at key moments. Viper getting picked off in the mid game as well. They'll have to review, how did they allow that to happen? Was it some misuse of their own global cooldowns? Not quite getting the value. JDG, on the whole, much better at finding those picks across the map in the critical moments.
They were. I have to say as well, there were a few times early on we saw the early Pantheon and Shenalts not lead to picks, really. It happened a bit better in the mid game, but actually, it took a lot of effort for BLG to make those plays, and then actually, I was worried that JDG were going to hit this point in the mid game where their pick combo was not going to kill someone, and then the consistent damage of the Ezreal, the Gnar, the Aurora would prove a little bit too much. And eventually, that just wasn't the case, because you saw them go in, couldn't find the pick they were looking for, and then just get blasted.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake of BLG to give Karma over for lane dominance. However, I think realistically, BLG had winning angles in that game. In mid-game, they got to basically even, and then I think they used a couple of their globals just a little bit too loosely, as you were saying. For me, actually, the issue wasn't about the early ultimates as much, although there were a couple there. It's more like when they were in a fighting position in the mid-game, I felt like they had even footing to fight on, and they misused a critical Pantheon and Shenal to not get that much. And of course, the death for Viper in that mid lane was the real crux of this game, where sadly, he went down and it led to the Baron play afterwards. But JDG, very happy about that. They get themselves a win on the board, trying to get themselves a regular season win versus BLG. Very important for their own confidence after getting rocked at MSI, first stand.
Indeed. And guys, I'm Initialise, that's Nymaera. If you want to support us, subscribe on Twitch, makes a massive difference. Follow our socials, I'm at InitializeCast, they're at Nymaera. Make sure you're following us. If you're not already, why are you not? Come on, great content, great people. Gonna get some banger content from following our socials. And also, if you don't, sit there and watch the ads. That's genuinely it. There you can see, actually in the mid-game, good picks from BLG. We saw some nice moments there from Shun, from On to make some plays. But again, once the team fights rolled around, that last Dragon fight was really hard for BLG to play, considering the Caitlyn got to set up and be on the objective first.
Yeah, I think really the game losing mistake came from just before that, we're in the setup towards Baron. I'd love to know exactly what happened there. Was it just Viper overstepping? Was it an assumption that there were globals in place and they didn't? I don't want to put the blame onto any one person, but of course, Viper dying so far away from the rest of the team did look very awkward, and JDG used that to roll into a win. On the whole, I think that I think the BLG on the whole individually played pretty okay, but JDG managed to use their pushing bot lane, double global mid jungle very, very well.
He did indeed. Little update from LCP, by the way. Thanks, Mabby. CFO got perfect gamed by SHG. Oh, Jesus. My LJL boys doing us proud.
What is in like no towers, no kills?
Are we talking perfect game here, Mabby?
Was it like a true perfect game? That's insane. It's so hard to find a perfect game in today's meta, really.
Sarah, I need to know.
Yeah, it's crazy actually. Sam, can I perfect? Oh my god. No grubs, no towers, no kill. That's insane.
Unless you count tower plates.
No one counts tower plates. No. That doesn't show up on the scoreboard. It's basically meant to be as zero as possible as it can be on that. Sam, can I request another coffee?
I was about to say, can I grab a quick break? Because I could use a coffee and a bio break.
This was a big play here. The Shenal just a little bit too late. I don't think they quite understood how much threat they were under, but still a competitive game. JDG, though, they'll perk their ears up now, though. They're into the game, they're into the series, and BLG can bleed. Do you think Tabe is currently top 3 in drafting? No. No, Tabe's drafting is actually very inconsistent. Yeah, things went wrong around this point here. I'm gonna see if I can scout it out on the VOD. What happened around this play then? No, Ezreal's just way too pushed up in mid lane. Nah, Ezreal's just way too pushed up in mid lane. It's not looking for Shun. He just contests mid wave with no one nearby. Yeah. Like, everyone else is away. He has no mid lane turret. There's no one nearby. Viper's just pushed up too far. Yeah. He's just farming. He gets double globaled. And because they're like level 16 TFL comes in from a mile away. Honky gets player of the game. No surprises. Really, really good game from him. Yeah, no, it's Honky. Honky had a very good game. And then obviously Shun dies as well. Very good global usage, but also Viper. You can't walk up and get caught in mid lane like that, you know? I'm glad that JDG kind of rediscovered them, rediscovered their bot lane dominance though. I mean, I will say, I think I do worry for JDG when they don't draft for bot lane dominance. We saw that in game 1, right? If they don't have bot lane dominance, I think they don't know how to organize the map. Again, I just kind of keep referring back to this interview where Tabe was on the First Stand broadcast. He was on the desk and he talked to the cast in English, where he was talking about how they initially tried to develop jungle support synergy, but that didn't really work. Yeah, I think that we can see basically when it becomes about even lanes with a bit more like utility bot lane instead of like hard crush 2v2, you can see that Ginger and Vampire don't really link up in the way that they need to play the game. Not that it's all on them, you know. Xiaoshu has issues against Bin, and Gallagher has his own issues too, right? But I think that's like on a stylistic level a big problem. Oh, I need to put some ad breaks. Okay, I'm gonna put an ad break on now, folks. If you don't want ads, subscribe, and I'll see you in 3. Okay, oh man, I'm really demoralized to play Uma now, because I've lost like my last like 3 Group A finals, despite the fact that I've had some pretty good teams. Yeah, it's getting a bit... I ran into like a double debuff team in Uma finals, which just no one else had been running. And then like, I was still, you know, not crazy. I won the race for first in my front runners, but then someone ran like someone ran a front runner debuff Rice Shower, which steals speed from people directly in front of her. And that ended up being a real pain. So that sucked. I need to figure out what I'm running next as well. I don't really know what I'm rebuilding. I don't really know what I want to run, you know? Like, what do I do? I haven't figured out the next CM at all. I hear that augury cap is kind of a Christmas augury is kind of crazy in next CM. Don't know why. I haven't even checked the track. I don't even know what it is. But I should start working on some inspirations already. No, whatever. Set camera for a little bit. JDG would be so chaotic. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I find it very unexpected, right? Because I think BLG have a very good read on the meta right now, and of course JDG have, they struggle at first stand. Of course, BLG, I'd imagine they've been taking it a bit easy after finals, right? But I would have thought that the meta's not that different for first stand. You know, I'm surprised that I'm surprised they dropped the game, to be honest. Especially with how Bin's been playing against Xiaoshu. I think I need to run a King Halo. If Knight locks in, it's Jova for JDG. I don't think Knight's been playing badly is the thing. I think it's, I think that last game, was mid-game, right? Okay. Should be pretty close to that game 3 now. Of course, second series of the day is Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend looked really good in their first series, whereas Top Esports look like they are still very much struggling. Jackilov has not been on good form. We're waiting for him to kind of recover somewhat, because he's really, really important, of course he is. I'm going to do a King Halo run. Yeah, I think Honkyu may be the best late game TF in the world. He's really, really good at teamfight TF. This guy's insane, actually. Beitron. I miss Beitron. Apparently, I was hearing some rumors that Beitron's like, he wants to get a team, but like some contract stuff is holding him back, which is a real shame if that is true. I really want Knight to win Worlds? Yeah, same. I think Knight is, Knight is clearly one of the best players of all time. He deserves it. He does. So right, yeah, next draft, really need to see JDG try and play towards dominant bot lane again, see if they can get themselves Ashe Seraphine. That'll be a big thing for them if they can. Vampires definitely gained a lot of experience on lane dominance and Enchanters. That's been his kind of go-to, just focus on lane. It's been a big thing for him. Yeah. Okay, and then second series, I don't know, that should really be, that's going to be quite difficult, I think, for Top Esports side, yeah. Only reason Knight can't be the go-to mid lane is because of Faker, that's for sure. I mean, there's people like Chovy as well, right? So I mean, mid lane is a very stacked role. Mid lane is the most stacked role within League of Legends history. What's this? It's been zoned for years, hopefully it happens one day. The best of all worlds has been Knight and Beitron. Right, okay, right. I mean, I have to say, I do like Beitron. I do. I think he's been very harshly judged. I think a lot of people, like, I saw some really harsh comments, which I don't think were very fair at all from a bunch of people around the scene, which, although Beitron was, you know, I think he was individually actually quite a good jungler, just not a good BLG jungler, right? Because BLG need a certain chemistry. That's why Shun is kind of, Shun will be the, Shun is the guy, you know, that we, that kind of takes up that role. No one else has proved able to do so. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do a King Halo run or two, see what happens. Yeah, right. Oh, right. Wait, okay, I didn't realize that was the context, Montes. I didn't realize that was the context. Oh, God. Okay, so JDG, again, the game plan remains clear. Make sure that Xiaoxu survives Bin, and make sure that bot lane has a dominant 2v2. That's when JDG, I think, have winning angles. That's a very cool Ari skin. Hello there. Very cool cosplay. It's the After Hours one. That skin's actually really nice to play as well. The sound effects are very cool. Let's move it up down now. Right, Montes, sorry. Okay, game 3, BLG JDG. I'm gonna move my camera up again, because the bands just keep going, don't they? Cool. Alright. Time to see what the drafting chops look like. The Olaf banned away from Ginger, perhaps afraid of the Olaf Seraphine comp. Mel still on the table too. Was JDG banned away in the last draft? Ashe Seraphine is the big one. BLG are on first side. Presumably they get first pick of the duo between the two of them. If they pick the Ashe, do they give her the Seraphine? Typically, the accepted wisdom has been you pick the Seraphine first, because there's more that you can pair her with, whereas the Ashe feels like the lesser part of that duo. Most of her is setting up for the Seraphine. The JDG ban either of them. Jungler is also very, very much off the table now. The Ashe is banned, so no Ashe Seraphine. Corki Nami, now very powerful, but not uncontested. Lulu, Yunara, also on the table. So that's a ban, that's a takeaway. They could lock in a Nautilus lane for Vampire here. Nautilus has kind of fallen off the pick priority. It's pretty good into double ranged Lulu lanes, because Lulu's is a little too short range and doesn't have any sustain. She has shields, but not sustain. So she can struggle against the Nautilus in some ways. Do they pick the Yunara away from the Lulu? There's still stuff like the Aphelios and the Jinx to go with the Lulu, though. It's going to be Yunara Nautilus. Pretty high kill combo lane. There's no Karma. I guess you could go something like Soraka. You could go Nami as well. We've seen a little bit of that, although it's less. It's pretty good for lane dominance. Less good in terms of later on. You could go for that. Is it Enchanter or Melee is basically what you're asking, and then you're thinking about bot lanes as well, junglers as well, if you have like any super specific ones there. Annie, wow, okay, now that's a bit different. Locking in the Annie very early. What does well into that in mid lane? Well, typically it's the Hui which does really, really well into that matchup. Shouldn't think... Oh, the Neferi is pretty uncontested at some points now, actually. Yeah, Neferi's not a bad pick to lock in. Now, that would be a takeaway from Ginger too, because Neferi Annie is quite a nasty mid-jungle in terms of the picks left available here. But what do they lock in as AD carry? Do they think they have it? They could. Well, hell, they could even go something like Cog Lulu. They go for the Xayah. Okay, that's a bit different. Typically, don't see the Xayah into stuff like the Yunara, but I mean, with the Lulu, it's still a hyper carry, and it stops some of the point and click engage. Renekton's not bad here either, actually. Good takeaway. Xiaoshu, I suppose, could go for Cannon into the Renekton if he really wants to play lane dominance. Jungler not locked in for BLG. Now, if you don't lock top lane now, you lose some of your better picks like the Cannon, which is pretty good into the bot lane too. It's it's whatever versus the Xayah, but pretty good versus the Lulu. JDG, if they lock a Scion, aren't they really low damage? I suppose you need to pick like a full carry jungler from, well, a very high damage champion from Junja. So if this happens, then JDG, well, you don't want to play Trundle. You want to play Trundle into the Scion. You don't really want to play Trundle into Yunara Annie, who are actually both very good against you. Because the Annie is just going to burst you before you can proc your ults. JDG, do they ban away... In theory, they might ban away the Trundle anyway, just to stop the potential of just snowballing through the Renekton. Knight might be looking at Talia. It's not a bad matchup into the Annie. Galio banned away. That would have also been very good into the Annie too. I don't think you want to play Hui into Scion. Scion can just kind of sideswipe you too often in team fights. Well, it's very good into the Annie is the thing. Get hydrated? I will get hydrated. So BLG, well, jungle's the big things on the table. Kiana banned away from the Annie, that makes sense. Do they want to pick the... So BLG don't have... They will see... Well, JDG have last pick, and they get to pick just after the bans as well. I think if Junja goes Trundle, they have very low damage comp. I mean, Annie has to one-shot the Xayah, otherwise the game's just over then at that point, no? Which is really hard into the Lulu. LeBlanc banned away from Knight for lane dominance. Even though LeBlanc's not great into the Scion, very good into the Annie and lane a lot of the time, despite the... I guess BLG banned away Wukong now. I think Wukong's the kind of the sitting answer here. It's high damage setup for the Annie very well. Can force the Xayah up pretty effectively. Yeah, I think you ban away the Wukong. They haven't... JDG haven't necessarily locked away a support yet, so the Nautilus is banned away. We did talk about that earlier into it. So we're probably looking at a Wukong for Junja, and then figuring out the rest of it as we go along. I would prefer... Okay, the thing about the Neferi is that you can press W on the Xayah feathers, technically on the polymorph as well. I would prefer Wukong though. It's just so much more disruptive. You can peel away with your clone to take away from Shin too. Okay. There's some logic to say Mundo for Shun here. I think Mundo's not bad. Even though the Neferi's not bad into the Mundo, the Mundo's pretty good against most of the rest of this comp, because it's quite low damage. Something like Mundo Victor, not bad for BLG. Yeah, Victor's tanky enough to deal with a lot of the burst. You can still get one shot in some cases, but I think it's like Victor Mundo, not bad for BLG. Because there's not that much damage to deal with the Mundo himself. Even though it's not as aggressive as BLG would normally play, I think it's pretty good into the drafts which are shown. Is Maokai better or worse? Better engage, way better engage. In fact, they don't have an engage without that. And of course, Shun had some magnificent games at this at first stand. How as good is Syndra here for Knight? I think Syndra would have been more at risk of being one-shot, but had higher potential to one-shot himself, right? That's the big thing about Syndra, but I think it would have been more risky. Okay, now thinking about support picks. Onivia's pretty good into Xayah. Pretty good into Lulu too, because she can slightly outrange with the wall. We did talk about the Nami early. Now, Vampire's been hovering this Onivia against on a fair amount. Of course, he got beaten by it twice. Nami, okay follow-up with this. Pretty good at splitting the fight. Nami is locked in for that lane bonus. Folks, if you don't want to see any adverts, we're going to put on a quick ad break now so we don't get any ads in-game. We're going to talk about the draft. If you want to hear us talk about that, please subscribe. Makes a big difference to us. Oh, I will do a pass check as well. Appreciate it. Okay, Okay. No anti-flex. Nope, no anti-flex. It will just be the Annie going down into mid lane. I think JDG have a relatively low damage comp. If Hongyu gets ahead, it's not as much of a problem, right? And Neferi, if you play as well as Tarzan did the other day, Neferi can kind of fix that. I'm quite worried that Bin has Renekton in a comp where he can kind of one-shot like 4 people. If he doesn't position well against the Scion, obviously, we'll revisit that again somewhat, because the Scion's very good at blocking you out. Shen going back towards Maokai, a champion which he's picked up more proficiency on over the last split or so. Had some great games at first stand. Coaches will fist bump, we'll get onto the Rift, and we'll see our last game between these two teams before we move into our second series of Top Esports AL.
Fun drafts. Junja historically also been a very good Neferi. I'm just going back in and catching up with the draft. Thank you for the breakdown as I sat down. That was very elegantly done, by the way. Broke it down as I entered, so I knew what was going on. Very convenient, that. How are you feeling about the Xayah? I heard you getting a little perplexed by that from the other room.
I thought it would be something a little bit more lane dominant, like the Aphelios or the Jinx, but honestly the Xayah at this point is, you kill tanks really well, and as long as Annie doesn't one-shot you, you're pretty happy. I think Xayah and Lulu is really hard to cut through if they manage to get through the early game. So if Nymaera and Nami manage to get the leg up in early game, perhaps it will destroy the comp, but I think they'll be pretty fine here. Let's hear those gyros.
You know it's a full audience when the mics are crackling a little bit. Oh, man.
Knight ends up popping his pot. Well, one of them, I think Honky does the same because Junja walked over. Trading pretty well Q for Q. Victor pretty okay here against the Annie. Bot lane laning phase, it's going to be... I expect the Yunara Nami to do better in the early lane just because Nami's a little bit more bursty, has the actual sustain. Stun will come through here, but you can see the Knight's actually trading completely fine versus Honky. And of course, he has the airy compared to the phase rush, so he has a little bit more damage to throw in just from his regular proccing of that keystone.
Question.
Yes.
When was the Nami pick? Because I'm assuming there was Yunara early, and Lulu responded to, or the other way around.
Yeah, it was Lulu first pick in that because BLG had first pick. The Nami was actually the last pick of the draft, so we were wondering whether it would actually be the Onivia support. But I think as soon as you see like the Maokai Victor, you can't really pick something that gets outranged so heavily like that. Now, Honky getting the push in here. Again, just that early HP advantage helping him, but trading Q for Q is actually completely fine. You see there actually stands outside of the range of the extra follow-up there too. Viper and On get themselves actually the early push, which I wasn't quite expecting. Junja potentially looking for a wraparound here. See if he can get behind bot lane.
Will be able to get over here quite early, has done the bot side camps, can look to come on down here and break the summoners. We didn't see this happen to the Caitlyn, but BLG now under siege, heal for heal. There's the call of the pack. Flash from Viper gets him out to safety. On now turning on to Junja. That's pretty scary. Need to start backing with the Dark and Daggers wide. Flash and heal burns for just the heal on the other side.
Yeah, I think they should have gotten so much more out of that. Did Vampire not have the bubble? Junja does have himself Flash. He's taken the camps he needs to. Do they get to stop a recall? If you can stop a recall with a sapling, I don't think you want to look for a dive here, do you? Maybe you do. I'm not sure about this, Sam. I think this can go very badly wrong.
I don't think they have Aqua Prison. I think they've got Ebb and Flow and Tidecaller Blessing, and now Gala's in danger. They've done well to get the damage and flash out. It's clean. Vampire stunned up and can't find anything back. He's left at a 3rd HP. The turret shot's a little bit too scary, I think, for now. They're going to re-aggro as we speak. Tidecaller's Blessing on for Vampire. Flash back with the Bramble Smash. Viper gets another. Can't drop turret aggro. Valiant effort. The burn not quite enough. And Viper comes away with 2 kills from the early game.
I actually believe it wasn't the tower aggro, it was the minion aggro which killed him. I think that's what ends up killing him. Either way, it is a massive win for BLG's bot lane. This Xayah, if they get ahead, basically at that point, it's Honky, your one shot of this game is over. BLG, you can see, oh my god, it's the first back BF Sword. Sam just, jaw just dropped there. Yeah, nasty stuff. Viper first item BF Sword. There's a cull for Gala. That is disaster for JDG. Now, the win for JDG is that Junja gets a bit of farm ahead, and if Neferi can start pulling out Maokai, there will be a macro advantage for JDG, where actually, before you can... Look, it's too early in the game to start grouping using the Xayah power. At this point, it is a lot about how your junglers make a big difference, right? Honky walking forwards, does get that phase rush, but takes some minion aggro. You can see again how... Knight's doing fine in these trades here, arguably winning them slightly in the 1v1. Not enough to make that much of a difference, but right here again, Junja slightly ahead of Shun. That is the cost of Shun going for that dive.
Ooh, nearly stolen there by On. I think Junja should be able to eviscerate over the wall here. Will be safe for doing so, but it's double scuttle against Shun. But I think Shun, honestly, will be happy enough with this trade. Yes, he's down. Yes, it's annoying, but bluntly, you take that, I think, at this point in the game. And I hate to say it, JDG are obligated to put the foot on the pedal for my money, because if it does start coming down to bigger skirmishes or just grouped up fights, you are diving through Maokai saplings, Maokai ult, gravity field, feathers, wild growth. It's horror.
Yeah, so what the graph on the bottom was showing, that is this stun. He's got a phase rush, she'll be fine. But the thing that was showing there from the graphic was, so Nami got some patch changes where her WAP scalings changed. So basically, if you don't build any AP, the multiple bounces will do less. But if you, for some reason, build like 200 AP, you actually do a lot more later on. Potentially jumping at them again. Vampire could look for an Aqua Prison, would need to land that. I actually don't know if this is that safe.
There's a polymorph available. Viper's slow by the Arc of Judgment. Still got a barrier to work with. On is caught by the Aqua Prison. Will likely fall. Gala's donated the kill.
Yeah, On just uses the Whimsy onto Viper. Viper gets the W movement speed, walks away. So at least it's just the Lulu dying and not the AD carry. But once again, the vision wasn't there. They didn't spot out Gendry. He's walked up bot lane the same path 2 times in a row. Viper has stuck around. Shun's coming down to protect the recall. Viper does have barrier, and of course he does have the BF sword, so he can out-trade pretty heavily here.
Sapling helps burn that down just slightly. Should be able to pick that up. Nice little roots. The Arc of Judgment lands, and we'll have to drop a minion as a result. Will Viper, but it's still in an okay spot this game, but at least Gala did pick up some gold.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened with the camera, because the camera moved away, but we didn't see what happened with the wave, and whether... they didn't hold the wave, okay. So Viper's actually going to stick around and go for another one here, forcing Gala and Vampire to stay in lane and not spend that gold of the last kill, keeping up those feathers on the wave. Of course, with Zai, you want to make sure you kind of put your feathers in a single direction, so they're clumped up for a big root onto someone if you position well.
Of course, this has isolated top lane matchup, which I think as far as the Renekton is concerned is not bad. Doesn't quite break the shield there, though, so Xiaochu gets the Decimating Smash into Soul Flare combo. That's actually fairly good chunk on... Caught by that.
Oh, Viper actually went for the fruit in River to make sure he can stick around. They basically don't want Gala to spend any of the gold from that kill, because he got that kill earlier. He doesn't have any of the stats right now. The longer they can keep them in lane, the better it is for them in a 2v2. You can see that Ginger is still just looking for entrances in the bot lane. Of course, there's the bot. There is actually a ward and Tribrush this time.
Yeah, there is, but he's still going to potentially find his way behind. This is still shoved up a fair way, and he's going to wrap into the enemy jungle. They'll spot him now.
They will. There is flashes available. They can't get that much here. He's level 6, though. Bubble misses. On will love to keep that ward alive. Can't quite do so.
A little bit of chunk there on Junja, but he's tanky enough not to care a great deal about it.
Mid lane, Knight did use the ult before. It's very much similar kind of trade patterns for both these mid laners, where you're just going to drop the ultimate, look for a good trade. Junja looking for that Gromp steal. Of course, Junja is ahead of Shun in terms of XP by quite a heavy way. W used to avoid the root should be smote away now, and indeed is. Shun's still not at that level 6. His death in that dive earlier, it set up bot lane for success, but as we see now, Viper isn't actually ahead in gold. So that bot, you know, is something that you were bringing up, saying, well, you know, Shun will be very happy with that. The worry is actually, you know, whether that jungle matchup falls out of control.
As, however, meant the bin has been very isolated top lane. Throws down the dominance. Here comes the tidal wave jumping onto On, who does have the flash. Maybe as to burn it. We'll get the cleanse off of that polymorph from Gala. Now, actually, Viper steps forward. Still has the ability to press his own ult button. Won't.
Why does this champion get to do this with a cull, Sam? Why does the champion get to do this? This champion is so broken. The fact that Yunara has not been hit by patch no in a very long time is crazy to me. After being like top pick ban for like a solid 6 months at this point. Come on, Riot, do something. Save us from this champion. Dragon getting started by Shun here. I think the recalls will... I was about to say maybe the recalls are finally coming from bot lane, but I guess not. JDG pretty happy to just keep farming that cull. If Gala can do that with just the cull, imagine what he's going to do after his first bag.
That might be the case. Of course, Viper can look to do something similar. Shun does take the early dragon, happy enough. And again, you know, the early lead for BLG is nice and all, and we've been chatting about all that stuff, but I still think that JDG are really obligated to make these early spikes work, because I think, as we've noted, if it does comes down to straight 5v5s, it is not a fun comp to get close to between Xayah feathers and gravity fields and saplings and all of the tools there to keep people alive and punish you for entering their area of control.
Grub's taken by Ginger. Will be happy to do so. Viper close towards his first item completion. But again, the gold lead is not really there in bot lane, even with the 2 early kills. Gala, even enough. I think JDG, look, on a compositional level, yeah, they're kind of afraid of what's going to happen with the Zyra, because I think the Zyra and the Victor are in a very happy spot for 5v5s later. But I think in terms of what happened with the early dive, I think they're completely okay. You know, Ginger has stopped Shun from making another play. The early dive from Maokai is the only thing he's managed to do in this game so far. And of course, we've been talking about Shun being perhaps best jungler in the world, and I think he deserves that title from first stand. He had an incredible read on early pathing and the jungle meta in general. If Ginger can get ahead of him like he did in regular season last split, though, then perhaps Shun can't show that same playmaking.
Maybe. A couple minutes till next dragon. Knight is trading with Honku. There is the Tibbers dropped on top of the Victor's head. Eats a disintegrate and an incinerate. I never remember which way around that is. I think the disintegrate is the W kind.
Yeah, I think Q's the incinerate. Yeah.
I think.
You got the Malt Shield, which that's the easy one. Both enchanters there, dropping their shields in the mid laners as the trades come through. Knight going for the Rod of Ages build, no surprise. Again, you just need to make sure you're not one-shot by an Annie.
Storm Razor completed by Viper, who wants that initial upfront bit of CC and damage. Does make sense, I think, on current form, as Bin will burn the Dominus. Looking to trade on to Xiaoshu here. I think we'll have his Soul Furnace part broken, and will indeed.
Yeah, and what also means you get the extra movement speed on the hit from the Storm Razor, which gives you a lot of ability to walk away from stuff like, especially with your, if you get your W active, and then you also get the Storm Razor, you just get a burst of move speed to get you away from a Tidal Wave, a Bubble, you know, Yunara who runs at you with that ult. If you have your W and the Storm Razor, I think you can actually outrun the Yunara move speed. That's the big thing.
Eyes on timers. Won't be all that much coming up for a couple minutes, but I think there is a world here where people are happy to burn ults for a pick. And not care too much about them not being up for, say, something like this Dragon number 2, which I think with BLG's comp would love to play for. Looking to threaten around this Raptor pair. Honku left low. Shun goes in and trying to outsmite a Bramble Smash on Maokai very hard, and Jim will take the cap.
Yeah, I think Ginger took the big one, Shun took the little ones. I think that's what happened there. Was I right in saying that?
I saw a 35 pop-up, so I think Shun got it, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Ginger is in range for ult. Knight would have to flash over. There's the stun. That's a dead Knight.
Very good work. And there's still that House Pursuit trying to get Honku. Does get one back. Not bad.
Dude, getting a 1-for-1 there is a high roll for Knight. Did not expect that at all. Ginger just took his Raptor camp. Wasn't expecting him to hop over the wall. Good play from Ginger. You know, it's such a jungle-dominated meta. Being ahead in that role makes a lot of difference. Knight getting a 1-for-1, though, very important. Also, I think Annie's flash being down is a really important thing to track as well. The Annie playmaking with the flash, trying to get onto the carries, will be so important for JDG.
Did just miss that Aqua Prison. Vampire now being run at by Viper and on. This could get scary. Tidal Wave forced. Won't get anything more than that, but they'll clear out all these wards, and that'll be the Tidal Wave down ahead of Dragon. Probably up just about in time at this point, though.
Whimsy, Storm Razor, W active. If you hit a champion with an auto attack, Viper just goes Mach 5, and you can't really do much except cast your ults and run away there. That is the threat of the Viper. Scales very well, and of course, that's the other part of this.
Worth noting, Ginger did just steal away the Raptors and the Krugs because the Maokai was forced to sit in mid and clear that wave. So actually still loses a fair amount of camp. Shun is going to try and trade here for the red buff, so at least we'll get something back, and the red buff ahead of something like this Dragon could be quite valuable.
Yeah,
tests.
Yeah, Nami doesn't have ult, but could potentially bubble over the wall. Isn't caught by it. Honky walking over will be spotted now. I think that'll stop the contest.
It comes on. There might be a wild growth required. The red buff was taken by Shun, throws out the Maokai ultimate. Shun's going to have to flash out here and does.
There's a Chaos Storm not available for Knight, but the damage back of Ginger's nasty all the same.
Okay, so flash and ult down for the side of Shun. We're able to heal up off this Scuttle Crab. That's pretty good damage, though. Back onto Wild Growth on himself. Tipper's value's good. The Incinerate comes on down. Teleport behind. Honku gets healed up by the ebb and the flow. Knight hunting for something more. Won't quite find it. The Molten Shield speed up is good. Sion left alone topside.
Can he do anything here? Bin does have the slice. The dice slasher got to Honku, uses earlier, and he'll die to the Crocodile, making his entrance into the game.
Nicely done from Bin. This Renekton's always a scary thing to face. Knight now finds himself 2 kills to the good. Xiaoshu will pick up a plate or 2, but I think Bin happy enough with his little teleport play.
Absolutely. You know, the Renekton needs to get stuff done early on. The hole gets onto Honku, and there's a real worry now with Honku dying twice in the last few minutes that this Annie won't be able to participate nearly as much in the one-shot combo. Knight doesn't have flash himself, though. Gonna flash onto. Wow, they really want this Victor.
They get him. That flash gives vision. The Hound's Pursuit comes on forwards, and Junja helps Xiaoshu get another. And that will give him time to get potentially this top turret. Remember, grubs have been taken.
He won't get the top turret because Renekton's roaming up there. You can see on the mini-map. What'll happen with the Dragon now, though? Because it means that there's less members available from BLG to fight around that. Knight dies just in the same way that Honku did. Both of them blowing that flash in the 1-for-1 earlier, and now both mids being punished by opposing top laners flashing forwards to even up those kills. Xiaoshu, Junja getting something. However, double dragon stacking for BLG really helps them in the objective game. We'll see what the soul is. It's a Cloud Soul. That's pretty good for BLG, I think, actually. I think particularly for the Renekton and the Xayah.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, just for the whole team of BLG, I think it's really, really good for them in this game. It means they can outpace stuff like the Tidal Wave, Yunara running at them.
And I want people to remember back when Yunara was first released, the answer into release Yunara was Xayah. Because basically all of Yunara's damage was done in Xayah's active range. And so you'd end up basically losing the DPS check because you were always in threat of the feather pull combos, where a lot of other carries have ways to deal with it. Yunara struggled with that. That was a little while ago. Things have changed around a little bit since then. Cull's just cashed in. That's actually got Gala back to even with Viper. Now jump onto On, and Junja is the real recipient of all this early gold. He was a monster Neferi player just last year on CFO, having a good time of it this game as well.
He's gone for the Hubris first, say the same thing from Tarzan. This is why when it came to that bot dive, I was worried about Junja's impact for BLG, and I thought, well, you know, Junja, when he's ahead of the game, JDG look good. He's very far ahead of Shun, who's now down basically a full level. Yeah, see, when he takes his red buff, he'll take over to, in fact, he does take over to level 10 just there. Shun's such an important playmaker for BLG, a very resilient player, can use his ultimate for much effect here. We're going to teleport in on both teams.
Well, there's the Herald taken, fight after a potential. There's Nature's Grasp. Gala forced to jump away. Means he's not playing On. Also left low, gets the heal. In goes Shun with the Bramble Smash and the Twisted Advance. He's forced to run away, though. Battle Herald onto Bin, who's slicing, dicing, and dominating his way to some potential dangerous. Viper has to flash out the back of the pit. Split up. Junja's very deep, though. He's gone diving this way. Is he going to be forced to call the pack or anything? No. A little bit awkward. Summoner's blown. No one dies.
Yeah, the Battle Herald taken, used immediately. BLG lose some flashes. Shun, I thought he might die on the exit, but well played of him to use the phase rush to get out to safety. I'm trying to think about the grand scheme of this in terms of what's most important. Summoners being used or the Herald being wasted. I actually think the Herald being wasted is a big problem for JDG because they've not gotten a single hit onto the mid lane turret. They would have really liked to blow open the map and in one way or another. BLG's side lane is going to be able to wave clear for a very long time. You know, San's never really been able to stop Renekton from wave clearing. See that the empowered W there, breaking the shield too. This is kind of what you do. Black Cleaver, break the shields, get your Conqueror stacking. But, you know, the Herald being wasted, yes, you did get the Xayah flash for it. That is important. But they're not able to break up in the map in the way they would have wanted to, you know.
Knight potentially about to get jumped on here. We'll get a decent shield there and throws down the Arcane Storm in preparation for a potential Tivers combo. Doesn't quite happen. Of course, Vampire behind made that quite a scary 1v2. On was coming down the river with the Whimsies. Would have been there, I think, for a while. But now Bin potentially in danger. Junja's come top, and Bin's about to get jumped on with no Dominus.
He does have the Dominus. Just uses it now. Might jump on the one. Instead, though, the Lulu can't ward like that. Bin go for the 1v2.
Gets the Scion. That's pretty good value. Has got a lot of rage stacking, but Junja has got himself some daggers. The turnaround. Bin's just stronger. The tidal wave comes forward. Honku left with a bit of damage back onto him. Tibbers trying to run at Knight, won't quite get the kill. 2 for 1 has Bin just outplaced.
2 for 2 if you include on the bot side of the map. Bin ends up dying to the bleed on the top side. So, but still incredible 1v2 outplay from Giga Bin himself. He has been on incredible form. Ever since those LPL finals going into first stand, Bin has unlocked that level he hadn't really found in 2025. It had been kind of locked away for a long time, and he just walks through him, gets away from Junja's first daggers, gets so much damage, and gets the correct calculation for the E2 damage to get the kill. Here was the special bit, though. Managed to just about buy enough time, and it wasn't just the bleed, it was the last tick of that.
Whoa! Goodbye, Yunara. Back to life we go. That's a decent chunk there onto Vibe. Makes that the 1 for 1. Shun still on the backline as Junja comes flying on forward. Shun flashed away. Now Bin to the backline. The decimating smash gets a slow onto On, but not anything more. Junja still waiting on things like that Hound's Pursuit, and that means that BLG feel like they can run forwards. Both AD carries dead, though, and leads us to a position where Viper at 3 and 1. Slightly more scary to be down, and BLG need to retreat.
What we also saw is that, I don't know whether it was in this play actually, it's been chaotic, it's been hard to track all of this. The mid lane turret from JDG has fallen, and as we said, the Herald not being used for JDG to use it in a tower destroying way is a really big problem now, because there's still a lot of plates on topside turret. There's over half HP on bot lane turret, and mid lane has only had one turret removed from it. There we go. Yeah, it was the turret taken in mid lane. Gala jumps forward trying to use the power of that level 11 Nymaera. Good sidesteps from Viper, and then walks towards realizing, look, I'm realistically dead. Can I get myself one last bit of damage? And indeed does, and he gets the kill, which is important for him too. The Xayah getting gold is a very important thing to track in this game, because eventually once he gets Lord Dominus Regards as well, or something like an Infinity Edge, that's when this champion becomes a huge, huge issue where the Scion can't shrug off that damage.
Here we go again. JDG in the river first, still trying to threaten as the deadly plumage begins to roll on left low. Junja chunked out a little bit by Shun as well, with the Liandry's saplings causing some strife.
Again, you don't have the LDR just yet. Went for the Flicker Blade second, which means that Xiaoshu is really important, and on mispositioning there, getting caught by a ton of damage from Xiaoshu. I think BLG should leave well alone here, Sam. I don't think they want to fight with On at this low HP.
Bins into the back of the pit. They still want to take this play. Junja now being threatened by this very strong Renekton. Flash and the Ruthless Predator culling the Meek on top of it all. Damage is good. Junja in the back of the Bramble Smash does get the jungler. Goes down in trade as they try to get damage to the front line with Xiaoshu's turned into a zombie. It'll be a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG.
Do they take off both top and jungle, walking onto Hongqiu now? He doesn't have flash. Can they get anything more from them? There's bubble landing. Will disengage for now. So BLG don't get the dragon. They do get the kills. And the big thing here is that JDG are going to lose even more map pressure. They lost the mid lane turret. The bot lane's going to fall here now. I think BLG don't need towers because they're just happy farming in 3 lanes. Renekton's been winning in side lane. Knight's farming up very well. And Viper's been winning in the mid lane push of AD carries as well. JDG on the other side, I think they do need those towers. I think they need those towers to kind of unroot the Xayah and the Victor from just kind of scaling up into the game. The fact that they get that dragon, it's important. It stops that soul becoming earlier. But the fact that they've not had any real position on these towers, particularly because of that Herald used earlier, as we've mentioned several times now, it's going to come back to bite them, Sam.
It may well do, and that means that BLG find themselves up with a fairly significant gold lead here, 1,500. The early dragons there as well. Of course, they didn't get that second one. Well, that's not the second one. That third one, more important. And that's giving JDG at least some ways back in. I still fear for the late game scaling issues, but again, you've still got that potential of popping someone out of nowhere with the Shojin and the Hubris. If you can add in an anti-stun, if you can just say pop Viper in particular, your team fights look a lot easier with the Xayah off the boards.
Xayah's going to be such a huge issue in about, well, 5 minutes or so, however long it takes them to... Oh, wait, they might even give him a jungle camp or 2 to get... I know that Shun's behind, but at least when Maokai gets 2 items, he's joined. By the way, credit to Shun. This is the biggest difference between, I think, Shun and the other junglers that went on to BLG. And this is also really important in this region when you're playing against players like Kanavi and Tarzan over history. If you fall behind in the jungle, you can't afford to become a non-factor. I think Shun is the most resilient jungler in the world. When something goes wrong in early game, he's the person who's most likely to just kind of like pick it up and say, hang on a second, there's a stun.
Everyone's coming. Hongqiu's likely going to die here as the TPs fly. They get that one. Over comes the Nature's Grasp. Junja just about out of range. Tidal Wave comes forwards. They can jump onto Bin. Is there going to be a Hound's Pursuit? The daggers land, won't find more.
Oh, Bin. I have missed Bin playing like this. Again, I think it'd be very easy for onlookers who maybe you're watching for the first time, maybe you didn't watch last split, but you're interested in LPL because of First Stand. By the way, welcome in if you are. It's great to see you. Come learn about this wonderful region. The important thing for you to know is that Bin did not play like this for most of last split and almost all of last year. Bin did play like this in 2024. It's excellent to see him back in that form, but it's important context to track the journey to say, look, the special thing about this moment of form from Bin is that he's had to fight his way to get back to this level, and oh my god, it's beautiful to see.
I think Knight getting interrupted there was quite fortunate. I think there may have been a dead Junja there as well. His teleport never got complete, so I think the Scion managed to find a way to interrupt, which was potentially quite significant. Junja just picked up the Serpent's Fang. Yeah, you're into Sterax, you're into Lulu.
Victor Shield.
Yeah, Barrier. Lots of shields to get rid of. That makes sense to me.
And it's also just a cheap lethality item. It stacks up with everything else. I mean, no one's really, well, not yet stacking any physical resist, any armor. Most of it's just in the HP, really. Viper does a lot of damage, by the way. Maybe careful with that one. Junja might want a death stance at some point, not gonna lie. The burst's gonna be really heavy onto him.
Yeah, and again, he's not got the cleaver or anything either, so it is raw burst, not that much tankiness. There's the flash! Gonna try and get onto Hongqiu, needs to rocket belt away. The rocket belt, and he gets hit by that arcane storm. Bin still steaming forwards. It's a very speedy crocodile with a very large shield. Hongqiu's got a stun and a dream. Bin may well be asked to try and deal with it. There's the Liandry's burn, the TP flies, but unfortunately for them, Hongqiu is still a dead man. Here comes the rest of JDG. Does it matter? doesn't, and Baron's there. Are they going to force JDG to fight some more?
Maybe. They don't necessarily have the ultimates for it now, but there's no Annie damage now. Who's going to kill the carries? It's a big problem now. Shun gone too far forward, no flash.
Whoa,
the Lulu disengage, they do.
There's the tidal wave after. Shunja going very deep to stun, and they've gotten the Jungler Viper going forward, and unleashes all the feathers. Gala still firing, doesn't quite get the kills he needs to dash away. The Kanmei step, the untouchable Shadow. Bin with a slice and a dice nearly behind him. He's got a speed up flash from Viper. And sorry, Knight, I apologize, with that death ray. Can't quite get the kill on Scarlet with the burn. Overcomes Xiaoshu looking for the stun. The slow with that decimating smash is going to get tanked out, but he's still pretty damn tanky. They won't get anything more. BLG get 2, make that 3 actually with Annie's death, but can't convert to more.
So these Lulu speed up at the end of the fights and making the clear up so nasty. BLG get a host of kills. They take Jundra off the board. What this means is, most importantly, it sets up BLG for the Dragon take coming up soon. Honkyu was looking for a bit of an aggressive angle there, but it's a very, very good sapling from Shun to throw it over into the Baron pit. I don't think many people would do that, actually. That's a really good sapling to just say we're going to have something on the Baron, and just so happens to find Honkyu. Teleports on enough. Knight, very good accuracy with his death rays. Been outplaying Honkyu in this third game massively. I mean, the TF from Honkyu was fantastic. The Annie just hasn't hit the mark for me, Sam. He needed to be important in this game. He's nearly had some of those important one-shots. Dragon taken by Neferi.
That's a good steal away, but what about the fight afterwards? Been in the back of the pit looking to threaten Jundra. He's forced out now with the Eviscerate. Knight now running at Xiaoshu, but he's pretty damn tanky. That's a big steal.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not entirely sure it was a steal. I think that JDG just got there after resets. We didn't really see the setup. It's important that BLG don't get it. We'd love to see what actually happened. Well, we might not see it now because we didn't get any kills. They only tend to give us the replays when lots of people die, Sam. They don't love, Gentleman's League of Legends of rotations and objectives.
Rotatos, boiler mash and put him in a game.
Exactly. Baron started now. There's no teleport. Victor's coming out of base. They don't spot. This is a good sneak. They'll see it now because Xiaoshu walked over. This is going to go out from under their noses, though. I think JDG have got this. They've got a very, very quick take.
Renekton can't get that. It'll be at least a 4v3, I think. There's Shun, slowed down, Baron taken. Damage back is decent, but they don't get any kills, and JDG come away with the heist of the year.
Viper has to get the big ultimate too. Bin in the backline, has dominance now, going on towards Jundra. He still has that W, maybe.
There's the turnaround damage. They're going to try and force a dangerous retreat, forced to flash away. Will likely still die here. Bin can't quite get the kill. The slows are good. Trapped under the turret. He's going to go down. The slice the dice is enough to get sure he gets something back, but it's not enough to stop the Baron. Resets 1 for 1.
Okay, BLG, a lapse of judgment. We thought they'd maybe done away with that with first stand, with their finals as well, but no, still some mistakes in this late game. Viper took so low at the start of that fight, so you had to get a very cheap wild growth onto him. BLG left scrambling. They do take 1 on the way out, but I don't feel like that's enough for them. I think JDG feels so happy that they get the Dragon, they get the Baron. BLG, after that reset and that topside jungle fight, feels like they've not really been able to stabilize the map again, and that's really quite worrying. They should have been in dominant position after killing off a number of members, even though they lost Viper.
Yeah, no teleports, but the solo laners just weren't able to come on over, and it became that 3v5 around the Baron pit, and that was not great news. Viper's still very strong, the scaling is still very strong, but JDG finding this moment here, I think, is not what I was expecting from BLG. I'd love to see how that setup worked out.
Exactly, yeah, because it really came from, well, we didn't really see any of the resets coming after that top jungle fight, which might end up being the most important thing in this game. JDG still have a minute and a half this Baron to use. They want to try and finally crack this mid lane outer turret, which has evaded them for such a long time.
Turrets.
You're absolutely right. No turrets at all. I don't actually think they can walk up here. Viper, very strong with the Whimsy. You can outstep everything. Does a lot of damage. Does get tagged by just the edge of that Sion Q. 1 wave burned by Viper's good wave clear.
Is, and again, the delayed reset after the Baron's cost him from his Jun, just forced to call the pack. The shield comes on force, the decimating smash does little more than dissuade the turnaround. Nature's Grasp now coming, Bin on the flank angle. They can jump on the side at the very least, and Xiaoshu, you're just not tanky.
Yeah, he's got the Lord Dominates regards as Viper. Viper saves the Baron push. Pretty much all of this was Viper with on-buffing up, outstepping the skill shots, getting the shields to shrug off the damage that does hit him. He basically breaks the Baron buff. JDG worked really well to get that. They've had very good understanding of objective control, particularly against BLG. Viper, though, with individual play, brings that back into even.
It is. Junja now steps out from the Raptor camp.
Just look at what he's doing with this move speed. If he gets that W auto attack onto a champion, gets the Storm Razor, he's been so good at using that movement speed to just dodge the Darkened Daggers, dodge the The tidal wave, the little prayer bead that comes out of Nymaera as well, and the Baron buff has been completely nullified.
Yeah, and Gala's now in so much danger himself. Viper steps forward, forces some retreats. The tier 2 under siege.
The Chaos Storm, he forces the flash!
Oh my god, you're right!
Jesus Christ, Gala had to flash out of that. Knight with the threat of the Liandry's burn after. Good turnaround from him. Knight honestly quietly had, he's not been the first center of the camera, but he's had a really good series, I think. The Orianna, 10-0-8. This Victor here been very strong, out-trading pretty much every time we've seen him on screen. Right there, got some great damage down on the backline.
There's a little note in chat saying it looks like BLG is the team that got Baron, and there's some truth to that. Basically, because BLG forced a really awkward reset. The waves weren't great. The shove through mid didn't manage to get through Viper. Just got to stand and deliver. Look at the items he has versus the utility items Gala has. Sure, the move speed's there. That's nice and all, but how on earth do you actually do damage at this point in the game?
Hang on, Shinken maybe got a W onto here, trying to fight over the Scuttle Crab. Honkyu looking for a flash angle. He's still...
TPs.
I mean, he's not the strongest Annie in all existence, but he's still an Annie. She needs to be careful here. If the stun lands onto him, that's a problem. There's a flash available. Might have to flash away, and indeed does.
There is Renekton now coming. This is a very late reset from BLG, and 8 seconds on...
Dragon.
Soul Point will be pretty... No, Soul
Cloud Soul Point.
Yeah,
Viper's walking forwards, using the LDR. They're getting a lot of damage down. The Q doesn't land. The move speed's so important on this side. Here comes the Maokai ultimate.
They just grasped Junja, managed to use some of it there with the Hounds. More than that, the core of the pack now on cooldown. No immunity for the moment. Dragon not started. Honkyu looking for the flank.
Yeah, he's still got that flash. He knows right. He might not have had the best game, but all he needs is one good flash stun. If he catches Knight and Viper, perhaps things can really change. Even on, you know, that Lulu, getting rid of him would be huge. But the Renekton does not have the flash. It is level 17 though, and he might still be pretty happy to do that. Gala running at him, forcing off the play.
Bin, slice, dice out, gets to safety, but remember, he doesn't have the teleport. Another 4v5. Dragon taken by the Maokai up into the sky with the Feather Storm. Jump forward onto Xiaoshu, who's going to get shredded by those feathers. Shun needs to now back away. Honky flashes with the disintegrate. In they go with Junja. Hound's Pursuit does get that kill as he's bounced back, but still the 1-for-1 right now, and Junja will be forced to eviscerate out the back of the pit. Honkyu and Vampire very low.
That was nasty. Frontline to frontline fighting there. It just goes into bayonet range. At that point, everyone trying to survive the onslaught of everything coming out of the AD carries. The CC following up too. The burn damage coming through from Knight has also been really nasty. We saw Honkyu flash forwards and pretty much lose all of his HP to burn. Credit to On. On's been doing really well at shielding the first player in and also not getting caught in the engage like he was in some points in the mid game. Been spotted out by Gala, and watch what happens here. As soon as Gala over-invests, BLG like, okay, well, your AD carry's out of position. You cannot hold position in River. Ginger instead has to go for the steal. Doesn't get in range for the smite. Once again, Shun, despite being on a quite squishy Maokai, does really well to survive a significant amount of time. While growth was used on good Mikhails, but then you see here, just Honkyu can't one-shot, so he has to, like, get enough CC, and that just doesn't work against the Mikhails.
The Molten Shield was very important, otherwise I think he would have died to that burn. Back to fake lives. We are in a pause. Hopefully not for too long. We'll wait and see. We'll pull back to cameras. It is Gala who's first on screen.
That's bright.
I know. Suddenly the camera not enjoying that change in lighting.
It's just the lights just... This is the player that has paused.
You are the problem.
Well, it's got into these late game team fights again. BLG, game 1, very, very clean. Game 2, I think they had winning angles, much like we saw in the upper bracket final, not the grand finals from last playoffs, where it felt like BLG were in control of both the wins and the losses in that series, really. They were kind of, the mid-game objectives kind of went all over the place. Bin changing headsets potentially. Oh, there might be an audio problem, so Bin's taking his headset off there. Audio problems, the death of all tech helpers on stage. But yeah, I think in this series again, BLG had winning angles in game 2. Credit to Honkyu on the TF. Did a really good job of playing, you know, late game TF. He is perhaps the best late game Twisted Fate in the world. He has been very exciting to watch on that champion. Game 3, I think we see some of the issues again of if JDG don't draft for a dominant 2v2 bot lane, and it's not like best on patch 2v2 bot lane, we see some of the issues that come for them. I think they're very, very solid at playing through perma-push bot lanes, which get ahead and stay ahead. The problem is, and we've seen this multiple times through playoffs and first stand and now here again now, we're seeing a trend where basically when they don't have the best bot lanes on the patch for winning lane, they can struggle on the macro sense outside of that. I think they understand the macro of winning bot lane, pushing up. I don't think they quite have that understanding when it's a more even affair like it is in this game and of course in game 1 as well. Welcome in, everyone, if you're stopping back for the first games post-first stand from JDG and BLG. If you've been enjoying this, please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. It's the only way we get to keep doing this. That's a really cool picture. Oh, that's like the Titan, the Elden Ring kind of like Titan meme. Like the small warrior versus the giant knight. That's cool as hell. But yeah, it's been really fun to watch the first few days of play. I think LPL honestly has a pretty great read on the meta. No surprise they did win first stand, and it looked very well for them. We're back into game now, though. And BLG are back out onto the map. Viper, 7-2, having a very strong game for himself. Bin, though, oh my god, he's not had many resources put up towards him. He's just kind of garnered that amount of impact himself. Sam's running in mid lane. Sam, let's talk about this fight in the mid lane.
Indeed, we will. Viper left in a pretty scary position for a second or two, but still got a lot of summons to work with. The Nature's Grasp not going to land onto anyone as JDG fully retreats.
Xiaoshu, good job there to force the flash out of Knight, but he does lose his own one. But then again, I think the flashes on the carries at this point, very, very important for JDG to track. Viper going to be fighting over the mid lane. Again, JDG still do not have a turret this game. That earlier Herald would have been so useful for that. I know it's the meta to use it as a battle herald, but not having any entrance onto the map is really curtailing their ability to use their quite solid objective play.
Yeah, it's been tricky at this point. And the problem is I'm looking at Viper's inventory, I'm seeing QSS, I'm seeing 4 items, and I think this, plus the Lulu behind it, all this zone control, is such a problem to manning the Baron.
Yeah, Ginger, can you get him range? He's on vision because he's taking control ward. That's what they give. They give you vision, Ginger level 17.
No, no.
Dogs are onto Bin. Bin will be able to zone him off for a little bit. That'll be the Baron gone. No contest. I think JDG without the Scion in position to ult couldn't really get a crazy amount done there.
Is that official Riot stream famous healer whose comments found their way to the official stream in our chat?
Yeah. Oh man, it was really cool. Like seeing some of our regular chatters get onto the from various other streams, right? But like seeing like, oh, I know that person. They're in my chat every now and then on the first stand because they do the social media thing. It crops up like if you comment here, it'll turn up on the bottom of the screen. I'd say I have mixed feelings about that. Sometimes those comments should stay in Twitch chat. You know, sometimes you need to hear from us. You know, for your own good. Got to get learned. Knight has himself a Sorcerer's Pop. Really wants the immediate power spike.
Wow.
Bound to get himself a Death Cap. Has the extra cooldown reduction from cooldown boots and the Crypt Bloom. Viper doesn't have any sustain in his build, but he does have a lot of damage. Oh, he does now because he has the Vamp Scepter. But basically, what Viper's been doing is saying, yeah, I know I'm into a Thornmail, but if I have a Lulu shield, I don't need to care about that. I'll just go optimal damage, and then On will fix the holes in my build, but On's dead!
Oh my god, he's popped.
On makes a mistake into the Annie for the second or third time this game, and this time it could be, well, could it be important? Luckily for them, there's no objective, but On, that's not the first time that's happened this game.
It's not. Again, it is the proclivities of range supports, of enchanter supports. You are at risk of being one-shot by people like Annie.
Yeah, but real credit to Honky. He's the one that's found the angle, stood on the fog of war. You need to punish those movements. You know, Leona, Nautilus, they don't have that kind of issue. Lulu certainly does. Good pick. It stops BLG from grouping up quite as heavily. This might end up losing BLG the bot side scuttle for the Dragon setup.
That's pretty huge. And again, it's a negative Baron power play currently. Got a minute or so to run with it. Neither Baron has been particularly effective so far for either team.
Yeah, BLG would have loved to walk him that Baron, but just a lapse of judgment there from on the vision play. Ginger still remains almost 3,000 gold ahead. Viper will not be able to save the outer turret because the Crystalline Overgrowth will allow JDG to get that first turret for them of the game.
He does. Nearly at that Lord Dom's Gala. That would be huge. Finally to the 100% crit mark then, which would be a big deal. Gala's a little anemic in terms of the damage over the last few fights. Bin will still be able to split push away, and that is becoming a win condition.
20 seconds until Dragon. The BLG want to fight for the soul, presumably, but they don't actually have a great vision because On died looking for those wards. JDG have a full blackout on the bot side. There's a teleport coming in from the Scion. Does Renekton teleport in? Yes, but after a recall himself. Dragon spawning now. JDG have the setup on the objective. The saplings will help. Dragon spawning now. They'll look to rush it.
Ginger did take a fair chunk there from those saplings. Nature's Grasp, Blast Cone in. We will have the fight.
That's a good Scion Q. That's going to help. The tidal wave delaying it after. Bin on the flank.
Looks to potentially jump onto Ginger. Can get into the back of the pit. Big teleport shield to work with. Down to 2,000 HP. It's my fight. One by the Maokai. Shun flashes out the favor. Not enough to keep him safe. That's the Hound's Pursuit. Reset. Damage is good. But Viper with a massive wild gun keeps him alive and flashes forward. The feathers flying as Bin murders the backline. Viper finally falls, but the damage is so obscene before he falls that everyone from Jingdong Gaming is left in the dirt, drowning in the river.
Xiaoshu can't catch up to On. BLG, by hook or by crook, will take this game through the late game. A couple of fumbles on resets won't stop them from winning through the team fights. They'll teleport top lane. I don't know if this is the end of the game, actually. We'll see. They're pushing in through multiple lanes. I think BLG think they can't end on this push. They're going to look for inhibitors, not the Nexus.
Yeah, it should still be critical damage done, but again, not the cleanest Baron shove, but the fight after was well managed by BLG, and good to see them playing some better late game team fights.
I'm not gonna lie, Sam, I think Viper's ult was very late here. He gets the, or rather, he ults through the Scion Q, which is obviously a little bit nasty. And then what happens after? I suppose he walks up, he does have flash. What did he get hit by here? He gets stunned, the Mikhails comes after. Scion goes into him, he gets hit. That was really dangerous, honestly. I wonder if Viper had to flash the Scion ult. I do wonder, because getting hit with that chain CC goes well. Luckily, Bin and Knight just do enough disruption alongside Viper, getting his damage through in the brief amount of time you can actually get those auto attacks out to make the difference.
And they do full send at Viper. It just takes forever to kill him because they burn everything in the kitchen sink, but they've got to go through all of this zone control, and he's got double cleanse in the form of the QSS via the Mercurial Scimitar and the Mikhails, so it was very difficult to keep him locked down, and Bin has been able to run at Gala, who just doesn't have the same disengage tools, really.
Xiaoshu down 5,000 gold. I actually think Xiaoshu's done okay in the team fights. It's just you're against Bin. This is where like a lot of the conversation is, oh, you know, Xiaoshu can't win against Bin, blah, blah, blah. Look, I do think that Bin is the best top lane in the world. Can Shen get the W over the wall? No.
My other issue here, Alex, is that they full sent at Viper, and they still end up losing a lot of HP bars to do it. And then the problem is, Knight is also,
very strong.
The Maokai damage is not unnoticeable, and you've got a very fed Renekton, who just 1v2'd the backline.
Yeah.
You can kill Viper, sure, but it takes a long time, and the rest of the carries are still very frightening at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Bin and Knight are both about 5,000 gold of their opponents. That's a jump onto Shun. The Mikhails is available. They don't use it just yet.
Okay, well, they'll get through the Nature's Grasp via the Scion-Up, but now Xiaoshu's forced to flash away.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure he saw... Well, did he see Victor in that bush? If he did, that's a mistake, Bin. He's on a flank, Sam. He's level 20. He's scary as hell. He's got a Cloud Soul.
Ooh, there's the stun with the Ruthless Predator.
He's so fast!
Call the pack, and by the time there's a GA, might get that off of Bin, but the damage on the Junker is huge. Mikhails and the heals all required, but he's left burning down. He is forced back to base, but does stay alive.
Yeah, so that's going to be, well, I guess it's the GA lost for Bin, but it's control of the map for BLG as Baron spawns. They don't kill anyone, and they've used the Chaos Spawn. The resets are there, but there's teleports coming through.
But John's not there.
I don't think BLG can rush this. I actually think that's a bit of an overinvestment for BLG. Losing the GA on Bin is quite big.
You know what? Fair. I thought with Junja resetting, I wonder whether BLG might feel willing to rush. Don't, though. Is significant enough. They still got control here, and JDG are forced to come face check, and they don't have a lot of vision. Scary members on BLG to now deal with.
Bin is out of the picture for now. Does have the teleport coming up soon. That's great damage from Viper.
Oh my days, Junja forced low again. Didn't get to fully heal before he came out. Didn't want to spend too much time, and now Shun on a back angle has got the Nature's Grasp to work with. This could be a lot of very scary roots. Gala forced to cleanse, does manage to tank up the roots a little bit. Up, it's TP'd in. Gala, Arcabrew, it's not enough, he's dead. Knight blows him up, and the Arcane Storm begins to expand and expand and expand, and it keeps circling, and the weather keeps frying them all. And Jingdong Gaming lose everyone they care about in their own jungle.
This time it'll be the end of the game. Honky will try and recall. I guess he could try and ult the wave for wave clear. That's his last remaining option, but Victor is trying to stop the recalls himself. He's actually teleporting to the inner turret to try and stop the recall. Can he stop it in time? We'll see it. He does. Knight teleports to cut Honky off of the pass. There will be no Tibbers on the wave. BLG win the series 2-1.
It takes a few exceptional late game fights, and JDG will force them out of BLG, but in the end they are still second best. Billy Gaming, first stand champions, here in the LPL at least, reign supreme over JDG.
It was a good series. You know, JDG did have a good amount of gameplay into the mid and late game, which gave BLG some issues, but BLG, I think, clearly showing that they're meta read in terms of their ability to play around individual matchups and their ability to draft compositions which allow their players to really show off is just that much better than the other teams within the LPL so far. Although, I mean, we haven't seen them versus potentially a revived Anyone's Legend, and potentially some other upstart teams which will revamp their rosters. A lot of teams making roster changes coming into the split. In fact, we'll See, just next game, Top Esports have their second series in LPL. They've had a rocky start, but we're hoping for them to reach a higher ceiling. BLG, though, still showing a really good meta read, and I think that they are obviously the team to learn from in the LPL.
Yeah.
I think that the way that Shun plays the game, I think that the way that they're drafting on the whole right now has been much better on average than any other team in the world.
Oh, I love the YouTube chat comments. Been carrying. A few minutes later.
Been throwing. And folks, if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, I think LPL is the region to learn the meta from right now. I think that it's been so exciting to watch. I think that our teams are so exciting to watch as well. If you agree with us, if you're finding that this is an entertaining region to watch, please think about stopping by again, whether you're here for the first time or the 100th. Makes a difference to us. There's no official LPL English broadcast anymore. It got shut down at the end of 2024, which means that no one is paid to broadcast the LPL anymore. That does include the LPL English channel, which are also doing amazing work right now. Support your favorite LPL channels right now that are broadcasting, because if you want to see these storylines, the analysis of this region continue, we need your help. We only get to keep doing this because basically viewer numbers, subscriptions, and activations on our sponsors keep us in rent. And even then, it is tight margins. Folks, we really enjoy watching these games with you, though, and bringing them to you. We have another series today, and I'm looking forward to that too.
Should be good fun. Will it be as good as this one? I mean, it's AL versus Top Esports. My problem is I think Top Esports looked a little bit dubious in the first day of LPL.
Yeah, Jaculov has not had a strong return yet. Now, he's taken some time off. I'm more than willing to give him a bunch of time to see if he can ramp up. We know that Jaculov in playoffs will take up another level as well, but they need to make sure they maintain their mental fortitude. 369 already took a step back, and that is bad news for the team. You know, 369, definitely a player who's been very emotional in the past. We hope that he comes back stronger, of course, too.
Is it. And again, we shall wait and see. But this one is all about BLG for now. And I'm glad we got to see this match because, again, both teams went to first stand. I think JDG fairly solid in this series. Again, the second game was good work from them. Actually, they pulled together a very nice pick comp. The Nocturne TF has always been great for Honku and Junja.
Yeah.
It was great again today. There was some moments in this last game where you saw what the thought process was. The problem is Knight and Viper just absolutely pumped out damage.
Now, a lot of that damage will just be into the backside of Xiaoshu because he's a full tank Scion, so that'll be inflated a little bit. But you could see the amount of damage that Knight and Viper just got from momentary amounts of auto attack uptime or skill shots coming through. In terms of player of the game, it's between Viper and Bin, though, I think. I think Bin just did so well, just using very little resources to do a crazy amount of work, single-handedly winning a bunch of fights. Viper, of course, saved the Baron push after JDG snuck it away from them. But I think on the whole, Bin was the guy that I think overperformed his role within this composition.
I agree. He had a fantastic showing of it and really took Xiaoshu out of the game on the whole, which was very, very significant.
And by the way, like I do think a lot of the conversation around Bin is, oh, he's been really that good because he's just been beating Xiaoshu. I think Xiaoshu is a good top laner.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, well, you know, I don't think that's a detriment to say, well, it is, I mean, it's somewhat of a detriment. Xiaoshu's getting his teeth kicked in by Bin, but I don't think it's like saying, oh, he's just pub stomping. Xiaoshu is good. The fact that Bin is beating him by this much means more.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where I think people who are coming to LPL, to BLG and JDG over the last few series are going to have a very warped expectation of Xiaoshu because effectively we've seen, upper bracket finals, first stand, you're kind of going down this list of like, the amount of games we've now seen of Bin versus Xiaoshu in a very short amount of time, where basically every single game, Bin has just mashed Xiaoshu, has made you go, oh, Xiaoshu's not good. Now, granted, I think there is very much a conversation to say that JDG will never beat BLG or struggle to beat BLG as long as they don't have a way of basically not bleeding out through top. And that's true, but I think that's true with most teams in the world. You have got to be a very special kind of top laner to deal with Bin. And I don't know if there are very many in the world that can do that. It's a handful at best, and even then, I don't think they can do so consistently right now.
Bin mashes every top in the LPL at the moment. Well, I remember a regular season game from last split where he fell 5,000 gold behind 369. So
the cannon was there.
It's not always been as simple as that. He's had to ramp up to this form. And again, right now, of course, he would destroy him unceremoniously. Yeah, no, BLG, solid series today. I mean, there have been some mid and late game fumbles again. I think that they occasionally just lose track of the map. I think some of their resets are a bit skew-if. But yeah, BLG first down champions come back. Solid matchup against JDG, the other team which went there as well. Really, we're seeing whether AL can ramp up with, of course, Big Way coming into their coaching staff instead of Helper, who was on Gen G last year, and we'll see whether that makes a difference for that roster, which realistically should have been top 2 even last split, right? Because they were coming out from 2025 unchanged roster after having an incredible showing across the entirety of 25.
And I'm excited to see people like Tarzan. Again, he had a wonderful series just the other day. See whether he can pop off again in this one.
Question in chat about from Tabe, actually, from the YouTube chat, asking, do you think LPL will do well internationally this year? And, you know, at the start of the year, I was saying these things. For those of you who are watching our regular season coverage from Split 1, I was saying, look, theoretically, LPL should be in a much better spot this year for the meta because there's no Atacon.
Yeah.
Because there's no Atacon for us to throw out.
We were awful at it.
And LPL always takes like a couple of years to get used to new objectives. It took us a while to get used to Heralds, to get used to Grubs, and then with Atacon, we just never got used to it. And while we had some teams which did well, we never saw like the peak of LPL that we saw in, you know, 2018 through to 23, really, when we had all of these crazy teams coming out of nowhere, winning MSIs, winning Worlds, what have you. And I think that the lag time of LPL picking up objectives was a big reason why we didn't look nearly as good in 2025, really. So I think that, yes, the answer is yes. I think LPL should look good in international this year. I think that we have a good amount of players on good form. I'm a little bit worried about our support pool. I think that On is very good and Kanile's very good at the top end. But internationally, at least, I don't know if our supports are going to be managing the macro as well as top LCK supports if they're also on form. Because one of the big things about LCK this split was actually, you know, Delight fell off, Carrier fell off, and we were left with like Duro and Kellen. Kellen was very fortunate to get the Enchanter meta, right? But I think that actually support difference has been a worry of mine between LCK and LPL.
Yeah, and again, you know, here's hoping things like Vampire, who had a tough final series at first stand.
And versus Lion as well.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can take those learnings and come back and be stronger, and I think in credit to Vampire, he has been one of the best players at taking flaws and working on them. He has changed and grown so much over the last 2 years, really, that I think it is not unreasonable to say actually that experience should be one that leads him to higher heights. Yeah, right now with an interview.
Okay, no, I guess we'll listen to that for a little bit. We'll leave you with this, and we'll take a quick break.
现场观众们的欢呼声真的非常非常的热烈，而且今天从进场就比较有趣，是直接从我们的前面的通道和所有的粉丝朋友们一起击掌进场，有没有什么不太一样的感受？
我觉得这种互动性的进场还挺有意思的吧，就以后可以多研究这种。
哎，确实呢，也能够感受到大家的能量和热情。让我们聊一下今天那个比赛，比较有趣的是一开场啊。第一局对面就是5班打野，很好奇你们当时看到对面的这样的一个班位是什么样的一个反应呢？
就熏的英雄池就很多嘛，就5班打野对我没什么影响。
哎，那其实说到英雄啊，我特别想问一下冰鸟这个点，因为自从欧恩拿出冰鸟之后，我们感觉真的是引领了一种潮流。其实对面也有稍微在第一局亮一下，然后包括说隔壁 LCK 有辅助冰鸟，甚至上路冰鸟的登场，而且有的时候它也可以在中路出现。所以说，对于这个冰鸟时代 ，Net 有什么样的一些想法吗？
就欧恩这波科研还可以吧，就成功了，就让别人都去模范了。
哎，确实啊，打个满分。那聊一下第一局的游戏内容，我们感觉你们的节奏是非常迅速的，把雪球滚大，中野辅3个人从中路一波开始就辐射全图。想问一下，可能你们前中期的一些沟通会是怎样的呢？
主要是围绕中野辅就节奏吧，就跟我们中野辅打就行了。
那来到第3局的话，我们也有注意到有一波非常非常帅气的片段，那就是兵哥在上路1v2的情况下完成了双杀。当时有没有注意到那一波？队伍里有没有比如说稍微夸一下他之类的？
当时我们下路在做嘛，就欧恩被秒了，我是没注意到的，但队友说了 nice。
你在上路秀，我在下路挨揍。不过没有关系啊，因为第3局最后还是你们稳扎稳打拿下胜利。不过刚才我们采访开始之前，我们还在说，哎，确实啊，这一波 highlight 回放都要回放非常久，整个打得很焦灼。什么时候开始觉得，哎，我们能够拿下比赛呢？
从 BP 选出来就感觉能赢吧，我们月下成功，也就更加自信了。
哇哦！而且确实啊，打得非常非常的帅，而且感觉对面其实一度有拿到第1条大龙的情况之下，你们的防守非常的坚决，不给对面推塔的机会，然后在后面的所有的团战当中，一直让兵哥从侧方来切入战场，大家好像都非常的冷静。中后期你们的一些交流模式会是怎么样的呢？
中后期就每个人都会说话吧，就兵优势的时候他话也会比较多，就会一直指挥。
能够感觉到你们整个沟通交流上的一个提升，而且因为今天也是我们第2赛段在北京主场的第1场比赛嘛，也有注意到你们的先锋赛的奖杯也在我们的场馆展示。我记得当时赢下先锋赛之后，奈的选手在微博上有说这是今年的第1步，那么很快我们的第2步就要开始了，也就是我们的第2赛段。第2赛段有什么属于你自己的一些期待？包括说觉得队伍好像哪些部分还可以进一步的提高呢？
我觉得我们队伍上限是非常高的，就期待就常规赛先一把不输吧。
那我就想接着这个话题来问一下了，因为其实在我们的赛前采访的时候，斌哥有说我们全胜进 MSI， 那作为队长有什么想回应的？
我觉得没问题，对我们自身实力了解得很清晰。
好的，相信你们。那最后我们也能感觉到我们所有北京主场的热情，同时也相信在屏幕前有非常多一直关注着你们的召唤师们，为你们加油打气。来吧，时间交给你，有没有什么要对大家说的？
就谢谢大家看我们比赛吧，就今年 LPL 是非常强的，希望大家多看我们比赛，就看我们多拿冠军。
好的，我们也会一直相信你们，我们也会一直期待一个更好的 BLG。感谢奈的选手来接受我们的采访，再次恭喜你们。接下来，让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Hey, really cool to hear from Knight there. Now I just chose to butt out there and make sure that if people are watching about the VOD later, people can translate it. So Sam's going to take second series off because he's got some other stuff to do today, and I just wanted to look after his voice. Second series will be just me for Anyone's Legend versus Top Esports. Should be a fun one. Should be a fun one. Really looking forward to that. I want to see if Anyone's Legend can reach the level which they did last year. That's the big question. Can they reach the level they did last year? It's a hard ask. You know, Anyone's Legend were very, very good last year. But you do wonder what happens when they don't have Tabe. Player of the game is Bin, no surprise. Incredible game from him. Always found the right angle. Multiple outnumbered outplays. And won a bunch of team fights for them. Incredible angles from him. Again, he hasn't played like this since 2024. He's now had, like, how many series in a row has he been looking like best top laner in the world? I mean, I would argue since LPL finals. I think upper bracket finals was a bit weak from him, actually, in terms of, like, it was winning lane but not winning the game. But I think finals, and then his, how many series did he play at? 4 series at first stand? And then a best of 3 there, too. So I think he's had 6 series in a row, which have just looked utterly unmatched. Yeah. Kind of think Viper was robbed? Viper was pretty good. Yeah, he was really strong. I think he did make 1 or 2 mistakes, but I think on the whole, Bin played... Okay, put it this way. I think Viper was set up for success, and he played his role well. I think Bin played beyond his role and what you expected of him. Because when it comes to MVP, I try and look at what they should do within the draft and how they were set up for. I think that Bin was not expected to do nearly as much as he did. Not compared to any other player in the world in his role. Oh, what a series from Bin. Pauses in these games are so cringe, lose so much hype in the moment. I mean, yeah, sometimes, so funnily enough, I actually find some pauses really interesting. Because, like, they allow you to sit and sink in the moment if it's a big enough occasion. Those are the pauses where I'm like, actually, sometimes weirdly pauses can add to the occasion. Because it allows you to kind of like seep things in, take a breather in a way that because you have to be constantly locked in when you're watching the draft, right? Watching the game. Sometimes, not always. I mean, most of the time they're detrimental. I think it helps if you have a good broadcast crew. It helps if you're in an arena with a crowd. If there's a pause in a crowd in an arena, you can just play around with the crowd. It's cool. Like seeing people like, Machine run around to talk to fans in the audience in CS, or playing with the crowd. That stuff's great. If you've got a really good stage host, it's big. It's big. Yeah, there was a pause because I think Bin had a headset issue, Hilo, sometime in game. Was it game 3 or game 2? Anyway, one of games. Okay, right, what to do next? What should we do? The thing is, because I'm now back to the old setup, I now have to figure out what I'm gonna do. Thank you, by the way, for the follow, by the way, RT. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sam. Domo. Let's not drop that cup. That would be bad. That would be
Chat, I've got a deadlock cast this evening, and I will die if I have to do more.
Do you want a link to it?
Yeah, we'll do. So it'll be on just Relic and possibly Deathy's.
If you put it into chat, I'll get one of the mods to pin it.
Over on Relic's chat.
Yeah. And then tomorrow, there's no LPL tomorrow, but what I'll do instead is I'll do some VOD reviews. So I really want to VOD review KT Gen G, and I really want to VOD review T1 HLE. And because there's no LPL or LCK, hopefully there'll be some people who are around to watch it. So I'll stream it at like regular LCK LPL time. So I'll probably do like 10 or 11 CET. So when I vaguely start up these, I think it'd be like yeah, it'd be like an hour earlier than it was today, or like around the same time. If you want to know when, I'll post on my Discord. If you want to learn, if you want to see where I am in the Discord, then, you know, come join it. Hi, do you think Knight, Tabe, and Tarzan will ever work together? I know that Tabe said that he really wanted to work with Knight because he's never coached him before, and I think that'd be insane.
Is that actually? I don't know whether you can pin the shout out or not.
I can.
Might be a mistake. I might do it.
Oh, I can. Well, I'll do my own message.
Apologies for the additional work there. I went with the shout out. That might not actually be all that helpful.
Sorry.
Door open or closed, mate?
What time is it? What time's the cast happening, son?
It'll be. Don't check the timings here, because I know when call time is. The series is slightly different.
Just say when people should tune into the stream.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's if you want people to come watch your stream, Sam, it's helpful to know where it is and when it is. Just basic marketing things.
I know.
Oh
It's one of
god.
those ones where I know when call time.
Yeah, I know. Because at the end of the day, that's when you got to turn up and stuff. I understand, but yeah.
I think it's 8 PM.
CT.
Yes.
Yeah, let me do that, and I'll pin that. Cool. My man's getting pretty clear on the Caitlyn. Yeah, I think that Gala's been doing really well at lane dominant stuff. My worry is I don't think JDG are good unless they're like hyper crushing lane in terms of their bot lane. Now they're very good at that. I don't mind it because it's a style, right? And if you can play to that style and constantly play around it, that's fine. It's not actually a problem. But my worry is that if they're not on Ashe, Seraphine, Ezreal, Karma, you know, really winning lanes which just permanently push in the lane and cause the enemy team to kind of get locked in lane, I think they look really quite lost a lot of the time. Of course, the same applies to Vampire too, right? I guess it's kind of on both of them, because I don't think they know how to play macro and skirmishes when they're even in bot lane. I think they have to have a heavy winning bot lane, otherwise they don't know how to like unlock themselves on the map. Yeah. Still trust my mans on Kai'Sa. That's true. I miss Gala Kai'Sa. How good is he at that? He's just not met. Yeah, Kai'Sa doesn't win enough lanes. You know, we used to have like Nico to carry Kai'Sa through lane, and it would work quite well at that point. But yeah. But like, I don't think that was a bad series from JDG. I think they play. I mean, game one, it just felt like there was nothing they could do right. It was just BLG with BLG, you know. Nymaera, what's your secret to keeping up with multiple leagues, live streaming, and doing about 10 podcasts a week? When do you find time to live? It is a muscle. It is much harder to jump straight into it rather than just working your way into it. Bluntly, I don't always keep up with all regions, and I end up, when I'm on a podcast, researching more for that. I try and catch the biggest games. The biggest suggestion I can give you is have someone you can reach out to about every region and chat with them about what their big takeaways are and what games to watch, and that will give you a head start on where you want to look. Now, in a perfect world, you would watch everything, form all of your own opinions from no outside external influences. But for instance, like when LEC is happening, Kira, Rich, and I message in a chat anyway. So like I already, and we'll agree or disagree. We'll see. I'm sure many people want to do that, Hilo. I'm not judging. Many people want to do that. What? Yeah. Sorry, what? Yeah, but yeah. In terms of catching up with everything, luckily I'm in a place where financially League is my life. You know, so keeping up with League is my life, and I'm very lucky to be able to do that. But Yeah, keeping up with everything is difficult. Watching highlights helps, but it doesn't give you the full picture. I find that having a notepad just to write down a single sentence about each game helps too, so you can kind of like kickstart your brain into figuring out into remembering what you thought more in depth about that game. So for instance, in game 3, I'd be like, what do I put down as a single game for BLG JDG game 3? I'll be like, what? Viper, Deathball, Gigabin, Renekton, and then I'd probably remember a lot about that game already. And then for, I don't know, like, for T1 KT game 1, I would put a sentence like, KT fighting for global vision control, and I'd know what I thought about that series. Because basically what happened in that game was KT, Rolster, and T1 fighting over vision control because there are so many globals in the game, you have to have vision control to see where the global's coming from. I miss when Crit Kai'Sa was good. Yeah, the problem is Kai'Sa doesn't have any crit scaling in her kit, so it means that she can't really go for that, you know? Tarzan versus Tian hype. Yeah, Tian... I thought he had some good moments in the last series, but it's not been like cleanly there. I think the big thing is I just don't think Jakulev knows where it's safe to position a lot of times right now, and that's a team thing, right? You know, knowing when it's safe to push because you know where the jungler is, tracking the jungler, knowing by contextual information when and where you're safe, basically. That's a very hard skill to learn. Yeah. Oh, old Navori made Kai'Sa Q crit. Oh, dude, Navori was cool as hell, man. Navori was cool as hell. Although, to be honest, a lot of the mythic items were just not very healthy for the game. I mean, Divine Sundra was kind of good for disallowing tanks, and it meant that no tanks could really exist, but it was really bad for the overall health of the game, you know? What's the deal with Jhin being so popular now? His win rate in pro play is abysmal. Is it that? Hang on, is Jin's win rate really that bad? Let me go check Jin's win rate. What is Jin's win rate? Or does it just feel like it's bad? Oh shit, it is really bad. Whoa, it's only 30% win rate? Yo, okay. Has it just been top teams playing or just been bot teams winning it? Zaguma lost with it HLE. Jakulov lost with it. LPL. Yeah, okay, so it's not yeah, no, it's actually everyone playing it. Okay. The thing, okay, we'll change the audio over and we'll do this. The thing about Jhin is that he's very long range and he wins lane. So if you're in a composition which is going to dive onto the AD carry, Jhin is safe because he has range. He enables other people to do damage. So if you have a high damage top side, Jhin, you don't have to play towards him because he wins lane and he locks them up. It's like Jhin Rumble is really good. Jhin K'Sante is awful. If you're going to play Jhin, you need a really high damage top laner or mid laner. Along, like Jhin Gwen, Jhin Rumble. Which tends to work out quite well anyway, because most of the high damage top laners, or junglers even, tend to not have any CC, so Jhin brings that with him. But basically, because a lot of the meta is winning bot lane, Jhin wins you bot lane against even some of the most lane dominant bot lanes in meta, and then he ends up going crazy. Who is my favorite champion? Hang on, I can probably wait. Who did you've asked who my favorite champion is? Let me show you. Hang on, I'll see if I can focus the camera on it. I think my favorite champion might be Ahri League of Legends. My favorite champion is Ahri League of Legends. Oh my god. I don't show that off nearly as much as I should, maybe. For the amount of money I've spent on that, I should show it off more, you know? There we go, cool. But yes, Ahri, I have several million points on Ahri. I've played her since 2013. I have the Faker Ahri skin. I have a signed poster by Ahri's voice actor. That was a Christmas present from Sam at some point. Are you a better Ahri than Knight? Absolutely not.
Hello， 亲爱的各位召唤师，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松崎。我们邀请到了 AL 的中单选手 Shanks， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 中单香克斯。
欢迎香克斯。那在昨天的比赛当中，你们2比0战胜了对手，旗开得胜。今天这一场与滔博的对局，希望打出怎样的表现呢？
就希望比昨天打得更好一点。
那来到了新版本有所调整嘛？你个人比较关注的变动会是什么？你觉得对于现在的中路是否有较大的影响呢？
我个人比较关注那个蛇女和沙皇的加强吧。
好的，比赛加油！
Hello， 各位，在前彩环节，我们也邀请到了滔博的中单选手 Cram， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cram。
欢迎 Cram。那来到了全新的赛段，扬帆起航。在赛段的初期呢，相信大家都在积极准备进入状态，比如说团队的配合、版本的适应。你觉得现在队伍努力的方向会是什么呢？
我觉得我们现在需要努力的方向是我们团队的配合上面这边吧。
那今天这一场与 AL 的对局，个人有什么期待吗？希望能打出怎样的发挥？
那就是希望我们能赢下他们吧。
好的，比赛加油
！And you can't believe that the Hawks actually got a perfect game. That is insane. Wait, Aria was doing it on LeBlanc too? Dude, that's so cool. We get ourselves the teams onto stage now as well.
让我们有请 Anyone's Legend.
Are the Gin energy drinks still alive and dreaming? Yes, I still have my Gin energy drinks. I still have that. Anyone's Legend take to the stage. They're looking good. They're looking good.
Top Esports。
And Top Esports take the stage to multiple roster changes for them, big changes to Top Esports to try and make them internationally viable again. Tien joining once again, Jakulov on the roster. Hung. Oh, he wants to wait about this moment, sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Ugh, yeah, sorry, my bad. Jachi out. For Jakulov coming into that bot lane. Of course, the other change was 369 taking a step back. Suyan coming in to help. Alrighty, let's get locked in for this one. So what can Top Esports do? Well, I think that some of the drafts from Top Esports have been very hard to play. That's obviously not helping. I'm not always going to say a draft is bad when I think it can be more accurately described as difficult. Top Esports has been going from bad verging on, or like difficult verging on bad, that was the problem. Some of their games that they played the other day against Invictus Gaming, I could see what they were going for, but clearly weren't executing that well. I think they need to put Jakulov on something which he can be more safe on, provide more consistent value. I think he's been struggling to do so far in all of his games since he came back. I also don't know what's going to happen with 369 and Suyan. You know, 369 kind of mental boomed a little bit. I mean, there was a scrim between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports, I believe there was, where Flandra just decked him. Yeah, again, no worries. By the way, folks, if you do want to ask any question about LPL or just casting or me in general, feel free to say in any of the chats. I do read all of my chats as and when I can. Thank you so much for the sub as well, Sully. You're great. Appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. I'm gonna make that slightly larger, actually. Why not? Why not? And again, folks, if you appreciate what you're seeing here, did I put an ad break on? Did I not put an ad break on? I didn't put an ad break on. Folks, I'm gonna have to put on an ad break, like, I'll have to put like a long ad break on after this series, am I bad there? But yes, if you're appreciating what you're hearing here, great to hear that, and we hope that you stick around and join us to the rest of our LPL journey. LPL currently, for now, the best region in the world. We will see if that continues. I do think that LPL has the best meta read right now. We'll see whether other regions can catch up, whether LCK can regain their footing. Of course, LCK, you know, a region which we always expect to be so potent. Of course, we'll see whether that continues here. And it was Legend Top Esports. Let's get into it. So, let's
going to be anyone's legend having first pick. Karma. Ow, we still have Orianna, we still have Varus, we still have Ashe Seraphine, Glaives, we appreciate you as well. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you back. Scion, banned away. Not wanting Flandre is so good at this. He is the best Scion in the LPL. He's so good at it. The fact they have to ban it in first rotation that leaves open Orianna. Now you have, look, anyone's legend will get Jarvan or Nocturne. You're getting one of them. In fact, I would almost wonder if you need to lock Ryze, because Ryze at least doesn't get one shot by that combo. I actually think this is a big mistake. I think it's a big mistake. You just get slammed with a Nocturne or a Xin Zhao now, and I don't think Azir can play the game. I think the problem with the Azir here is that, yes, Jarvan gives the attack speed to the Azir. Jarvan Azir is a good combo. Azir gets demolished by any sort of damaging jungler with the Shockwave on top of him. You could go Vi, you could go Nocturne here. The Xin Zhao's better against the Jarvan in general. Either way, no, I think it's a big mistake to lock in a squishier champion like the Azir. It's fine in terms of the DPS, and in fairness, you know, the Jarvan does give you extra attack speed from the standard. That's fantastic for the Azir. I know this pick and ban song. It's very Samba. It's very Fiesta. I like it, or Siesta rather. My bad, not Fiesta. No, it's Fiesta, not Siesta. Ah, wrong way around. Renekton in for Flandre. Strong blind pick. Does Suyan want to play something? Well, you can play Gnar into it. Could play something like Yorick's a little less good. Goes towards that Gnar as the more standard matchup, of course. Suyan's still stepping in for the shoes of 369, who we assume will be back at some point, but he's taken a break because he's been struggling quite a lot. He doesn't think he's playing very well. Suyan, the sub-top laner from LDL. Filling his shoes. Bard banned away from Kael. He was so good on that the other day. So in terms of bot lane, what have we got? There's there's no Varus. We still have Ashe Seraphine. We still have stuff like Corki Nami, the Lulu lanes. There's Sivir available if you want to pick in towards that too. No Karma, but Ezreal very powerful, and especially against a Jarvan, you do want something that can hop out of that pit. So you're typically looking at Corki, which is now banned, but the Ezreal and Nymaera, which can hop out of that cage. So it means that even if you don't have Flash, you have some way to disengage from that Cataclysm. It's so powerful against immobile carries. Alistair banned away from Fengui. Very, very good at that champion. But I would have said his Poppy is his best one. Poppy is fantastic. Seraphine sets up for a... And now this sets up for a couple of things. It can set up for Ashe if it's not taken, or Misfortune, or sometimes the Ezreal as well. Do you take the Ashe away from it? Go for something like... what have we seen with the Ashe? We've seen... Well, it's normally the Ashe Karma, but can't take it away here. Or Ashe Bard sometimes. They're choosing to give over the Ashe Seraphine. Yunara Lulu may be taken into it, so Jackulov and Fengui going to get, I would argue, the strongest bot lane patch of the year, bot lane of the year. This is just such a disgusting combo. Folks, I've got to put an ad break on now. If you don't want adverts, please subscribe, and you won't miss much. Let's get into the game, though. Top Esports do have some good playmaking opportunities. Long-range engage with Tien Jarvan, a powerful champion for him. He's played that a lot over his career with the Ashe as well. However, Tarzan on the Xin Zhao, this guy is a god at that champion. He played what many people call the perfect Xin Zhao game at MSI last year. And I'd be hard-pressed to disagree. He is an incredible jungler. Flandre on the Renekton. Want to see what he can do against, you know, a stand-in top laner. We'll see what he can do against him. You know, the Renekton, if he gets onto the backline, just does wondrous things. We saw Bin do just the same thing, of course, just last game. Skill matchups across the lanes feels like fairly stable drafts. Hopefully so. Hopefully so. I do think the Orianna has some huge value in this game. The shockwaves are going to be massive. Let's get onto the Rift, hit those gyos, and get into our second series of the day. Oh my god, that's loud. level 1. Not going crazy in terms of damage from top Jackie-Love and Feng Yue. Does hit the second Q. The big thing about the Seraphine is that you really want your first doubled up ability to have good value. If you miss that, you lose a lot of your damage. It's kind of like the mantra Q from Karma. Volley into the arrow. Hope getting an auto attack reset there. Of course, Yunaura's damage in early lane very much is about stacking up your Q passive and then getting the auto attack reset. That's another double Q missed. Feng Yue missing both of them. Look, I actually think Feng Yue was pretty solid across most of last split. Is Poppy particularly good, especially for a newer player? I thought this guy was actually pretty legit. Is Poppy fantastic, as we were saying, but it's not like he hasn't had his negatives in lane. Him and Jatchi definitely had some worries. First E missing. Does have his doubled up ability now for his Q. Still pushing back the Yunara Lulu, but not getting enough HP to do that much with it. Tien going from top to bot, as is Tarzan. Tien versus Tarzan. What a matchup. Really like both these two junglers when they're on form. Tien, if he gets a read on the early pathing, he does some incredible stuff. Where was that E going, Feng Yue? Come on, that wasn't going anywhere close. Got to be more accurate with them. We've seen a lot of those skill shots go wide. The Seraphine, the more you hit, the more value you get. Of course you do. The more you hit, the better value you get. The thing about Seraphine is that, you know, eventually you will run out of mana. Eventually the enemy bot lane will get to like level 3, level 4, get the first reset in. Hope Kyle, they're completely fine. Absorbed as much farm as they can. High HP. Not getting any push, but it's not led to that much of a difference. Tien walking across the river. Was that spotted? No. Is he going to come over the wall? Yes, he is. Tarzan, does he have his cooldowns back up and available? Looks like he does. You don't want to walk at the Shinzao when he's got all of his abilities available. Who's roaming up first? Actually, Bevron's roaming up at the same time. Barrier bot popped by Hope. Both defensive summons there, but they won't be able to get that much. Tien did get the smite because there's no blue buff. And Tarzan teleport back in from Shanks. Cream not that happy. There is a level down, and he's well, a lot of HP down. Flash away from the wind becomes lightning. Tarzan can jump forwards. Kyle doesn't manage to get the polymorph in time. Cream didn't have to flash. I thought he might have to. He'll have to teleport back soon. Was looking to do so anyway. So Toppy is what to do. Successfully get themselves a blue side steal away, a blue buff steal away, with no one dying. They do lose both summoners on Feng Yue for both combat summoners from Hope and Kyle in that bot side. Tarzan, what can you do here? Ah, he can steal away Krugs because he knows about the timing of... Look, if Tien was there at that timing, he knew that he would have dropped his Krugs to go for an invade onto that second buff. You have to drop something on your own side of the rift, and he correctly guesses that it's the Krugs that were dropped. Cannon is taken by Cream. There's no extra damage coming from him. He's too low HP. Shanks can be assured of that. Does get the phase rush, and Shanks just walks at him. Swean, good trade onto Flandre. He's very low HP. Gets himself that empowered ability. Does he have the extra ability to close him down? I'm not sure about it. Flash forward for the auto, and Swean solo kills Flandre. Well, we did say Flandre, we want to see him do well against the stand-in top laner for top esports, but Flandre, his laning phase isn't his specialty. I'm not going to say he's always bad in lane, but it's definitely not something which I focus on him in general. Right there, losing flash, dying. Well, that's not the best start for him. Typically, Flandre is one of those players who, you know, laning is whatever, occasionally has some great moments, but it's not really what you focus on him for, not like his old days back in 2015 odd. Got chased down so far. Swean just walks at him with all the hyper procs. IG logo gets thrown up. Of course, Zian debuted on IG back in 2024. He struggled a fair bit. He was kind of subbed in and out for YSKM. He played a lot of Skarner top at the time. He's had some bit more time to forge himself in the fires of LDL and come back up in this unexpected scenario. I don't think he's done too badly. Walking up again, has the level 6. Meganar into the wall, just gets well, not quite into the wall actually. Just still gets the CC though, good damage onto him of course. Meganar very bursty. Flandre does have the Dominus, not really a threat of him dying here. Really wouldn't want to blow that one for free. That's another stun landing onto him. Sorian didn't pick up the house, doesn't have the reduced cooldown because of that. It does have the hyper proc though, potentially procking here. Ow! Yeah, Flandre's really not enjoying this. Credit to Sorian. I didn't think we'd be focusing on that top lane matchup in that sort of way. It's level 5, of course, even in farm now with Tarzan because he took back those Krogs. No one is interrupting top lane. It is a 1v1, truly. So yeah, going to get Dominus against him. Flandre using that to clear the wave. It says a lot that he has to use it in that fashion though. Doesn't even get an extended trade with multiple empowered abilities. So we won't be able to stop the recall. Well, you could throw the Q the wrong way and then try and get the backswing of it, but then there'd be very long cooldown. The big thing about Nymaera is that if he drops the boomerang, his Q is basically on cooldown for, what, full wave, pretty much. Oof, sweep forwards goes. It's Tien! It's almost a perfect CC combo. Shockwave is available. Might look for the double on that. In onto the cream, and he does get it. Shanks needs to be a little bit careful here for the extended play. Tarzan has flash, jumps onto Tien, gets good damage onto Cream, but I'm not entirely sure he wants this. The flag was already down from Tien, so can't go for the flag drag after. Kyle roaming for... Is he going to flash for a poly? Don't flash for the poly. Don't do it, Kyle. Don't do it. Don't do it. It'd be so mean to do that. Doesn't quite find the angle. Cream backed off early enough. Oh, how swag would it have been to get that flash polymorph for first kill for anyone's legend. That would have been something special. Wouldn't have been first blood, of course. So we had that in topside on the 1v1. This is the only point in time Renekton can beat Gnar. Yeah, so typically the way that I view the matchup of Renekton versus Gnar is if no one interrupts top lane, and Renekton always gets the optimal trades in terms of the timing in lane and his rage and on the wave, Renekton wins up until one thing goes slightly wrong. Gnar gets, you know, one extra hyper proc, or the wave goes into a much better spot for the Gnar than the Renekton, or you misuse an ability of the Renekton, then the Gnar starts to come through, which is why, look, this matchup, I actually don't mind, you know, hang on a second, oh, God, so much damage again. I don't mind watching Gnar versus Renekton matchup. Top laners have plied their trade as Renekton or Gnar for literally 10 years now at this point. Has been a matchup fought forever and a day. I like watching players master something and play it out to their best. I like seeing players innovate on it. It's why I didn't mind the Aphelios Jinx meta of 2022, even though both got picked, what, 1,000 times? That's, you know, ad extremis, right? You don't expect that to happen every season. People joke about the Corki Azir, although that was never actually as prominent as people think it was. I think it's just the feeling of seeing those two champions, which are very non-interactive in the meta at that time, wanting to scale up like 3 items. Main point is, I like seeing mastery of these kinds of matchups. I like learning about it at the very highest level, particularly in a pro setting. It's not the same as solo queue. Steel Caps is over. Steel Caps is such an important breakback point for any auto attack top lane matchup. I say that as a Quinn top lane player. As soon as Steel Caps get bought, I'm like, wir haben ein klein Problem. Oh, God. Taking the bone plating there. Of course, Renekton really wants to just kind of tank that. Ooh, God, hyperproc there again. Almost in range for the Mega Nance, man. Again, really controlling this matchup pretty well. That being said, he's actually behind in XP. It's not XP in terms of... he's ahead in XP, but behind in terms of actual CS. Flandra's been picking up enough of that. Now, the thing about Flandra is, you know, as much as we can grasp about that lane trade and blah, 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 Flandra's teamfight impact is second to none in Split 1 before playoffs, and then obviously been kicked it up a notch afterwards. But Flandra, I rated him as my first all-pro top laner last split because he was, despite his laning faults, he was the best player at taking team fights and winning them. The same could have happened, you know, last year as well. Flandra did have some matchups where he's, you know, falling behind 20 CS. Didn't matter, just turn up to the team fight and win. Who cares? Dragon traded for Grubs, Tien taking that quickly. We got the top side Scuttle Lucky Spawn as well. Giving Grubs to Gnar, very important if he has to lane into the Renekton. Can often walk beyond the Renekton, force him on the tower, get a hit onto the tower. Ooh, Hope using that level 6 barrier. Heal both used. Ult into tower, spread full CC. The dunk comes in, and Tien just flies over the wall and says, "Thank you for the free kill." Tarzan might try and cross map. Jackalope does have ult. Fungi has Encore as well. Stacking up the Q3. The Encore comes through under turret and the arrows there as well. But it's Kyle who's taken the aggro, and Tarzan flashes forwards for the Thunder Gnome. It will be the one for none. Jackalope can't get back under turret now. Really good tanking by Kyle. Good organization from anyone's legend. They don't fall into the kind of the hasty dive, which can sometimes be the death of you. Kill for Hope on that too. Nice for him. Top esports trading top side advantage for bot side advantage. Now this is where things get tricky. Hang on, potential sweep back into mid lane, and it does work out. He has flash though, gets the phase rush as well. I don't think Tien's in range, especially without that cataclysm. Shockwave back, that often tends to be the way of things with Azir or Orianna. You know, Azir will sweep in, try and get the Orianna into their jungler, but then Orianna will shockwave you back to make sure that the trade is back in terms of HP. That's exactly what happens there. Good discipline from Shanks, not needing to panic flash. 800 gold lead for Suyan. Now he gets himself the plates on top side. And the assist onto Flandre. Teleport back in from Cream. Doesn't have the sweep, just using the E for damage there, actually. Minions aggroing the tower, not onto him. Shanks just teleported back in soon. Not bad from Cream, actually. Of course, Cream, a player who last year were... These two mid laners, last year, Cream and Shanks, on the same teams they are now. Well, I suppose it was in 2024 as well. 2024 is where it started. And then, of course, really came to light in 2025. That's when Cream and Shanks really found themselves at the top of the LPL mid lane pool for the first time. And I know that people have bad memories of Cream internationally before, and I understand that. He definitely had some negatives, although Tristana, remember, it's Tristana, beat even one of the superpowered Gen G streaks of form at points. But both of these mid laners were very on form last year, and they found themselves, for once, breaking past that barrier of Xiaohu, Rookie, Durnby, of course, that have been there for years and years. Knight was a step too far in an individual level for points, but then last year it really felt like actually Shanks and Cream could get it done. As a team, they could get it done, even against the very elite mid laners here within the LPL, which has not typically been a thing, actually. As we've been saying, you had like these top 4-ish mid laners within the LPL, which kind of battened down the hatches. The same, of course, happened in LPL, of course, and LCK, of course, when you had, you know, Faker, BDD, Showmaker, and Chovy. Those are the 4, which kind of held down the top of the table for a very long time. Of course, form has come and gone for both these players at points. Last split, Shanks, not fantastic. Oh, Dominus used level 11. Suyan manages to space things out. Picks up the boulder again. Does hit him again with that. Flandre might have to go start flashing some skill shots at some point, and he doesn't right there. He has the extra slice of dice, flashes away with the last bit, and he won't be able to get away from the house. The boulder crashes down onto him. He'll be fossilized under that. And Flandre dies in the battle of the Kaiju's topside. Cream will slide away after taking the shockwave damage. Extra Q does not hit him afterwards. Suyan is doing some work here. At 369, a player who stepped out because of his lack of form. It's sad to hear from him, but Suyan, for him as an individual, if you were friends with Suyan, if you were someone that knew him, of course the advice would be, look, this is an unprecedented opportunity. You didn't expect this. Make the most of it. Make this your own. He's up against Flandre, one of our best top laners within the league. Maybe not in that laning phase, but just in general in terms of reputation. Flandre tries to clear the wave. Doesn't really get enough done. Doesn't get the level 11 either. Dominus comes through, but at that point, the damage is sort of done. Hits the level 11 off the cannon. Great play from Suyanford, kind of forcing the play onto him and not letting him get that level for free. Trading CC for CC. Flandre flashed away from the crunch. Doesn't have the flash for the last boulder toss. Suyan is playing this matchup out magnificently. Yeah, Flandre, he didn't really know what to do there, did he? Very close to getting that 1v1 himself. It's not like Suyan was walking away with that for free. And now completed Triforce to just the components of the Stride Breaker. Flandre is out of this game up until he can find a big fight-breaking combo with his team. He's not winning this 1v1 without external help, which in that case is not a 1v1. Turret goes down as well. It's the first turret of the game, so he gets 430 gold. He has a 2-level advantage for now, although Flandre will likely get that back on the other side. AL must find advantages away from the top lane before the Gnar brings his lead to the play. The gold lead for top esports is in this top lane. He's teleporting in. He doesn't have Mega. He just dropped his thing as well. That's a shockwave on to the first target in TM. He still has himself the Cataclysm. He's not dead yet. He gets the Dragon as well. This is looking okay for top esports, so they're going quite low. Flandre pops the Dominus. Can he get himself any value here? I'm not quite sure. So he goes into Mega as well, and he brings the lead to the party. Anyone's Legend. They tried to make sure this was not a kaiju genre movie, but I think top esports are the directors in the seat. A huge win for top esports. Around the dragon fight, they get themselves the advantage, and this top laner who unexpectedly stepped in to the shoes of 369, who thought he was on bad form, has been spectacular in the first 15 minutes. It is that this time-weathered matchup in the top lane of Renekton versus Gnar, the two mega kaiju. Hope tries to get some damage onto Cream. It's good from him. Shockwave goes on to the Jarvan, but it doesn't go onto the carries. I wonder if that was a mistake. I wonder if that was a mistake to not go onto the carries. They were quite low there. Jackie Love somehow lives through this. Great disengage from Cream and Jackie. It's just Flandra in the backline. And of course, just the Renekton in the backline with this amount of gold is not that threatening. Just the Nara in the backline on the other side with this amount of gold, it is damn terrifying. I have no idea how, you know, Suyan managed to go from 0 to 100 Mega Nara and still managed to get a good play. Like, the Suyan's died, by the way. I don't know what happened there. Who killed him? There wasn't Hope. Hope got like a kill earlier. Guys, how did Suyan die? Did I miss that in the picture-in-picture? Anyway, he's dead. So, Kaiju down. Good job, AL. Shutdown went over to someone. Oh, 3 people ganked him. Oops, my bad. Did I just miss that? Whoopsies. Teehee. That's what happens when you've got one person trying to cast at the same time. Shanks got the kill. Okay, important for him. If Shanks gets powerful shockwaves with this build, that's important. No, anyone's legend. No, the first 15 minutes, not a good look for them. Now, if they do get a good shockwave, things go massive for them. It's not like Tuyan is not any further behind Flandra. Harold's going to go mid lane. It's good for him, actually. Good for the team to get themselves a slam into the mid lane turret. If they start opening up the map, things get very, very nasty. Jackalove on the Ashe. People will forget this, but Jackalove is one of the most iconic Ashe players of all time. You know, he is that guy that would flash in on the immobile AD carry to make a difference in 2018. Back on IG. It's one of the champions he made his name on. Tien's going forwards. He's a little bit alone there. There is a shockwave available from Shanks, and as we were saying, he is scary. He has himself good gold lead of himself. While this is happening, Lil Nar, famous rapper name for Tsuyam, gets himself another turret. God, he's so strong. He's going to go back for... did he go Starix or Black Cleaver? Well, I guess there's a Black Cleaver coming in from Tien. Oh, sorry, I'll be going for this. He's got the tunneler in there, so it's not going to be the Black Cleaver. But yeah, Tsuyam gets towards the second item. Starix, we presume. Yeah, there you go. Easy as you like. Tien's got the Black Cleaver duty down. And Tien's doing well too. You know, he's managed to survive the onslaught of the first part of the fight. One of the things which kept Jarvan out of the meta for all... Hey, Parky, how's it going? Sam's taking a break for now. He'll be casting some Dadlock later, so you want to catch more of Sam's lyrical wisdom. Go catch him a little bit later today. Over on Deadlock, he'll be casting on Just Relic. It's pinned in the chat. You can go see him there. All right, Dragon up in a minute 30. Anyone's legend. Only one tower on the board. Have that one early Dragon. 3k down. It's not insurmountable. I suppose a lot of that lead is all in top lane. Jungle a little bit scary. Second item completed for Tien. Tarzan on the Shinzo at least has his ultimate to kind of even the score a little bit. You can use that ultimate well. The gold lead will matter a lot less. But then again, if Tien gets a dunk onto multiple people in the backline, well, it's going to hurt. It's going to suck in a major amount. Shanks will get a second item on this recall. That Shadow Flame coming in thick and fast. Hope's completed his cult. Has himself a 2-item spike on the Yunara. Yunara Lulu. Against this kind of composition with no hyper tank, with a lot of squishies, you can kind of burst out with the 3 first autos of your Fiend Hunter bolts. Can go insanely hard with this kind of draft. Happy Easter, yes, happy Easter to everyone as well, for those who celebrate. And enjoy the chocolate eggs, even if you're not someone that celebrates. Dragon in 30 seconds. Jackulove has both summoners. Well, everyone has summoners besides Suyan's flash, which is important. Hope his flash just coming off a cooldown as well. Cream has teleport, pushing in top lane, trying to get something off of that. The Shadow of the Baron moves up the rift. Will be spawning in just a few seconds. That's a bit of a mistake from top esports. Anyone's legend going to take the full top lane, mid lane out of turret. It's going to be more gold for Cream from mid lane if he finishes, but he can't finish that because of course he has to back off to get back in time for this. Teleport coming in. He can't actually back to spend the gold. Not that anyone's legend can either. Is there an Ashe arrow coming through? There is, and it lands onto the Lulu. Doesn't really want to do that much there. Now Tarzan committed, looking for the slide into 4-man Megadar. How much is going to come after though? He's getting quite low. The shockwave comes onto him. It starts to pop already. That's a flick back. Hope going low, but not down just yet. There he goes. He's down. Flandra now into the backline too. Jackulove and Fongyue trying to disengage the Kaiju of their own. Flandra wins though, and this is what we say. He can get blasted in lane, but it doesn't matter if he turns up to the team fight. Anyone's legend will win the fight despite losing the dragon. Anyone's legend, this is how it works for them. even if things go a little bit awry in early game, you can trust them to turn up in force later into the game. Top Esports, even though there was a great Meganar, not able to capitalize. Anyone's Legend closed the gold gap. That is scary, Top Esports. A good start must be matched by an even stronger mid-game to deal with a team the quality of Anyone's Legend. So what happens here? Tarzan out of position. He knocks back the initial engage from the Jarvan. It's a 4-man ult, but there's no real follow-up because it's a lot of it's into the Shinzao ultimate, and then of course he gets blasted by the shockwave. Hope gets the kill onto him, and well, yes, Tien finishes him off. Cream's out of position. His shuffle leaves him in a position where he can't really sit and get DPS down. So Cream sort of trades his life 1-for-1 with Hope because he's the one that flicked him back out of position. Flandre getting right the way back onto Jaculov, even though Jaculov had both summoners, a huge part of that fight. Jaculov now down 1,000 gold, with Hope getting the shutdown onto Suyan as well. A mess of a fight, to say the least. Anyone's Legend, they'll perk their ears up now. Top Esports just don't have the damage like AL do. I mean, Jarvan's pretty good damage into this team. You know, a good dunk from Jarvan. We saw Skewmon do it against BLG at a first stand, right? Game 1 of finals. You know, a fed Jarvan can be incredibly strong. Especially onto squishy members like Lulu and Nymaera. You can absolutely deal some damage to them. You have an Azir, of course, takes a little while to go online. Does have the Shadow Flame now. Nah, it has a lot of damage too. Ash Seraphine. Seraphine even adds a lot in. I think Top Esports do have the damage. It's just finding it at the right points. Nymaera with a Lulu, though, is kind of scary, of course. And the Shockwave, perhaps the most powerful individual ability in this game, often tends to be. It's always fun when it is. 2-level advantage in the side lane. If someone could just stick in the 1v1, of course, Top Esports have a huge advantage there. 2,000 gold. Yes, Flandre to get himself some great kill participation in that last fight. Potential jump forwards. No CC landings there. Teleport behind us coming in from the Renekton. Is Suyan going to join? No, not just yet. The Encore's fine. Jaculov doesn't have summoners. They've overextended. Suyan will get the bot lane turret, but it's an immediate deletion of 2. That's going to be Barrett. Great teleport from Flandre. What have we said about this top laner? Perhaps some weakness in lane. It doesn't matter. He's so good at finding angles later on. In the dragon fight, around this play now, that will be Baron off of an exceptional teleport from Flandre. Who cares if an inner turret goes down to Suyan? The game-changing advantage has been bought by the teleport of the Renekton. Who cares if he's 2 levels down? Doesn't matter. Tien may be looking for a smite steal. Can't manage to get that. Just pokes his head in. Nothing more to be gained. So, not a bad early start from Top Esports, as we were saying, but Anyone's Legend roaring to life in the mid-game. Oh god, Infinity Edge for Hope. That one is a bit nasty. Just a tad. Just a tad. Nine stacks on the Dark Seal for Shanks. Worth noting as well, once you get to about 10 stacks on your Dark Seal, you're about 700 gold ahead of what shows on the scoreboard too, because you get yourself 4 AP per stack. That's 40 AP. That is, you know, just under, well, that's basically about 700, 800 gold or so. It's a lot of gold when you get towards the 10 stacks. On top of the stats it already gives you as well. Nice amount there. Of course, I'm always a proponent of going towards the Magi's. So once you get it past 10 stacks for the extra 10% move speed, it is a huge amount of stats, huge amount of utility as well. Jaculov, not really been able to safely stand. I mean, his early game was fine, but oh my god, it's just as we talk about it, he gets jumped on by Flandre, uses the barrier quite late. Flandre might have gone too far. This time the Ash Arrow comes through, and just as we talked about it, Jaculov lays the bait out, and it works pretty well. Tarzan flashes beyond the Encore, though, and wants to take down the Ash, and does. Hope now left alone in the AD carry war, and he will be winning the DPS battle. A Shockwave takes down the rest. Jaculov laid the bait. Anyone's Legend lose 1, but with the efforts of the rest of the team, they are winning the fight currently at a 3 for 2. Still have the Baron buff rolling with an extra minute to use. Do they have the waves to use it? Not necessarily. They have 1 minion left here in mid lane. Suyan does have the Mega Gnar. That's a lot of damage. Hang on a second. He's doing a lot of damage there. Be careful there, Anyone's Legend. This is the Gnar which has caused you all that pain in the early game. 50 seconds left on the Baron. Can they break open the inner ring of turrets? Yes, most likely they can, with the Tannen helping take it down as well. More gold for anyone's legend. The Baron power play will stretch beyond 2,000. Dragon is alive. Not as important for anyone's legend. I think they just want to get their gold. Gold! This is the same thing which happened yesterday, where they fumbled their early lead. Yes, they did have a couple of games like that versus Invictus Gaming. Will say, I think Invictus Gaming's composition was very powerful in the game compared to top esports in most of the games, actually, that we played yesterday. Tarzan, real credit to him flashing on the encore. Realized that he could get a big turnaround. Anyone's legend, just a little bit more aware of what wins and loses in team fights. A bit worrying that Flandre got disengaged so heavily at that start of that play. Of course, that's part of that will just be lacking the gold. Crazy to see how much value Flandre gets out of this. Gets out of mid-game and late game. This might seem cruel to say. Well, it kind of is. I say this with love. If Flandre had a laning phase, he would perhaps be the best top laner in the world. His laning phase is just not what it once was. He used to be the best laner in the LPL in top lane, you know. There was a period of time between 2015 to 2017 where EDG won MSI, so a lot of people copied EDG's top laner, you know, Cora 1 and you know, players like Amazing J and players like that who weren't really playing the style of LPL top lane which they're famous for now, which is hyper carry, duelists. That came about with the Shy. But before there was the Shy in LPL carry top lane meta, it was actually Flandre. I know that technically the Shy was around those years too, but you know, Flandre was the carry guy from the LPL top lane for a very long time. You know, he was magnificent. He only really saw international play well after his peak had ended. And he became a veteran at that point, more grizzled, much less about the individual outplay, much more about the team value, which of course he's done. He won Worlds playing his Mad Scientist builds, the Graves lifesteal build. Oh my god, some great damage from Cream. Almost at the death cap. Perhaps next fight if Cream can get... Oh god, what's he done? Yeah. Huh? Huh? Nani? Okay, goodbye, Fungi. Perhaps not where you want it to be. Okay. Are we gonna get a replay of that? I think we should get a replay of that. Oh dear, no. Oh dear God, no. What happened here? What happened here? Did he look? Was he looking for the play? No! Jackie, no! What did you do? What did he just do? What? Jackie, what have you done? I don't have words. The one's not on him. It's not on Fonye. Jackie just catapulted him to his doom. What? Bro. What? Oh dear God. Composure, composure, composure. How do you follow on from that? Oh, poor Fonue. Well, Jaculov, just gifted one over to anyone's legend. I'm going to imagine that wasn't a called shot and instead was a misclick onto the blast clone. Blast cone. Arrow goes on to no one. Dodged away from by the distance move speed from Shanks. Has the extra move speed from the 10 stacks of Magi's as well. Ooh, isn't that useful? Maybe more people should look for the 10 stack Magi's. Crazy how valuable that is. I just can't believe we've watched that, man. Arrow's now down from Jackaloff. He has both the summoners available. Not that ultimate. God damn, this is a good play, but the shockwave back onto 2 means a little more. Encore into the middle of the play, extended through 3 people. Hope going low. GA used Tarzan, butted out. Cream is having to flash away from the Darashu. Tien does not quite have the ability to get out of dodge. Tarzan not taking down to GA either. Top lane fight going better for Flandre this time. Does use that flash to survive, but at least he does. Baron on the table. Tarzan can heal through with his passive. Does have the extra healing. And the shielding coming through from the support as well. Anyone's Legend win the push of pikes in mid lane. And Anyone's Legend will win out. Tien down, no smite secure available. Top esports after such a good early game, just cannot find their legs in mid-game. Anyone's Legend punished them for some flimsy teamfight approaches. And Top Esports fall behind. Oh, that's what happened. It wasn't just the 1v1, it was the flash for the cancel. Well played from Flandre. Definitely valuable. I didn't actually see that. I didn't catch it on the minimap. That's why you normally have 2 casters, for the other person to be looking for stuff like that. Solo casting is a very different game, folks. It's turns out there's a lot to catch on the screen. Imagine being a player in this scenario too. I've gotta watch out for everything, especially in messy team fights. Probably not landing. Tarzan had 3 items with the GA, kept his GA, of course, intact from that last one. Shanks has 12 stacks in this Magi. Next shockwave could be disgusting. Suyan flashes backwards, and he said before anything even pops, the Ash arrow is there, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up from the 2 ultimates thrown forwards. Azir is the real damage at this point. Jakilov is down 4,000 gold. I know he has 3 items. He has that Infinity Edge. He's just not able to use them. Cream is the guy I feel like actually could do some damage, but he doesn't really have the HP to go in and sweep. And honestly, if he did, doesn't Lulu just save the first target anyway? Top Esports not really been able to organize their team fights. Anyone's Legend, Flandre is around the back. He has the Dominus running. He has zoned him off the tower, and now he walks backwards. Cream has slid into melee range, not choosing to use his ultimate. Flandre has Eat Forward. He doesn't have that now, and he doesn't have a flash. Flandre is dead. Or at least he's into his GA. Can they defend the body? I think they can, actually. Shanks walking forwards. Aggressively puts his ball on the table, if you know what I mean. 18 stacks in the Magi's now. That item, when you get up to 25 stacks and you have a death cap amping it, effectively the item gives you 195 AP with current AP conversion. I believe it is anyway, because it went down from 35% to 30% amp from death cap. And the full stacks of the Magi's, 5 stacks per 25. It goes pretty crazy. No, what do you mean? I'll tell you when you're older, Pintulus, you know. I'll tell you when you're older. Oh, man. AL just a better roster. This is the thing, right? We said that about them last split, but then they bombed out to both Weibo and to JDG. They lost 2 best of 5s. They deserved to be out of top 2. You know, they've changed coaching staff now. Flash away, because Shanks would have one-shot. And look, Seraphine is not built for all this rough and tumble stuff. She's built for the pop star stage. Not really for the boxing ring. Perhaps not the ball factory. Guess we're making shockwaves now. Flandre, prep this wave on topside. Desperately needed to sneeze. Ugh. Perhaps I'm allergic to arrows being fired at people because it does go through there. The Mikhails and the Wild Growth. That's a good kill onto Hope, though. Sweep goes back onto Flandre on the turret. The flight looks very split. It looks pretty good for Top Esports here. So surviving with the use of the Sterax. Shanks does have a good amount of AP, but he can't get it onto the important members. Flash away from him now. Can they chase down Tarzan? Tarzan has himself the G. If they could pop that, would be really important. Uses the ult instead. Bops back one person. So they have the move speed to make anything happen. Don't have enough slows, and a helpful minion taxi out with the help of the Raptors means that it will just be, and I say just, the 2 kills. It could have gone so much worse. Good fight from behind from Top Esports. Split the fight well, made sure Anyone's Legend couldn't bring all of their power to bear. So, I think Shanks ends up being in just the wrong place. He ends up retreating back away from the team. He's so far away from everyone else. That is, I mean, Kyle has to flash for a Mikhails. Then suddenly he's away from Hope. But realistically, the mistake is Shanks being too far away from his team, pulling the rest of the team out of their battle line. And it means that Anyone's Legend have to scramble back into position. They are very lucky not to lose more. Back into live. Let's back up. Well, no objectives for the next 2 minutes for Baron, and then 3 minutes for the Dragon would be Cloud Soul from Anyone's Legend, and yeah, Cloud Soul Renekton at that point probably does chase down the Ashe. Hope that was illegal. I actually didn't catch what happened with Hope there. He didn't have flash for that fight, but I mean, the thing about Hope there is it's really hard for you to disengage from the Azir and the Jarvan at that point, particularly because you don't have the movement speed from the Whimsy. If you have your E, just your, well, it's not Kanmei Stab, right? Is it Kanmei Stab? And then you have, I can't remember whether it's that before it's upgraded or not with the ultimate. But if you don't have the Whimsy and your Kanmei Stab running, it's quite hard to dodge out of both the Azir and the Jarvan. Oh, he walked into them like that? Well, I suppose what he thought was, while they're going on Shanks, I have to step up to kind of get closer to it. He probably should just walk back then. So both carries from Anyone's Legend making mistakes. Minute now. We've yapped for a minute, and Baron is now closer to spawning. 5 items for Hope, still 3,000 gold ahead. Well, Jackie has 4 items, even though, you know, Hope is more powerful. It's not like Ashe is doing no damage at this point. Suyan, almost even with Flandre, actually. Flandre's done a great job of picking up bits and pieces of gold around the place. Suyan also dying the handful of times, too. Flandre picking up a lot of assists. Don't look too heavily at the scoreboard from Flandre. A lot of that's just from, you know, bad laning phase, but then really good impact later on. You know what? This is what I know about Flandre. Flandre's good at that. As long as Flandre keeps... Look, if Flandre keeps team fighting the way that he does, I don't really care about what happens in early game. You know, I'd like it to be better, but if he pays it off anyway, who am I to judge? That's the mentality I had last year too. Now, there was something to be said about teams like Top Esports having actually a very good matchup into Anyone's Legend last year, because 369 would play Nah, he would play Kennen, he would play lane dominant champions to try and win through individual advantage. Tarzan might look for a flash over, and he does! He comes in from the fog of war, and here comes Flandre again, looking for that team fight impact. He's going pretty low, and he will die very quickly. He's not tanking up this time, but while growth onto Tien keeps him in the play longer, in fact, he keeps him all the way to the end! Anyone's Legion, for all the hard-fought work, cannot get it done. The diving members can't get it in time, and Jaculep walks away with a triple kill, and I think, folks, they'll be walking away with game 1. Top Esports stand and deliver. The damage is there, and particularly Tien and Tien and everyone else going forwards make the difference. Tien gets into the backline. Feng Yue able to keep Tien alive long enough to win the game. Top Esports walk away with game 1. Even with the wild growth onto Hope in the pit, wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I'm gonna have to watch back that last team fight. So much stuff happened at once. No one built Grievous Wounds? Yeah, that'll happen. So I'm gonna have to watch back that last fight. What the heck happened? Because all I saw was, like, I saw Tien fly into the backline. I thought, well, sure, that's crazy. But then I was like, well, where's the extra CC coming through from? I saw a wild growth in the pit, and I thought, well, you know, wild growth would be enough. I guess not. What happened? Let me watch it back. I'm gonna watch it back on my phone here. What happened? What happened there? So Tarzan flies over the wall. And that works out, you know, effectively for him. Well, he got into the backline because Tarzan and Flandre are in a really good spot. What happens after this point? Oh, the encore hits like 3 people, and then the Cataclysm follows up. So it's actually the encore goes what? Oh, it's a 4-man encore. It's a 4-man encore. Yeah, that's honestly on Feng Yue. Yeah. Yeah, that's a 4-man encore. Really well played from Feng Yue. I didn't spot that in the moment. Turns out, Seraphine, if she hits all... Oh my god, that's insane. Oh my god, Hope actually skips into it trying to follow up with the play. Oh, Hope jumps into it and has to immediately McHale's, and it just, at that point, it's just kind of, the damage is done. Hope had a couple of bad team fights back to back. Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe that Top Esports won a game like that, where Jaculep punted his support into death into the enemy team. I actually can't believe that happened. Okay, well, that's our first game done. Crazy, okay. ML, I know you're saying they're not winning anything right now, but LPL did just win first stand, so they technically, that's actually the wrong time. In the last couple of years you could have said that, but they did just win first stand, so yeah. Okay, post-match graphic. Well, Cream did a ton of damage. I did say that Azir, despite being behind the Orianna, was still doing a crazy amount. Yeah, I missed the encore in the moment. There was just a mess of abilities. Oh, MSI Worlds? Yeah, no, for LPL, they really care about Worlds. Like, I know that a lot of... No, and I think it is true and it is fair that people say that, you know, everything matters, and it does. And I am someone that really feels like there should be more importance put on MSI and on other tournaments, because I think it's bad when, look, if only Worlds matters, why hold other tournaments, you know? You have to make them matter as well. Worlds should matter the most, but MSI and First Stand should be very sought after achievements. But the thing with LPL is that, like, there's such a prestige to Worlds that that's the thing which they care about first and foremost, and it feels like if you don't win Worlds, it just feels so like such a letdown. I think with, you know, JDG 23 being bested by T1, that was a huge blow. BLG 24, I didn't expect them to win Worlds. I thought that they were, you know, they were worse than JDG 23, and, you know, you still had Zeto FGK, who are still incredibly strong, obviously. So, yeah. I'm getting excited about LPL this year. Is that wrong? No, I think that LPL looks good. I think that they have a great early game read right now. I think that they have a great set of drafts. I think that the removal of Atakan has helped them out in the objective play. Really good game from Tien as well. You know, Tien actually had a really good play or two in that one though. Tarzan lost that game. Yeah, I think that I don't think, look, Tarzan was diffed by Tien, I suppose, in some ways, but I thought that Tarzan was fine. You know, Tarzan did pretty well at disengaging a bunch of fights. Remember the earlier dragon fight like this one? Yeah, Tarzan just holds the front line down. I thought the Shockwave would win more fights, and it just didn't. This is, I mean, should they have just picked the Nocturne? Should they have just picked the Nocturne? RNG 2018, the Golden Road got stumped by Hyunwoo did. I mean, yeah, Hyunwoo did their job. I mean, yeah, they did really well. Realistically, I think it was like mid-jungle, which did most of the work. But I think that, you know, Uzi and Ming not being able to kind of close out that series will, despite being perhaps one of the greatest bot lanes of all time, well, not even perhaps, one of the greatest bot lanes of all time, is it's a shocker, isn't it? Like, I don't think that game was on Tarzan. I think that, I think Hope had a bad one, folks. I think he had a couple of bad team fights back-to-back in the late game. Flandra's laning phase was not it. And it meant that when it came into those late game team fights, he just didn't have the stats to make it work. Kyle did everything he could. It wasn't his fault, really. You know, flashing to save Shanks. Shanks was out of position a couple of times. And I think that the composition didn't really allow easy ball access. Like, right here, that's it. Like, in what world do you expect Tarzan to come from that angle? That was crazy. And then this encore changed everything. But Hope stepped into it. You know, Hope stepped into it. I wonder whether he should have gone on the Azir instead. But I suppose jumping into an Azir is really scary as an AD carry. Hope had a bad one. Look, I think, folks, I'm of the opinion that Hope is over-criticized. I don't think that Hope is the only option, or the only problem with Anyone's Legend. I think Anyone's Legend have issues with drafting and meta read. And that's why I thought that coaching staff was going to be a bigger change for them. But of course, Big Way has a patchy history, shall we say. Right, I need to put on an ad break, folks. I need to put on an ad break. And then I guess we'll figure out who player of the game is as well. Who is our player of the game? It is Suyan. Yeah, great laning phase from him. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go quickly go for a bio break, and I'll be back in just a second. Okay, let's do this. Hello, hello, hello. As the #1 369 fan, I would like to make it clear he would have also gapped Flandre and therefore won the game. Funnily enough, that's how Top Esports beat Anyone's Legend last year. Like, a lot of the time, Top Esports had a good matchup into Anyone's Legend because, Top Esports would pick for dominant laning phase through top lane, and then Flandre wouldn't be able... He would have very good team fights, but he wouldn't be able to survive through to them, you know? So it was a big problem for them last year. Coffee's here, right. What had's true. Yeah, but I don't know, I think that Anyone's Legend, I think that drafting is... the draft in that game felt like... maybe I should have called that out more on the cast. They didn't have a consistent way to get the ball into the backline. Like, surely you can just go Nocturne, you know? Isn't Nocturne good? No, Shinzao's really good for Tarzan, don't get me wrong, but he's a very, very good Shinzao player. It's comfort for him, but don't you need a way to get the ball onto the targets you want it to? You don't really want to be shockwaving Java Nah. It's okay at some points. You saw it on the Dragon fight. Suppose maybe it just goes better if just Hope just has a better game and Flandre has a better game in lane. Hope skipping into the Encore was disaster. But he had, I don't know. Hope had a couple of fights in a row where he was not good. Shanks had that one in top lane where he mispositioned very heavily. While they were in a strong moment as well, actually. That was while Top East was very far behind the game. It's like you can point the fingers in a number of directions in a valid way, I think. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't think you pointed at Kyle. I think Kyle did everything he could. I don't think it's on him. Shanks was still largely very good. Tarzan was good, but not like excellent. Yeah, and Ori's like the Orianna Shockwaves were really good in mid game. It's just that one team fight later on which felt like he was out of position and things went really wrong. Okay. April Fool's stuff. Going up there for now. And then we get to see whether we get the 6-game day or not. I don't mind that. I don't mind a 6-game day. Today the games are good. And plus we don't have LPL for the next couple of days anyway, so I'm okay with that. Okay, wait, hang on. The teams in NLC are owed 30,000 euros upwards at this point. I mean, oh god, I don't think, I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen with LEC paying stuff out. I presume that NLC, and I'd imagine just a lot of those payments just aren't going to happen, right? Which is crazy, because how the hell do you pay out money which you don't have? Like, it's just, oh man, it's just financial nastiness, isn't it? I feel bad for everyone who is involved in NLC. Feel very bad indeed. For those of you who aren't familiar with the NLC, it's an ERL within Europe for the UK and the Nordics, UK and Ireland and Nordics, and technically Malta as well. Yeah, their tournament organizer went under, and after having a huge drama where they said, "Oh, we refuse," like basically, Aragon called them out and said they hadn't paid some outstanding payments, and then Trouble and Hiprain both got removed from the cast later the same day. Although I think that was for unrelated reasons. That was a separate thing. But basically, both those things hit at once because Trouble and Hiprain are very beloved, as they should be. They're very good, and they've been attached to the NLC brand for a very long time. And then basically, in their response, NLC said, "Well, you know, we do pay. No, we do pay our casters. Everyone gets paid. We just turned down some late fees." Now, chat, I don't think I need to tell you this. You can't legally turn down late fees. If an invoice has not been paid in time, which is within Europe, most of the time within 30 days, and you invoice again, you can invoice with something like, what is it? is it like 7% plus whatever the bank of the country's in kind of like national rate is? There's like a rate for each country. But basically ends up being like an extra 10%. So if I'm owed like, say I'm owed like 5,000 euros, I'd basically be able to charge yen for like 5,500 euros. And if they didn't pay for a month again after that, then I'd be able to take that 5.5k and compound interest it. But I was like, guys, like, I don't know whether you meant this in your response, but you can't legally refuse late fees. That's not a thing you can do. You know, that's EU law, and that's Danish law as well, because they're a Danish company. So you can't do that. Now, if it was the case of them saying, oh, we didn't pay them because it was incorrectly invoiced, or it was an invalid invoice, that's different, and perhaps there was some context there, but I don't believe that is the case. But yeah, they basically just said, oh yeah, we just don't pay late fees, which is just like, why are you admitting that in clear writing on main? I basically, I would imagine, well, I don't think you ever admit that. In clear wording, because the thing is that by admitting that in clear wording, it means that if anyone has any legal challenges against them, which we'll see, I don't know what happens when they go through bankruptcy, like that's a freebie at that point, because they've just admitted in writing on an NLC letterhead statement that they've done that. It's crazy. Anyway, let's get ourselves into game 3, game 2 against Zwei. Anyone's Legends versus Top Esports. An unexpected victory for Top Esports in game 1. Anyone's Legend looked great in their last series, and Top Esports didn't. They didn't look great at all in the last series. So, Anyone's Legend will have first pick. They ban away Karma and Nautilus, Akali as well. There's still Varus. There's still Vi, Nocturne. What else is up there? There's the Ambessa as well, especially with Renekton off the table. I think Ambessa is very strong. It's the Scion band away again. Top people just don't want to give Flandre the Sun. I think especially with Nara at the table now too. Nara's one of the best anti-Scion champions. Ooh, there is the Ryze. Shank's a very good Ryze player. It's a global from mid lane. Not much deals with him on a macro level. You can deal with him in lane by playing Cassiopeia, Onivia. In fact, we might see Vi Cassiopeia here, because you can lock down the Ryze into the Miasma, and then things get really, really bad. What does the symbol next to Shanks and Jackie's names mean? It means they are the team captain. Now, in playoffs, something that they did for the LPL first split was they basically, when a team was knocked out from playoffs, they would give like a gem over to the winning team, and they'd put it on the trophy. So the trophy was lined by the gems of the losing teams. It's actually something which I actually suggested something similar for LEC. They turned it down, but it was like discussed at least in terms of what I want to do. What I want to do is when a team loses and the enemy team goes to MSI or Worlds, the losing team has to go over to the winning team and sign their plane ticket. Gives you another reason to not lose, folks. I think that would be badass as hell. Bard locked in for Kyle. That was banned away from him in game 1. Likely Corki Nami for Jackie and Fungway. I suppose it could be Lucian. Lucian's kind of bad into Ryze though, because if Ryze, yeah, I think the Corki's better with them, but you can just take away the Corki. Corki Bard. Corki is less paired with the Nami. He might leave you with Lucian now. You can't go Caitlyn Nami. You can go Jhin Nami. Again, Jhin is a hotly disputed, controversial champion right now, because he's not exactly doing very well. Sivir or Ezreal? Sivir would be more scaling, Ezreal more independent. It's not the best combo with Nami. It used to be, back in like season 6. Lucian's the one which we've seen for years and years now though, ever since like 2021, I want to say. Lucian Nami kind of came out to play. Yeah, completely agree, British. I think that, I think that League has sometimes softballed our interactions with teams. I think that, having teams losing, we want to treat our losing teams well, but, and there's something to that, right? But I think there has to be that kind of extra kind of content of, if you lose, you are just another step along the way. Having a physical representation of that, I think, is very, very cool. Neferi banned away from Tarzan is something which you can just press W on a vial. It's really nasty. Need more trash talk? So the thing about trash talk in League is that often the trash talk is written for the players. Like I was saying, with the World's teaser videos, I think the famous one is that, you know, Faker's All Roads Lead to Me, that was written for him. It was Shakarez, who's now actually the social media manager of CD Projekt Red. The most famous line of like the last few years in esports was written for Faker. Now he delivered it great, he's obviously attached to him, but it was written for him. And you know, all of these great trash talk moments, there are many creatives behind it which can end up building up the scene. Noxa banned away from Tarzan, we talked about it being important in the last draft, less important in this one. Noxa and Rise were doing really nasty for the double global. And it's also good at... Well, Vine never wins against the Nocturne. Nocturne just destroys you in the 1v1. In fact, what does do well into the Vine now? You could go something like Skarner, although Skarner's pretty bad into... No, Skarner's really bad into Lucian Armor. You don't want that. The Ambessa banned away from the Ambessa Vi combo. No surprises there, especially with the Renekton banned out as well. We talked about that earlier. Rise, it's fine for Cream. He's comfortable on it. I wouldn't say that Cream's Ahri is like a particularly favorite one of mine. I think he's a little passive. I don't really like the way that he builds. He plays for a bit more utility than damage, so it'll likely go towards like a Hex Tech, Rocket Belt, Sagan, which is not my favorite, really. Okay, top and jungle for anyone's legend. Have to blind pick top lane? Do you go something like, well, do you go Kasansei or something? Oh, the Poppy's good here. It's good into almost everyone on the enemy team. Very good there. And then you have to blind pick your top laner. So what do you do there? I mean, Yorick is a confident champion for Flandre, and now what this means is that you're going to have Rise heading towards top lane. Actually, last year when Yorick really came into meta, it was an LPL specialty before it went elsewhere in the world. We saw a lot of Rise paired with it to go top lane because it's a volatile matchup. Globals want volatile side lanes to influence. This can be one. The Jax became a very good LPL... Don't self-counterpick. Don't self-counterpick with the Jace. Surely it's the Jax. He's just self-counterpicked with a Jace. Why would you do that? I mean, if Vi and Ahri come top lane and flip the matchup, I guess that's good. But Yorick is a notable Jace counter because it's easy to kind of get the slow onto him and then get the cage onto him. Of course, Jace doesn't have sustain, whereas the Yorick does. I don't like that. I would have much preferred the Jax. I was about to say Jax is a notable LPL top lane counter to Yorick. It was very powerful. I'm going to put on a quick 1 minute 30 advert break and we'll get into game, folks. Top Esports was a very, like, 2024 draft. 2023 even. 23 and 24. Very quick pick. Very fast ability to follow up from the side of Top Esports. On the other side, from anyone's legend, I mean, the Rise flying across the map is going to be so important. The Rise is such a power pick. It just is so tanky. It gets everywhere very quickly. Rise is going to be so important. Always is. Always is. Let's go to the riffs, then hear the gyros. Oh my god, that's loud. Okay. Oh my god, man. That's crazy. Okay, alright. Electrocute was procced by Kyle onto Jack. You love that. Of course, the Bard can do it with an auto Q because the Meep counts as an extra source of damage, so it's nasty as heck. I think that the LPL crowd's been a little bit invigorated here because of the win at first stand. Wards being traded between top laners to try and get bush control. Kyle gets another electrocute proc onto Fungyue. He's trying to get the... Does get the double bounce, actually. W onto Kyle, bounces back to him, bounces onto Hope, so he gets the full value of his W. You lost your AL in on the channel points. I need to... maybe we bring back the fraud wall for more channel point usage. Barriers traded in bot side. We see a lot of this in LPL. We've talked about the history of this before. But back in, like, Season 5, we really... Hang on, there's a fight happening in the bot side jungle. Tarzan does not get the smite. He doesn't get anything there. Tien gets it. Now Tarzan has wasted a ton of time. Tarzan started on that camp. So... that is an important loss. Of course, I was focusing on the bot lane 2v2. Should have been looking at the minimap instead. So Tarzan's late on his clear. This is bad news for anyone's legend. You know, Tien is one of those junglers which could actually stand up against Tarzan regionally. Not everyone in the LPL really can. It really felt like you had players like Tarzan, Knavi, and then you had like Tien and Shun. But if you didn't have a suitably good enough jungler, someone like Tarzan or Tien at points in their career would kind of just win the game by themselves, or at least have such a dominant early game that there wasn't really any coming back to it because they'd set up their other players for such success. Yeah, Amber, I'm actually thinking about making a fraud wall kind of like web page kind of thing. Hang on, potential jump into the mid lane. Tien could go for a Q flash. Shanks is not too happy here. He's going to have to flash this. This is going to be a flash, but he gets the flash predict! Oh, Tien, you beauty! I have missed his jungler! Oh, that's beautiful! Oh, it's beautiful. It's a sight for sore eyes. Oh, that is just wonderful. Shanks goes down. Kill over to Cream. That was such big aura. Are you kidding me? Just as we were talking about, players like Tien and Tarzan, when they're on form, they can just do it all themselves. You know, Knavi, we gave him the title of one-man army. I mean, Shanks just gets mind game. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Wonderful, Tien. Oh, you beauty. Someone clip that and put it where you want. That's beautiful. Top Esports just got decked the other day. People have been, you know, bemoaning the state of this team. And understandably so. They look poor. I mean, honestly, look at mid-game last game. It wasn't particularly much better there. Good charm there from Cream. He's very happy. First back. Dark Seal. Got boots and a mana crystal. He's very, very happy here. Another good trade there too. Didn't even lose the cannon. Kyle's walking over into the enemy jungle. Tarzan here as well. Feng Yue also around the corner. So we're getting ourselves a jungle support 2v2. Wallstun does land. He's still got the W as well, so Tien can't queue back to him. Shanks could actually kill Tien here. So Tarzan making use of the fact that Tien doesn't have flash there. Flandra doing well against Suyan here. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to have to go clip that out and go post it on various places, because that was a hell of a cool gank. I mean, Shanks panics. Realistically, Shanks panics. You shouldn't die if the jungler flashes first. But I think basically, you see the flash animation and the Vi is so close to you, like your instincts take over and you realize, if I don't just react and flash, he kills me. So he thinks I have to flash. But then obviously, he doesn't quite understand in time that the flash is a predict, not just one trying to get straight onto him. Dude, what a series from Tien. First game on the Jarvan, wonderful stuff. I think, you know, if they do end up winning this game, Tien's player of the series for me. What a return back from him. A split off. First series wasn't fantastic. I saw a lot of comments in the first post-match thread that, oh, you know, Tien's playing awfully, you know, Tien's blah, blah, blah. And yes, I understand criticism was there, but a lot of these players, like Jaculov, Tien, I suppose Mako on IG, whatever, lots of players coming back from breaks. Give them a bit of time sometimes. You know, the meta's changed a little bit. They have to figure out with their team where junglers should be at the right time, what compositions want to look for. Is there potential? I was wondering if there's an alt charm available from Cream. No. Jaculov at level 5. Bubble lands onto Kyle. That does mean that the Vigilance passive was activated from Lucian. Tien going to Raptor's respawn. A little bit behind in terms of XP. Doesn't get the smite there. Oh, the double bubble! That's nasty as heck! Jackal would skip away from the turret. That's going to be a charm. Flash forwards from Tarzan. Tien still no flash. Tarzan really starting to rip things through now. Do they have the damage? The Q misses, but he has himself the ult. A reset comes through 1 for 1. Not bad from Cream picking up the pieces, and he does get the Dark Seal stacks. He's happy with that now. Ult about to run out to use it for damage. Nah, I can't really jump into him now. Too little HP. Dashes back. It's a while since we've had a nice flash predict gank. There used to be a while where flash predicts used to be all the thing because early kills used to mean so much. I think we saw less and less flash predicts like that because I think early kills just started mattering less in a lot of games because there were so many, you know, we've got home guards all the time now. We have teleports in every lane. People hold waves for each other a lot better than they used to. It felt like before, getting the flash predict and getting the outplay meant such a big deal in terms of early... That was going nowhere, Suyan. That was like... Yeah, that was well off. Oh, God. Well, the Jace is doing fine as the Yorick right now. But really, once Yorick gets two items, then it feels like the Jace is in a lot of danger. Jackalov and Fangio are doing well in the 2v2 here. Jackalov's Lucian, a champion which he's had some pretty damn great moments on before. Also, he's also had some of those games where he dashes forward and dies quite a lot on Lucian as well. But hey, that's Jackalov. You get those. To be honest, Jackalov's played everything over time. You can always call out games from him. Back in top esports on... You know, 20... God, what was the year I was thinking of? Well, 2024 was a bit different meta. We saw a lot less of the Lucian army then. Might have been 2022 or... No, well, whatever. Anyway, he's had some really good moments at that. Maybe it was 22 because it was obviously JDG versus top esports everywhere at that point. He made a name for himself on the Lucian army. Kind of every aid carry did, though, as we were saying. Tian has been battled down by Tarzan. Tarzan's done a really good job of punishing, cancels the Valkyrie. That's going to be Hope forced to flash. However, it might have baited Jackalov in. He has Barry, has flash. There's a Rumble coming down. This is not looking good for him. While Hope did get outplayed himself, really, having teammates there tends to make up the difference. Who do they give it to? They give it over towards Hope himself. Jackie and Fungo are doing well in the 2v2, but, well, the whole team is there from anyone's legend. Makes it a very unfair fight. Failing a charm isn't their only engage Vi. Jackalov on Lucian can jump forwards if he's strong enough and make a huge difference. Flandra does not get the Dark Procession onto Suyan. Flandra gonna get that Sensitive Shock Blast onto him. Can Cream ult over the wall? Yes, he can. Well, that's definitely going to help. Aimblade, so much for the sub there. Your prize shall be watching Flandra die. He flashes away. He's got some sustain from the Q, and the Shock Blast doesn't land. There's a good Dark Procession, but there's a Vi over the wall. The flash feels a little bit superfluous now at that point. It buys time from top esports. That's about it. I think losing that flash, more important, really. Bit of an overinvestment. Maybe thought he could outplay. Maybe thought that Suyan and Tien had left the scene of the crime. Not to be. Kyle, no level 6 from him. Can he stop a recall? If he can stop a recall, that's quite nice for him. And indeed he can. Suyan would have loved to be able to teleport back a little bit earlier. It doesn't really change that much for him. What happened to top esports lineup? Well, what happened with Nio happened with Nio. We've talked about that enough on the channel. It's a whole situation. So Tien has come in to replace him. 369 felt like he was playing very poorly, so he stepped back and Suyan has replaced him. I think there was a scrim that was televised where Flandra just decked him. So he mental boomed a little bit, I suppose, or just felt like he needed the break. I can understand that. And then Jackalov came back off break. He said he was taking a split off, came back in. Top esports kept the chair warm from him, so Jachi is now on Invictus Gaming, not on Top esports. And of course, Top esports lost to Invictus Gaming just yesterday with their first LPL series back. Cream 201, 3 stacks on the Dark Seal, had 1 kill, of course, before the Dark Seal was brought up. This is the kind of game where, what should he be building this game? There's actually a world in which Liandry's is really good for him, because I think everyone else is going to be going quite squishy burst heavy damage. If you go Liandry's, you do a lot more damage to the Yorick and the Rise. You do lose you do lose a decent amount. Hang on, Tien does have Home Guard running out of base to go in the lane gank here. Flandra doesn't have Flash. Do they kill if they have all cooldowns for the Jace? Maybe they do. Well, the Arcane Duo doesn't really do much in the show itself, but perhaps on the Rift they'll have a little bit of a better time. No one's coming up to help Flandra. He has no Flash either, and he likely will die here as well. Suyan gets the kill. Jackalov is getting ganked by Tarzan. The bop up happens. That's the extra turret shot, though, and it'll be at least a 1-for-1. Fungo is alive right now, and I think he can actually clear out the wave. If that bubble had landed, actually, Hope might have been in trouble himself. Does has the barrier. 1 for 1, but Jackalov doesn't get the gold. It's Fengyue that gets it. On the other side, it's Hope. So it is a strategic win for Anyone's Legend, despite it being a 1 for 1 in that specific place. Of course, they lose a lot on topside. You know, at the end of hang on, Shanks getting jumped onto here. Cream is across the wall. Shanks does have flash, but the charm lands anyway. Kill for Tien. Another Dark Seal stack for Cream, working really well. Tien has had a monstrous game, even with Tarzan battling him well after that early game. Tien has kept up the pace of plays. Going back to what I was saying, in the draft, I thought that the last pick Jace was a mistake because it is a self-counter pick. Credit to Top Esports, they have played much better around that lane and given Jace the support he needed to make it through the early game. That was not necessarily a given. I would have thought that Flandre would have been able to outplay a bit more, to lane a bit better. Not the case. Suena's now 2-0. Heal to stop Fengyue getting wall stun. Tarzan might go for this anyway. They've got themselves a magical journey. Fengyue, great flash away though. Buys up the time of the 3. Thought he was dead to rights there. Does lose both summoners. It's still a win for Anyone's Legend, but it's not any more gold in pocket, which is starting to worry them now because they are 2.5k behind. And, well, Top Esports, it showed that they can beat them in late game. Last game. Hope, last game. Had some poor late game team fights. Flandre, his laning. Yeah, not great either there. Flandre blind pick this hang on. Potential fly around the wall here. There is a flash from Cream. Does get the charm. Means he might live here. And indeed, there's a magical journey going under the turret. But Cream does have himself an ultimate coming up. Is it up in a couple of seconds? Yeah, he uses it there. Or rather, no, use it. Hang on, there's a big fight happening in the jungle. Tarzan goes down. Hope is getting jumped on as well. Jackalov, can he get over the wall? Well, Tien's going to go first. Bubble doesn't land, and I don't think it'll matter, though. Double kill towards Tien. Cream, using that ultimate we just said came off a cooldown. Has an extra charge coming through. Dodges away from some skill shots. Shanks does have the flash. He might have to use it. Tien, no ult, though. Can't get the most out of there. Bubble missing. Top Esports, another big fight for them. A 3 for none and Anyone's Legend. We thought, well, coaching changes. Surely, after such a good early first series back in just yesterday, surely they'll be back, they'll be better. Much more to be talked about here. So Tarzan was roaming down to the bot plane, did not get the W onto the Vi out of Fog of War. Full CC comes through, does charge out of the bubble. Kyle flashes. Not enough in time there. Tarzan is getting diffed by Tien. Tien, one of those players which we thought could change the offseason. Would he go back to a team which really needed a jungler? Of course, Top Esports definitely needed one after everything which happened, but on the whole, Tien and Fengyue have been just pulling their weight and more. Suen uses the hypercharges to kill the Dark Procession. Turret's going down. It's not even like Flandre with what should be a good matchup into the Jace topside is doing anything himself. Died too many times in 1vx outnumbered scenarios. Guys, Anyone's Legend have a lot of soul searching left to do. Clearly, whatever was going wrong in that first split, especially the dip in playoffs, has not been resolved just yet. Cream has a Amp Tome and a Ruby Crystal. We'll see whether that goes towards the Proto Bolt. Well, hang on a second. So overstay. He's overstayed. He's overstayed. There's no world he should be here. He's going to die. Just to who, basically. He has Flash. I don't think it'll matter. There's a Bird Ult. There's a Poppy Pop-Up. He might be able to flash the thick wall, but he's charged away from it. Sinzuyan will flash, and what that means is that it... Hang on a second, he's got... What? It forced out the bottle, and now there's going to be the Vi flying through. Do they have enough CC to get through it? Sinzuyan will die to the Bard. Passive. Not really who they wanted to give it to. Cream will fly out, and while Tarzan might be able to get through the magical journey, he is denied. Top Esports somehow make the 1 for none into a 1 for 1. Tarzan goes down. Great time bought from Sinzuyan. It doesn't save his life, but it does buy his team the ability to collect an extra kill. Herald, now going to be the prize from them as well, because they're on top side, and, well, jungler's dead. Anyone's Legend might look towards the dragon on bot side. Dude, Top Esports. Perhaps kicking into life. Couple of series. Didn't look very convincing from them. Starting to give some more hope now. Tien having an excellent series. Cream not showed a second item just yet, by the way. 7 stacks on the Dark Seal. By the way, folks, Cream, like, if I were Cream, I would actually just go Magi's on the next back. Like, you just go Magi's on the next back. You have enough damage. Things are going well. You can skyrocket into the lead, and I think at that point, Anyone's Legend can't fight against you. I genuinely think that's the right play. Hope is the only gold lead now for Anyone's Legend. He's heading towards the second item, that Muramana. Anyone's Legend. Don't think it's going to be a true contest here on the Dragon. Nope, it's just Vi on the Krugs. Chose to go towards that Herald, go back towards farming. God, he's so close towards the second item. We saw this from Guon just yesterday as well. Fantastic game from him, of course, on that Vi. If you get that early second item, just your Q auto reset with your E kind of just explodes the enemy players. Stormrazor going into Essence Reaver from the Lucian. Jackalev is happy with his item breakpoint. Imperial Mandate for Feng Yue as well. It's not like Jackalev is ahead of the game, but because you have a Vi that's so far ahead, kind of pushing up into the enemy jungle, Lucian gets to be true Lucian. A while ago, several years ago now, I actually made a short video on why the West sucked at Lucian Nami. And a lot of it was because of team play. It wasn't because Lucian players were individually bad, although to a certain extent, I don't think they were good enough in lane. Why teams like Jackalev on top esports or BLG with Elkin on at that point, you know, Ruler on JDG was so good at playing out that kind of duo, and of course all the great LCK teams of this duo as well, is because they used other members of the team to make sure that the Lucian Nami were isolated in a 2v2 with their item breakpoints in mid lane, meaning that the Lucian can jump forwards, burst someone out for half HP, and not get jumped back on. The thing which kills a Lucian Nami is Lucian jumps forwards looking for that first double tap auto to just one-shot someone, and then a Maokai ults over the wall, or a Vi ults over the wall, or in this case, Poppy somehow flashes in to make a play. When your team is ahead through mid-jungle like this, the Lucian gets to be much more aggressive. Getting around to the point now where Anyone's Legend, I'm not going to say they're running out of options. They do still have aggressive Realm Warps to play around. They potentially have Yorick outscaling Jason a side lane, but I wonder whether the dam's broken there. I wonder whether Suyan just kills him. It is looking like it might be the Proto Belt from Cream second, by the way, which I'm not particularly happy with. Yeah, I think you could be way more damage here, and I also want to see the Medjais as well. The Andrews are doing really nice into the triple HP stacking topside, especially since there's likely to be a little bit of magic resist bought in with Merc Treads because of the value of the tenacity against the charm and of course the bubble as well. Not that it matters against the Vi, but you know. Ahri and Vi one-shot Rise before he'll ever get to 4 items. Yeah, that's a worry. That is a worry. I think that if Ahri builds correctly, it is the Proto Belt second. I know it's technically a cheap power spike. I think that if you're sole AP and you're ahead in a game, you're giving up chance to be just a huge win condition. I don't think you need the Proto Belt. It's another dash for Poppy to stop. Realistically, if you're hitting someone with a vial anyway, do you really need it? Hang on, Tien's kind of left alone here. Gets hit by the Poppy. W flashed into the wall. It's a good play from Tarzan. And the Vi goes down. Bartle catches the next player into the play as well. Feng Yue flashing away now. Does he have the tidal wave? No, he just used it before this one. Realm up coming forwards. Anyone's Legend, maybe Snell. Blood in the water. Cream comes through. And that's not about Charm. They get some resets coming through. Shanks low. Charm onto Tarzan. Stops him getting a wall stun before this. Jackalev, how much extra damage has he got? He's got enough to get himself a double kill. Is anyone's coming into the play? No, because Suya teleported, but was he cancelled? I'm not sure if he was cancelled by the side of a Dark Procession actually, or whether he just went top lane. Didn't quite see what happened in that play. I thought that was going to be the moment Anyone's Legend burst back into the game, but with the great damage of Cream and Jackalev, things really went about the play. So Tien walks up, spots I don't know here, man. Tien, you're just too far away from the rest of your teammates. Oh, Tien, no. Jay's teleported topside. That's what happened. I see him on bot side of the map now. It's a good move out from Kyle. Realistically, I think you have to flash out of here rather than Q. He doesn't get to do anything at that point. Tian a little bit disrespectful. Of course, still a great game from him, but yeah. It's a really cool tidal wave, by the way. The Dark Waters Army or whatever it is. Gets the little ghost ship flying on with it. And right here, now, watch out for this charm in just a second, because Cream stops the wall stun, and it means that they can't get the full connection onto the wall, which might have led to another kill. Great charm coming through. It's one of the reasons I really like Ahri versus Poppy. You can stop that one point and click CC she gets onto you. Good play there. Protobelt Shin will 1v9? Yeah. I'm sure it will. But yeah, I really want to see a Medjais coming through from Cream. I would have loved to see a Leandries, but you can't really go Protobelt and Leandries at that point. You wish you had a Death Cap or a Void Staff going into late game. Not a big fan of Ahri itemization, but hey, he's still fed. He's still got 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Still gets himself a lot there. Tien uses the Herald. Does he use it for a Battle Herald? 30 seconds till drag, and if you get kills now, it's a big win, of course. Maybe they just let it survive in mid lane for a little while. I think that you misuse that Herald there. I know it's going to help them push out mid lane, but surely they could use it as a Battle Herald for someone, right? And instead they use the Bard ult to stop the push on the tower. I suppose that means the Bard ult is not available for the next Dragon play. Flandra trading a turret with Suyan, both of them taking outer turrets on the side lane. Flandra top, Suyan bot. Flandra has teleport to come into the play. Does it? Hang on a second, big pick in the mid lane. It's wow, it's a lot of damage after. Shanks no flash, and that is the power of the Lucian army with a Vi on top of it. Cream flashes for the charm. Suyan, he flashes for the to the skies, and Tarzan goes down into the ground. No skies for you. Mid lane turret might have been saved by the Bard ult a little earlier. Well, it's not going to be saved from, 5 angry members of top esports. And they won't even bother with the dragon afterwards. They're going to say, screw this. We got the mid lane inner turret. Let's go Baron. There won't be any stopping them. Tarzan's still dead for another 25 seconds. Shanks before it. Anyone's Legend over pushed in mid lane. And the power of Lucian Nami jumping forwards with an aggressive Vi is shown again. They could have jumped onto Hope. They jumped onto Shanks, who was flashless instead. The tidal wave is such good follow-up CC as well. Q over the wall. Tidal wave bobble. He is CC'd for about 5 seconds solid. Shock blast, charm forwards, enough damage. Yes, the soul point will be given to anyone's Legend, but top esports will say, screw it. We're getting the Baron. You're not going to survive through to soul. Anyone's Legend get the third dragon. Now, top esports have kind of put a timer on the game with this by saying, okay, we've taken the Baron, we're resetting, you get the dragon, and we're going to try and break the base now. They did get that mid lane in a turret. Can they get anything more apart from this? Anyone's Legend, it is imperative now that they try and get a play to either stop the Baron buff by overloading one part of the top esports split map, or they just try and batten down the hatches for as long enough that they can successfully mount a defense around the soul, which will be spawning in 4.5 minutes. It's a long time to survive, though, against a team with a 7k gold lead and the ability to pull the trigger with Lucian culling, Ahri charms, and Vi ultimate. Yorick is pushing the mid lane inner. It's not bad poke there from Hope. Engaging under the turret, still a little bit hard for top esports. You don't want to walk into, Bard getting a good ult to someone. There's a chance of actually Shanks getting a Realm Warp. Rune Prison, that's the one. The other one. So yeah, a lot of damage onto him. Yeah, Annual's Legend, content to just kind of keep trading between Yorick on a side lane and top esports on the rest of the map for now. They might lose out on overall gold lead, but let's be honest, what gold were they going to get anyway? They're teleporting into mid lane now. They want to break the mid lane inhibitor. This would be a big win. Remind top esports they gave up something really, really big for this Baron. They want to make sure they can get something on the return. Great scatter away from the Bard ultimate. They took a heal. They'll take that. Good dash to the side from Jackaloff 2. Swing and a miss from Kyle. It was very accurate. Did actually threaten 3 people at once. Jackaloff is scary, man. 3 items. Storm Razor, Fire Cannon, Essence Reaver. Yeah, that's scary. There's basically no armor on the other side either. There's a little bit, but not a crazy amount. Culling. Yeah, that shows that. The culling is really nasty. Good from Jackaloff. Jumping forwards. Gets the autos onto Flandra as well. It forces them back. They don't have the side lane threat anymore. Flandra has regrouped with the team. Top esports break a second inhibitor through the top lane. And folks, well, they placed the gambit down. Anyone's Legend, you can have your dragon as long as you survive the Baron buff, you'll be fine. So survive. They're not doing that right now. Good charm. Well, good stun rather from the Bard, but the poke back is even nastier from Suyan on the chase. Thought he was counterpicking himself, but credit to him, it's good work. Tarzan pops them up, but doesn't get any follow-up on top of it. Jackaloff getting more continued dashes forwards. First Nexus turret about to fall. 3 grubs helping top esports push in the siege. Feels like it is coming to an end here in this game. Anyone's Legend trying to survive just the last wave of the Baron buff. Tien goes forward, good damage to Kyle. The charm lands onto Shanks and the rise goes low. The punt out of the Bard ultimate is not particularly helpful, and Vi flies forwards like a Valkyrie. As Hope doesn't have another one of those to escape. Flandra goes down and top esports will 2-0 Anyone's Legend unexpectedly, but they won't care about that. Top esports on the board in split 2. Anyone's Legend, despite a strong showing in their first series, will be put down by top esports, who had the opposite result just the other day. Suyan stepping in for 369 had a magnificent showing, but my player of the series is the man in the jungle after taking a split off. Tien had a screamer. What an utter dominant performance from him in game 2. That fight was superb, and Tarzan, a player who is always praised as one of, if not the best jungler in the world, was just taken to class by TM. Wonderful play from him. That flash predict in the mid lane was a thing of beauty. A thing of beauty. Top esports, better drafting today. Much better team fighting today, and I think TN is starting to get a handle on this early game again. Strong showing from him. Strong showing from top esports. Oh, what a series it was. Well, top esports
take down Anyone's Legend. We thought Anyone's Legend, well, changing the coaching staff, you know, help her out from just one split already. Perhaps that would change things, but, you know, Big Way, not the best reputation for himself either. Anyone's Legend clearly has some soul searching to be done. Anyone's Legend, well. 1-1. A dominant first series, definitely not a dominant second one. Thank you everyone for watching today. My name is Nymaera. I was joined by my brother, Initialise. Yes, we are actually brothers. And if you enjoyed what you were watching here today, please think about supporting us either through watching, liking, subscribing, or donating to the Ko-fi link, which I'll put in chat now as well. There is no funding for LPL broadcasts anymore. There is no official LPL English broadcast, which means that these kind of streams are all you're going to get in terms of support for the LPL. Now, there's no LPL tomorrow, there's no LPL the day after. I'm going to still be live on this channel. If you'd like to see more stuff from myself, I'm going to be VOD reviewing tomorrow, I think. I'm going to be reviewing, I think, probably KT Gen G, and then I'll see if I have time for T1 HLE, but I'd like to review both if at all possible. And yeah, stick around. Join the Discord if you'd like more information on where to find more work and content from both myself and Sam. And it's really cool to have you all along with us for this journey. Just putting some links in chat as well. But yeah, thank you everyone for another day of LPL. I'm probably going to go find someone to radio over to pretty soon, actually. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. And if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, I'll stick around for a little bit longer as well. Anything else that I wanted to talk about? Well, those are the big ones, really. Really enjoyed today's games. Top esports, though. Wow. Came out swinging. Swian, a player who I didn't expect much from. You know, the last time I saw him in LPL, he struggled. He really struggled. He's come back a lot stronger. And, yeah, I'm going to have to go clip that TN clip. That's what I have to do. Folks, I'm going to go find someone to radio over to. And if you're on YouTube, I'll see you around next time. The show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll radio over to someone. Appreciate you all, and I'll see you tomorrow on Twitch. Bye-bye.